New York City, 6 a.m. An out-of-control satellite radio show is being broadcasted to millions of Americans. At the controls, Greg Hughes, a father.
Oh, this is perfect. This is how it should be.
Anthony Cumia, an alcoholic.
Hey, hi.
And Jim Norton, a comedian.
It's me! I work here!
Glad I got that one out.
Are we on live now? Is it happening? This is it?
The three men make up the Opie and Anthony Show, a popular radio program known for its cringe style of entertainment and having very few limits.
I like where this is going. I'm seeing a lot of options here.
This is like different than any other radio.
No telling what we're going to hear in here today.
Tits, ass, tons of cuss words.
It's just not like radio. It's just like hanging out.
In the past, they have been accused of multiple FCC violations and have even gotten their show suspended from satellite radio.
This is why. This is American freedom of speech.
It's good on every level.
Insane.
Every second is funny.
Wildly funny.
And philosophically spotless.
Everything you are about to hear is real. Real people, real excitement. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Good morning.
Hey,
Hold, please. All right. Man, I got beat up yesterday.
What happened?
I just tweeted, I went, hey, anyone else watching Chaz Bono on Oprah?
But that's kind of a thing like, all right, the Oprah thing, people will goof on you. But the Chaz Bono part of it's hysterical.
But most people don't know why that's hysterical. See, if I described it better in my tweet, I think I would have saved myself.
You only have so many characters, though.
I think I was called gay probably 387 times before I had to turn off my Twitter.
Yeah.
Because everyone is so original, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Gay.
Yeah, they love jumping on the bandwagon.
Gay.
It's like, didn't you read the other ones that said gay, like the 50 other ones that said gay?
I don't even care. I'm just making fun.
Yeah.
I deserve it. I know that. But over and over again. Gay. Instead of maybe opening your mind and then turning it on and realizing, holy shit, you get to see a nice freak show in the year 2011.
Total freak show.
Total freak show.
Yeah.
This, wow. This Chaz Bono. Wow, man.
All man, right?
Look, I try to have an open mind about things now that I'm a little older.
Yeah.
But, man, that change in gender shit, I think that's where my line is. That's just fucked up.
It really is an odd thing, especially with a celebrity like that.
Just imagine you wake up one day and realize you need your penis off you.
Yeah.
Seriously, think that through.
Oh, I don't want that thing on me. Just get rid of it.
Wouldn't that be just the scariest thing ever? How do you know you're making the right decision?
And once you make it, that's pretty much it.
And for the women, all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, get rid of these mounds of flesh off my chest.
Don't want these breasts to seize.
I just can't imagine that. And then taking your genitals and then making it into something else.
How do they do that with a woman, though?
I don't know.
Very hard to make a schlong out of a vagina, but you can make a vagina out of a schlong. They figured that one out.
Right.
But around, I don't think they figured that out.
Not really. I'm going to have to watch OWN tonight because gay, still gay. Because the documentary's on tonight.
Yeah.
The Oprah thing yesterday was just a tease, and they showed just a couple clips from this documentary. I think it's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, a Lulu.
A Lulu. Because at one point during this thing yesterday, they showed Chaz Bono at her home, at his home, at whatever's home.
It's home.
Yeah, and because you want to say it's still a she, but look. She's wearing a Michigan shirt like a guy would wear, like Tank would wear.
Hey, the tats.
She's got tats now, like guy tattoos.
And leg hair.
Yeah, lots of leg hair.
Yeah, but when I don't even know how to do this. She walked out on Oprah yesterday.
Big pork chop sideburns?
Conservative, but long enough to know that they're male sideburns.
Really?
Yes. And you, if you're old enough like we are, you remember when this was just this cute little blonde on TV.
Adorable little kid on
Probably the cutest.
Sonny and Cher show.
One of the cutest kids to ever be on TV.
Oh yeah.
America ate this little girl up, and now look what you would lose a lot of money if someone said, remember that little girl from Sonny and Cher?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. You'd say no way. It has dark hair. It's kind of a crew cut, spiky kind of haircut,
and just manly.
Very manly.
How much facial hair besides the pork chop sideburns was it? Could you see any 5 o'clock shadow? Any Fred Flintstone going on there?
You could tell that he just learned how to shave. It looked
really?
like the skin was like kind of
a little rough.
A little rough, like it's seen a little too much razor.
Needs one of those nice 5-blade razors with the aloe strip on it or something.
It looked like at any time there was going to be nicks and cuts that were going to start bleeding.
That's a good one. Looks like, who said that? Looks like John Candy.
A little bit.
Little John Candy.
Little John Candy. We got Ralphie May yesterday.
Ralphie May.
Ralphie May might be the number one person that Chaz Bono now looks like.
All right.
But they had a little piece of the documentary where she, I guess because at this point it was still a she, had her breast removed.
Yeah.
And then she was looking at her man breast for the first time.
Oh.
And they looked like a fat guy's
baloney tits?
Fat guy's chest with fat guy nipples.
Were they big nipples?
Yeah.
Because, a chick with tits will have big nipples.
But the nipples looked manly. And then they showed her at home like, I just woke up, and now it's a he, I guess.
Yeah.
He's in the kitchen, with no shirt on because he's a man. and I'm thinking that's got to be illegal because Chaz Bono was born a female.
A woman.
So I wonder if they were showing like a topless broad on TV yesterday.
So were you seeing tits? Was it hot?
They didn't cube it out. No, it was a guy's chest.
Yeah.
With guy nipples.
Pretty bad.
Dude, it was weird. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about this.
Oh, God. That's disgusting.
Yeah. He didn't have, like, baloney tits.
No.
No, just kind of a regular man's chest. And then he's got this hot-looking girlfriend, and now she's really confused.
No way.
Because she's a lesbian. She was a lesbian, but always knew she needed to be a man. It gets so confusing.
Yeah.
But she was definitely a lesbian, still a lesbian, and now her lover is a guy. So she's confused as all hell. Like,
It
what
makes no sense.
But she doesn't want to leave him. But she doesn't like guys, and he wants to be a guy all the way. Like, he doesn't want to fool around in the middle here.
Right.
Chaz Bono wants to be a guy.
That's the most fucked up mental thing.
So what happens to the girlfriend who likes girls?
The girlfriend who likes girls.
Because he now acts like a guy.
So the girlfriend wants guys.
No.
Vagina?
The girlfriend is a lesbian. That's how they got together. And she didn't have these fucked up thoughts in her head. She always knew who she was. She was a lesbian.
Right.
Chaz Bono fucked up thoughts in the head, lesbian, but also realized needed to be a guy. Are you following me?
Yeah.
So now the
so
girl
weird.
that didn't have the fucked up thoughts in that way in her head is now with a guy, but she's a lesbian, but she fell in love with him.
And the guy that you're in love with has a vagina.
For now. I think he's trying to figure out how to get a penis because he wants a penis.
Wants a penis.
He wants to be all-in guy.
Wants penis.
Yeah, no breasts anymore.
Needs a penis.
And needs a penis. And wants to use it.
How do you build that?
I don't know, man.
Because I have heard about, the guy turn into the girl, which is easier.
Yeah.
But I don't know. How do you build a penis when there's nothing there? You got to take like that sliver from the leg and wrap it around something.
You obviously
grab a bone from you.
Maybe there's a harvest area somewhere.
Is there a harvest area like there is for follicles where you can harvest a penis?
Well, like I know, like when you get like a heart attack, sometimes they have to harvest some veins from your leg.
Yeah, they do bypass.
I'm thinking maybe they harvest maybe your upper thigh.
I'm thinking they take a slice of your upper thigh, right? And they roll it like a tube steak. And then they kind of stick it where like...
And then they pop the clit on top of it so you have some kind of feeling.
They got to take the clit off but leave the nerves connected.
Right.
And stretch it to the end of the tube steak they just made.
Where would you put your clit on your...
That's Franken-cock.
Where would you put the clit on your new cock?
I would put it...
Imagine we're chicks now. All right.
Right under the fake head.
Right under the fake head would be the perfect place?
It's got to be there on that sensitive area.
Let me think where I would put my clit on my new dick. You can't put it on the tip of your dick. That's just weird.
That's silly.
I guess the underside. I think you're right.
It's got to go on that underside.
You know what's disgusting? We all had the same answer in like 2 seconds. We all knew where we wanted our clits to be.
Yeah, you got to put it right under the head on the underside.
Because the mushroom is pretty useless in general, but underneath there, wow, there's some nice sensitive feelings. Right? We all know that.
Yeah.
So I would stretch my old clit and try to make it wrap around my new dick under my helmet.
Like, you don't want it, like, on the shaft right by your balls.
No.
That's the dumbest place for your new clit.
It really is.
Sensitivity nerve area.
And your balls would flip up and hit it.
And you're constantly, like, being turned on when your balls are moving.
Or would you stretch out your old clit and make it go from ball bag all the way up to head in the front?
The whole underside, that's a lot of real estate to cover with
maybe
a little bit of clit meat.
Maybe the top, I'm trying to figure out how big my clit would be. I guess
maybe you could get more leverage out of it if you butterfly it.
Yeah.
You need to butterfly it, stretch it out.
Because if you don't have your old clit on your new dick, what use is that? If you're not getting any feeling going on.
So that's what they got to do. I wonder if they do that. I think they do though.
What?
I think they do take some kind of
they save the clit,
a clit nerve thing, and put it on the end. You're not going to have a big clit, big dick.
Why not?
Because I don't think they could get that much. What is that? Is that like a fake dick?
No, I think those are just really big clits.
Ew, that's a cock right there. I look like a dog dick.
If Jimmy was here, he would be all over that. What's wrong with you guys?
I love that. Oh, nice big clit. Looks like a dog dick. What are those two guys that just fucking infantilism?
That's that. Hey, let's say hi to Larry King, who's now a friend of the show.
Oh, look at that, Larry.
Larry.
Thanks for having me on yesterday, boys.
No problem, Larry. Yes.
How important is the stretching of the clit? Go.
I think it's very important, Larry.
To stretch it out as big as possible.
Yeah, to put on your new dick.
Put my clit on my new dick is my new username.
Thanks, sir. But that's why I watched the Oprah yesterday, though.
Yeah.
It's a freak show. Who doesn't want to see this shit? Where were the... how's he... okay, this guy might know... He's just a dude from Canada, but I think he knows how to make a fucking penis for a woman. Jason, go ahead. Jason.
How about Gary?
All right, Gary sounds good.
Whatever.
That's pretty close. Troy's getting closer. Gary is Jason.
That's not bad.
All right, what's up, Gary?
I was watching some show on TV the other night. My old lady and I were laying in bed watching this stupid show. Anyway, there was a girl on there who had the same sort of thing going on as Chaz does. And they went into a pretty good detailed explanation. I'll try to make it semi-brief for the radio. They take some skin, they harvest it off of the body someplace, and they basically roll it in a tube around some sort of a hydraulic type of hand pump.
Oh no, a hand pump.
The person or their significant other can basically decide how long the penis is going to be, like by how long the tube is on this hand pump unit. Okay, and then they roll the skin from the harvest area around this pump, this tube, and they take off of the clit, and they put that down below where the helmet's supposed to be, I guess.
See, we knew that. We knew that.
We knew where it should go.
and that becomes the sensitive part. And then they attach it, and you're feeling kind of frisky. You get in the mood.
Yeah.
You pump on this hand pump, not unlike I guess like the pump on a Nike Air shoe or some fucking thing. And there you go. You got a rod, and you go to town.
So you pump up your new dick.
You got to pump your dick up.
That has your old clit.
Pump my dick up.
Pump
my dick up.
I would take my old clit and make believe I'm making cookies and really just fucking
roll
stretch
it out. Because
and
it
then
is
maybe you can
key.
make it your entire helmet.
It is key to have like the biggest clit area to use. Penis pump. Guy
But it's
using a
old school.
penis pump, and it is. It's like from the 1800s.
All right, is that the first known penis pump?
It looks like it.
I don't know, but it says figure 378, and the instructions are in German, so it's the best picture I've ever seen in my life.
That's right before you stick it in a chicken.
People are confused. There's no confusion here.
No, not at all.
We got a couple clips from the Oprah thing.
Oprah.
Yeah, why not? Let's do this.
When is she ending her show, for fuck's sake, already?
Any day, I think.
Really?
I think the end of this month, maybe.
It's going on and on.
I think only a couple weeks left.
I saw some clips from an interview she did, and she seemed a little she was second guessing herself doing this whole project before she was actually off the air.
Yeah.
She thought it might have been good to just continue, go off the air, and then come on her own network, as a new kind of Oprah show.
Right.
But this transition between the two is confusing people, I think.
Right.
And they don't know where to find OWN and stuff, so she's kind of second-guessing her strategy there.
I think she's going to end up doing a show.
Yeah, she's got to. She can't stay off fucking TV.
It's her own network.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do a show for your own network?
And what else is she going to do? Produce, I guess, but...
she seems to be a bore, so I don't think she's going to enjoy her life if
Really?
she's not doing TV.
You saw that on the behind the scenes? Does she come off as like a bore? The show's everything to her?
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to have fun unless she's doing the show?
No, she was camping or something with Gail.
Of course.
And she says they're just friends.
Yeah, of course
She's
they are.
actually tackled that question on her own show.
That's what she says.
And
sure.
And they wanted to film her on a horse with Gail. So just imagine you have a reality show, Ant.
Yeah.
And they or you decide, all right, we're going to go camping, whatever, and I want to get you on a horse, maybe doing some horseback riding into the countryside.
Sure.
Wouldn't you want to do that because it's just cool to do?
Yeah.
She's like, why do I have to do that? Well, can't you just film me going away and then just coming back and not film in between? And that's when I realized that this woman doesn't know how to have a good time when she's not doing her TV show.
No, just ride.
She was bitching about it. It's like, well, you agreed to go on the camping trip, and it's a big hassle for you. Why? They're filming it for a reality show, and now you're on a horse. I mean, during a beautiful day, and you don't even want to, do the entire thing.
You're sure the horse wasn't complaining? Maybe
exactly.
Maybe that was it. Oh, can we just film this with her going, and then when we come back real quick, get her off my fucking back?
I think she just doesn't really know how to enjoy herself when she's not doing that TV show.
Yeah.
So, which makes me think that within a year, you'll see her talk show right back on OWN.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, she comes off like somebody that's her whole life.
Yeah.
Like without it, she's kind of just nothing.
She's just there. Chaz Bono on Oprah. Chaz talks about being uncomfortable growing up as a girl.
Yeah.
You never felt comfortable in your own body. You never did.
Right. I mean, when I was really little, it was very clear to me that I felt like a boy, and my friends were all boys. And then as I got older, and especially going into puberty, it felt like the expectations around me started to change of how I was supposed to act. Mm-hmm. But it also felt as if my body was like literally betraying me, because I went from a very athletic, straight, up and down little kid to a very curvaceous woman. And it was just horrifying to me.
The boobs threw you off.
Oh.
Yeah.
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 If you talk to almost any transgender person, it's just a horrible time, because you have this image of yourself, and all of a sudden your body just does exactly the opposite of how you feel. And it's just like, oh my God, what's happening?
Is this transgender shit made up?
I don't know what to make of it.
I don't either, man. Like I said earlier, this is my line. I don't get this whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know. It comes off like you can't quite close the deal. Mm-hmm. Like, that didn't sound like a man. I'm sorry. Sorry, Chaz.
Yeah, well, still
that
going
didn't-
through some of the treatments.
That didn't sound like a
Didn't
guy.
sound like a girl either, though. It's kind of that in between.
No,
range.
it's that in between weird kind of thing where you're not quite a man or a woman.
I don't know. You're supposed to take hormones, and isn't that supposed to deepen the voice down there or something?
Yeah.
Didn't work for her.
Well, it's still early on.
Is it?
Well, she's been going through it for 16 months. I think that's still early.
Oh, yeah, that's still
I
early.
think you need a little more time to get that voice
You should
down.
have jumped on that sooner.
Yeah, I know.
Hormones.
Now she's a middle-aged dude that looks like a trucker.
God, it's amazing what the fucking people will do.
But you throw
hormones. That's what she used to look like right there.
Which one?
On the upper right, kind of.
Yeah, that's when she just started to get
right.
Started to get fat.
Now that just looks like kind of starting to get fat, but that's a chick.
Yeah,
And then
absolutely.
you look at the other face, and that's very manly. Like the hormones have definitely
taken over,
taken their toll. And she's got those Gary Shandling lips.
Yes,
those fucking Gary Shandling lips.
God, you
I don't
nailed
know
it.
what that's all about.
There was something about her. I'm like, why does that look familiar? You nailed it.
Yeah, what is it
They-
with Gary Shandling lips?
It's the exact lips of Gary Shandling.
I don't understand what happened to her.
So she hated her breasts and everything.
What are those lips? Like, how would you describe Gary Shandling's lips that they are the Gary Shandling lips?
I mean, they're pursed,
They're almost, but they spread out too far.
Yeah.
But they're not fat. They're like flat and big. And
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you would describe that because not many people have those type of lips.
No, but you know it when you see it.
Right. They look overly moist.
Face pressed against the window.
Yeah,
lips.
there you go.
That's Pat from Monaco. That's
there
a
you
good
go.
one. It's like you pressed your lips against the window.
Yeah.
Oh, look, is that young Chastity Bono before the Chaz thing?
Well, that's when
Trying
mommy.
to-
That's when mommy said, "Keep your fucking weight off. We want to make you a little singing star."
Long blonde hair, and just she's smiling, but behind that smile, hatred of that the tits and the vagina.
Oh, yeah, she would just
hatred.
She would just punch her own tits.
Oh,
every
imagine
night.
her just bunching her tits in a mirror,
Right.
and giving uppercuts to her vagina.
Yeah.
Like, 'cause that's the only punch you could really give your vagina is an uppercut, an uppercunt.
She probably had to have like fantasies of being a man, when she looked like that. So like,
oh yeah,
I'm sure at some point she probably went to the porno store and got a strap on or whatever and like just like probably put it on over jeans or something, or under jeans rather,
and then made
walked around
believe
like
she had a cock.
Well, that's the
Right.
stuff.
So weird.
That's the stuff we would ask.
Yeah,
Not-
yeah.
Not this softball shit.
No.
The stuff people really want to know.
I want
what
to know
the
that. I want to know if
Yes.
Chaz Bono walked around with a fake dick in her
With
pants.
fake cock just to get the feeling. And would she? How come? Even though it's her own body, when she was like skinny and shit, did she look at herself and think like, "Oh, I'd like to fuck me"? like what is that? Or was she despising her body so much?
She was despising her body, according to her interview yesterday.
Wow.
I don't get this one at all.
No,
I don't get it.
It's just such an odd thing.
But, I mean, in a way, she convinced me yesterday that she just knew she wanted to be a guy. So,
Yeah.
man,
Yeah.
Chaz talks about going from lesbian to transgender.
This may be confusing because when Chaz was Chastity, he famously came out as a lesbian. And then you realize that you weren't a lesbian at all, that he was really a man living in a woman's body. How did that happen?
Well, it was a slow process. When I was 13, and I'm starting to go through puberty, and I'm starting to have feelings of attraction to other women, I just made the obvious connection that I must be a lesbian. And that identity worked for a little while. It made me feel better for a while, but as I got older, there was just always this nagging feeling that I'm still not fitting in.
So, is she straight now?
What do you mean straight? Like straight
she
man?
was saying there that she had feelings and decided she was a lesbian.
Yeah.
But then realized, no, it's way deeper than that. So now that she's a man, is she now
She
straight?
likes women. I'm trying to figure it out. and
Right.
It just doesn't figure
And
once
did she always feel like she was straight? but was in the wrong body.
Yes, I think
That's why I
it.
don't understand
I
this
think that's
shit.
it. That's Jennifer Aniston right there in that picture with her.
Wow, really? You think they lesed out at one time?
Maybe lesed out. That's
There's
Jennifer
a young
Aniston
Jennifer Aniston
before
with
the
a
nose job.
young Chastity Bono.
Before the nose job, and look at those supple young Jennifer Aniston tits there.
Wow, what are they doing hanging out? That looks like a dorm room, and you know what happens in dorm rooms.
Oh, girls les out.
You close that door and les out.
Oh, it was one time in college. You ever have a lesbian experience? Yeah, once in college. Yeah. Did you?
At what age did she start looking like not good? Because that. Beautiful girl when she grows up.
She's sad though. Look at her. She's like,
She's sad.
I'm growing tits. Boo tits. Boo tits. Trying to get her music career going with the guitar.
Yeah. All right. Let me say hi to Anthony in Jersey. Anthony. Hi.
Yeah, you know who, hey, how's it going, boys? You know who Chaz looks like exactly? Big Hoss from Porn Star.
You know something?
God, all day yesterday I was trying to come up with a match. You asshole, Anthony. You got it.
That's perfect. Yeah, look at that.
Good
Big
job,
Hoss.
brother. Good job.
Big Hoss.
Let me say hi to Chris on Long Island. Chris.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, man.
You know, she does sound like one particular man, I think, her father, Sonny Bono. She's got that sort of nasal twang to her voice, hasn't she?
Yeah, because Sonny didn't have a manly voice. If you,
No,
if you
no.
think back,
It's kind of a weird nasally.
he had kind of a weak voice.
Yes.
Yeah, good job, man. So maybe Chaz there was, could be more manly if it wasn't in her genes to sound like her father. Let me say hi to Tim in the Poconos. Tim.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Hello.
Hey, do you think Chaz broke this news to her dad on the top of the ski slope one day?
What do you think at the top of the ski slope? Chaz said, "Hey, I want to become a man."
and then he's like,
and Sonny said, "I'll be right back. I'm going to take one more fucking
Sonny just
run."
beelines it right into the fucking trees.
Couple more clips
awful.
from Oprah, Anthony. We got Chaz talking about how awesome it was to cut off her titties.
How awesome it was?
Yes.
Jesus.
What was so fascinating is to see, first of all, you're so happy with your breasts removed.
Yes.
Yes. That felt like what? Because the breasts...
They just, from the time they grew, just felt completely wrong on my body, and I hated them. I did everything to de-emphasize them and take the attention away, and they just made me incredibly uncomfortable. So when they were gone, I felt physically like how I always thought I was supposed to feel.
Wow, she hated her tits.
She sure did, Ed.
Oh, did she hate those tits?
And like I said, they showed him, I guess, with the man chest in the kitchen. Just waking up, getting a cup of coffee.
But there wasn't hair all over the chest?
No.
What was it? Just some, like, puby-looking things surrounding the nipple?
I didn't even see that. But maybe this is early on in the documentary. Maybe he now has chest hair.
Now
I don't
has
know.
chest hair.
I didn't see chest hair. No.
I think once those hormones kick in, and don't they have to take those hormones like for the rest of their life, where they turn back into
I'm sure
chick or something?
Well,
like,
he was bragging that he's got hair on his ass now.
God, big fat hairy ass. She just went all out with being like an ugly guy. Like an unattractive guy.
Well, what are you going to do, man?
I don't know.
You're fat to begin with. I mean,
get in shape.
What are you going to do? They showed him on the treadmill.
Oh, really?
Trying to drop a few lbs.
Running from a photo of her tits.
Right, yeah.
It's like incentive. She turns around and goes, my tits.
And what do you
Hate
do?
those things.
Do you just throw them in the garbage?
Yeah, what do you
have
do
a
with those
ceremony
tits?
for your dead tits?
What do you do with those things? Well, you got to keep the nipple, right?
Yeah, they had to keep the nipple to make the man nipple.
So what do they do? Just kind of cut and gut it? Do they gut your tits?
And then just go right
like,
to the
fish
garbage?
guts.
Like the rest of your lunch?
Yeah.
At lunchtime? So many
don't know.
questions. So many questions.
It really just gives too many questions that people that are doing the interview aren't willing to ask.
No.
And perhaps they're not willing to, they're not willing to answer if you do ask.
Wouldn't you save them and turn them into like foot warmers in the winter?
Yeah.
You know, when you're watching TV, you just put your old tits around your tootsies. Keep them nice and toasty while you're watching some TV?
I don't think they just lop them off like that, though, where you could look at it and go, hey, there's a tit. I think it just looks like fucking roadkill.
Just horrible?
Yeah. They cut the insides out and then kind of...
Like upside down pizza or something?
Oh, God, yeah.
One more clip from Oprah, and then we'll move on to other things.
Oprah.
Chaz's girlfriend. Here you go, Ant.
Ah, okay.
Chaz's girlfriend likes banging him. Chaz isn't getting a penis put on. What?
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 Well, this is
breaking news.
Sexually, is having sex with Chaz the man different than Chaz the woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It is.
It's better. I have to say.
He's more alive.
Yes, actually, and mentally and emotionally, he is more alive.
Yeah. Well, everybody wants to know, so I will ask it. You had the breast surgery. Will you also have genital surgery?
At this point, I really don't have any plans to do bottom surgery, and you know, it's interesting. I find that this is a topic that everybody else is a lot more interested than I am. I feel really good. I feel like a man now. And I'm really happy.
How do you feel like a man without a penis?
Without a penis, and what do they do? Do they just do that dumb scissor thing?
Yeah.
Oh, we've discussed the scissoring.
Just smushing their genitals
How
into each
silly
other.
it is when girls are just grabbing each other's feet and legs and grinding. At that point you look and go, no, you're not a man.
I don't think so. I think you need the penis to be considered a man.
You think it's strap on and
facial hair and no tits? That's a start. But
double dong.
I don't. Obviously, he's got a strap on.
You think the strap on?
Yeah, because he wants to feel like a man, right?
And like pounding away.
Yes.
His big gut is just fucking bled
on her hiney.
Oh, yeah. Just blasting his gut all over her hiney.
I don't know.
Scissoring.
Fucking South Park did something on scissoring.
On scissor. Yeah, they were scissoring.
Yeah.
When they got together.
Oh, yeah, scissor. Scissor or something. Oh, yeah, scissor. Yeah, scissor me, Allison. Yeah, scissor me, Allison. Unless they just kind of scissor or something. Kids, I need to tell you something that you might find shocking. Then we scissored all night long.
Scissor.
Then we scissored all night long.
You have to be careful with scissors.
Want to go somewhere and scissor later on? Oh, this is hot scissoring. Scissoring me with your eyes. Oh, we're scissoring. Scissor. Scissoring. Oh, yeah, scissor.
Scissor or something.
Scissor. Scissoring. Scissor.
Scissor.
Scissoring.
That's just him saying scissoring over and over again.
Oh, God.
Kind of funny.
Scissoring. It just looks dumb, girls.
Let's go to JJ in New Hampshire. JJ.
JJ.
Morning, boys.
Hello.
JJ.
With them cutting off the tit but leaving the nipple, I just wonder if what was left over looked like a beeswax ring that goes under your toilet.
No. No one really, unless you're a plumber or done plumbing, you really don't know about that wax ring.
Is the Oprah clip online where Chaz walks into the kitchen with no shirt on, with his new man chest? Because Ant's got to see that.
Yeah, I got to see that. I got to see what that shit looks like.
Well, big promotion for OWN, I guess, because the documentary's on tonight or today.
So there's a whole documentary now, and
yeah, this was just kind of the setup. That's what Oprah does now. She brings these people on to talk about the big thing they did for her own channel.
Oh, look at the chastity, Chaz sweating like a man.
Yeah, why do you have to wear a suit?
Because it's a man.
Yeah, but
so you got to wear the manliest thing.
You can wear other shit as a man, right?
No.
Why do you go and have to wear suits?
It's like where most of them grow that beard. The first thing they do is grow a big beard.
Yeah.
The female to male,
but
because they just want to be like as much man as they can.
But transgenders, they don't have shit figured out. Because suits suck. So if you're a girl and then you become a guy and then you feel like, oh, to be a guy, you got to just wear suits.
They go over the top.
No one likes wearing suits, really.
They go over the top.
And then you got the guy who turns into the girl who wears, like, old lady dresses.
Yeah. Yeah, you think it smells like man underarms and shit?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's like a man stench.
We might have to do some time with Dr. Steve to get some of these answers.
I don't think Dr. Steve knows about transgender enough.
I wonder if the hormone treatment makes you sweat differently. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. No idea.
I don't know what to make of that whole thing. But
yeah. She's happy.
Hey, whatever. You know, as long as you're happy, whatever. Fuck a sheep. Whatever you need to do.
But I think you need a cock to be considered a guy.
Well, you do.
You know, because then you're just scissoring.
Then you're just scissoring. Like she's talking about how great their sex life is. Mm-hmm. But it's like, what are you doing that's different than before she had her tits cut off? The tits aren't getting in the way?
Right. Yeah. And then the girl is now getting pounded by a fake dick?
And does she go down on Chaz? Like thinking, like, but is that too much like a woman for Chaz? And go, no, don't do that.
Why wouldn't Oprah ask about the clit?
Yeah.
That's very important to the female anatomy. So
has the clitoris grown since you've had that? I don't know.
Or do you take the clit away too because that reminds you of being a female?
Well, you need that.
But if you still have the clit and when you're naked from the waist down, you look like a woman.
Yeah.
See, Oprah didn't do a good job.
Yeah, there's a vag there.
Right.
It doesn't matter what you call yourself.
Yeah,
you're a vag.
You look kind of like a guy with your suit and your new sideburns, but when you get ready for a shower, you realize you're still a girl.
There's no bulge there in the pants. No bulge. You can't adjust, put it to the left, the right.
Did she sew it up?
Sew that vag up? And what about, I guess the hormones would stop the periods.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she's already gone through menopause. I don't know how old she is.
I think she's about 40.
She's right there.
3,
probably
44,
all pissed off, getting hot
there.
flashes.
And will she get hot flashes? Will she go through menopause?
I don't know. These are all the questions that never, ever get answered.
No.
It's like that two-headed girl. I saw a whole documentary on that two-headed girl.
A new one?
Well, there was it used clips from the old one, but it was longer.
We're talking about the one that rides a bike with two heads?
Yeah, it's the girl. It's got two heads.
The famous two girls.
And then it's big, wide shoulders.
Right.
And then down at the bottom, it's just two legs and one vag and one ass and everything like that. So there's too many questions that people like, I want them answered.
Yeah.
You know, because now they got to be fucking at this point.
Right.
How old are they? How does that work?
They got to be mid-20s by now. We've been talking about that for years.
That's got to, or at least early 20s. That's got to be like a threesome-y thing with one vagina, but there's two heads yapping at you.
You would have to do it.
Oh, I would definitely do it for the story.
You would have to have sex with the two-headed monster.
I would do it for the story. You know, you'd have sex and then you're yapping at the two heads. They're like, hey, how you digging this? Hey, how does that feel? Hey, you like it?
Hey, who's feeling this right now?
You like that?
Are you feeling this?
I'm just going to feel your tit.
Right. Right. Actually, I only feel it if you put it in her ass.
And well, you know what? Their body is split in half.
Sort of.
Nerve-wise, because like one controls one leg.
Right.
One controls the other leg. So when they walk, it's really this kind of coordination that they need. So I wonder if the clitoris nerves are divided between the two. So if you're diddling that one clit,
are they both
getting off? That'd be the weirdest thing, watching two heads and just listening to two girls moaning as you're just diddling one fucking clit.
Right.
Wow, how convenient.
How great.
Oh, how convenient. Because with a real threesome, it's like spinning plates.
It's exhausting.
It's like that juggler, you know, with a chainsaw and bowling balls, and you just don't know what to do. It's a lot going on. You're a busy man.
Then you start liking one girl a little more than the other.
Oh, yeah,
I realized the threesome was cool, but I really like the one more.
It's like, I'll just hang out and actually have real sex with this one and just lean my arm over and diddle this one.
Or how about the third girl that was introduced is way hotter than the original girl? So now when things are happening, you're spending all of your time on the new girl because you fucked the old girl before. So now you're just concentrating on new hotter girl.
You want new
and making
hot
it
girl,
and not even making it like not even trying to hide the fact that you're doing.
Not hiding. You're getting looks from the other girl. Like, what is this?
And you look at her like, what do you want me to do?
I had one of those experiences where it was like, and I don't want you having sex with her unless it's all three of us. All right. She goes in the bathroom and take a shower. Fucking like crazy. Fucking like crazy.
And then what? As soon as she came out of the shower, what happens? You make believe you're just watching TV?
Watching TV. With fucking, wet spots all over the bed.
Sweaty.
Yeah, all sweaty here. No, just watching TV. Yeah, those threesomes don't work out very well.
That's a weird thing.
Maybe if you're a Vulcan and can honestly just throw your emotions away and legitimately just look, okay, this is two people. That will equal our time. But
right.
You always wind up gravitating to the newest one in the pack.
Always.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's why the tweet yesterday, hey, is anyone else watching Oprah?
Yeah.
That was some fucked up TV.
Yeah. I want to see the documentary, though, just to
I think I got to
see
watch that today.
Going on there.
I think I got to. I think it's on OWN tonight. Or today.
That OWN. Maybe that's something that, got that OWN thing going. Documentaries on fucking transgenders.
I think she's
nothing
doing
else is getting it going. I think ratings are down.
Yeah.
Think Elo's worrying about his job?
No, because they fired
Did they fire someone?
They fired the person that was in charge of OWN. I think Elo's job is pretty much... is he the president? Or is Oprah the president? Who's the president of Oprah?
Well, you could have, she's the head muckety-muck.
And then Elo's the next level.
And then he's like the president kind of a thing, yeah.
Is he whatever. But he's right below Oprah.
Wow.
You can't go any higher than Elo unless you're Oprah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, that hurts. That's
How
really
did he
funny.
get that? God.
Because he wheels and deals, and he's a scammer, and just
really
knows
is.
how to fucking make relationships. And
Now, wouldn't you think, though, that puts you in the line of fire if things don't work well?
Sure.
She'll be like, we got a clean house. Let's get a whole new crew in here.
I think he was brought on. I'm not sure if his job title has changed or his duties have changed, but he was brought on to define what Oprah means after the show goes off the air.
Uh-oh.
So it's OWN, but I think it's other stuff too. I think it's like podcasting and the whole social networking thing, and I don't know, marketing her in other ways and all that shit. So I don't think he's just responsible for OWN,
Okay.
the TV network. I don't think
He's responsible for branding her.
Yeah, I would have a
and
better
not in the way that a cowboy would.
I would have a better answer to that question, but he's long gone.
He doesn't. He wouldn't be calling and playing those sound effects.
No,
over the
there was
phone
a
anymore.
transitional period where we were still in touch with each other. And
No sending dick cock pics and.
now I get a one word response when I text them.
Yeah.
Great. All right.
Occasionally
I get
tweets
it.
something that might have something to do
Yeah,
with
I
our
get
show.
it. I get it.
Yeah, I get it.
You have moved on officially, and we're stuck in this hellhole. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for not going somewhere that you could have brought us.
Yeah.
with you.
He went somewhere.
Thanks for that.
He went somewhere where there is no effing way we could ever possibly go.
And that's as far as media goes, when one of your guys goes somewhere cool, you get excited and you just know it's a matter of time before you get the phone call.
Yeah, he's bringing us over, man. He's bringing us over.
But it's impossible.
OWN,
and we were his guys.
We'd sooner be on the Logo channel before OWN.
He went through
Logo.
I think he's transgender.
Is he? He does look a little. He's at least very metrosexual.
But he went from a guy's world,
yeah,
and now he's in a female's world, where one of his jobs is to pet Oprah's dog in meetings.
Do you think the guys that work for Oprah, like Elo, get together like Elo and some other guy and just kind of behind closed doors go like, geez, dealing with these fucking bitches all fucking day with their yakking.
I love your thought.
Yeah.
And I could answer it.
Yeah.
Because I do watch this behind-the-scenes show.
Right.
That they do have on OWN. It's a reality show.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And he is the only straight male that I've seen on the whole show.
Oh, they're all gay, right?
And I think that's why he's playing the part of almost gay.
Gay.
So he fits in. He's not all gay. He's not going to do anything crazy.
He's executive vice president.
Right. So
Okay.
that's as high as you get. So the rest of the guys there are flaming gay guys.
Wow.
So he can't bitch to anybody.
So he can't even get in the room because the
No.
gay guys love the yakking women.
Yeah, I haven't seen another straight guy on that whole show. Only Elo.
Wow.
And he's wearing pink shirts now, so just so he could fit in a little bit.
I think he's just in a room somewhere at some point getting a blowjob from a gay guy, just going like, "Oh, how did this happen? How did this happen?" With his pink shirt open at the bottom, and
he would tell you
pants
that
around his knees.
He would tell you that pink is one of those power colors.
Color
in the corporate world now.
Oh, yeah,
but I think
it
he's wearing
certainly
that, so Oprah's hairdresser feels a little more comfortable.
As long as he
around
doesn't have a sock to match.
Elo, we do miss you. It might not sound like it, but we miss you, brother.
What happened to ye? You went from a mongoloid hair fucking man to a pink shirted half a gay guy.
Well, just trying to fit in. I don't think he's. I don't think he's living the lifestyle. I think he's just looking a little.
Best picture ever.
A little bit. What, the split screen?
The split screen, the old and the new. He's so cleaned up in that picture.
The one on the left was taken maybe an hour after he stopped drinking.
He looks like a mongoloid in that old picture. It's amazing how dumb he looks.
He looks like if your brother had Down syndrome, you would bring him to work because he wouldn't do anything crazy.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. He looks like his retarded brother.
Right.
Like that's like, oh, let me introduce you to to fucking Scotty Logan. he's a retard. Be nice to him. Scotty, sit here. I got to talk with Oprah for a little while. Don't move. Watch this. And he just puts cartoons on one of the monitors down there at Harpo.
Right.
The new fucking...
He's almost GQ.
Go-getter Elo.
It's fucked up.
He's fucking a mover and a shaker. Oh, God.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we break here, Ant?
Where's my motherfucking sandwich?
You're saying, boo.
God damn, where's my sandwich?
I need coffee, too. I don't know who could go today.
Because now we're going to go into commercials, and then I ain't going to got no sandwich, and then when I start eating my sandwich, we come back, and I have some food in my mouth. God damn.
All right, other stuff on the way. You know now.
Oh, yeah, shit.
We had him in.
I know, all those people we had in, and I had no clue who they were. 3 episodes left.
That's it.
Of
The Wire.
I noticed something with doing a marathon, because I've been I blasted through 5 seasons of The Wire. I got
less than 2 weeks,
episodes
right?
left. Less than 2 weeks.
That's unbelievable.
And I'm not sure if this happens with the marathon. When you're watching the show for its original first run on HBO every week, and you have to wait pretty much a year in between seasons.
Easily a year, yeah.
It was some of them were over a year between seasons.
Right.
You get to the point where you really start missing the characters, I guess, and then when it comes back, you're psyched to see what happened and what changed. And I think you get more attached to the characters when you watch it like that than you do the marathon. The marathon is very fast, and things change very quickly.
Right.
And I don't think you have as much visual time and time with the show as you would if you watched it live on the air.
Right.
But I don't think you're getting as attached to the characters.
That's interesting.
I don't know how that works, but it's cool because you're seeing the entire thing in one swipe.
I don't think you have time to miss your show or the characters.
Right. And then when they come back, you're like, holy shit, this is so cool. They're back. Because I know when one episode ends and the music's going, right. I could just blam, I hit it, and then the next one's starting.
And that used to mean I got a whole fucking week to wait.
Right. Yeah. Fuck the season to season, just show to show.
Like most shows you could watch, and if you got a week to wait, you're fine with it. But when you really get hooked on a show and those credits roll, you're like, fuck, I got a whole week to
and it
before
ends
I get
with
to see this
something
again.
Huge. You're
Right.
like, oh, man. And I think it makes you really want to see it again. Not that, believe me, I think this show's fucking great. I'm digging it, and the character development is fantastic. But I wonder if it's more so when you watch it over the course of 5 years.
I think you're onto something.
Than when you did the marathon.
Remember The Sopranos would end, and you're like, okay, it ended. Oh, fuck, they're not on next week.
Yeah.
I got to wait at least a year.
And then you're thinking, fuck, a year? This is
At
never going
least.
to... And then when it's like, all right, we got a month left.
Right.
And everyone starts talking about it again.
Right.
And then it's like, all right, the HBO world premiere of the new season of Sopranos. Psst, it's HBO. and then you watch it.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow, a big event. But this to me is just one press on that remote, and I'm new episode, new season.
You're time traveling, really.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden it would have been a year, and you're like, fuck that year shit. It's going to be 2 minutes. I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a leak.
I'm pausing.
And I'm coming back, and I'm going to, like, jump ahead a year.
Right. I'll jump ahead a year. I'll fucking. And the people are getting older very quickly on the marathon, as opposed to a year goes by, the new show starts. I don't know if you notice so much that they're getting older because you haven't seen the previous season.
Well, it doesn't jump. Like, you
now,
see them age immediately.
You go from one season to another, and it's like, wow, that was almost a kid, and now it's like a guy. It's an odd thing, the marathon.
3 to go.
As opposed to the actual show and watching it like that. I don't know which is better. I mean, it's better that you can see the whole fucking thing at once, so you don't got to wait. You're not at their mercy.
Did you, well, you already know this. Omar?
Not yet.
Really?
Nope,
It was
not
one
yet.
of the last 3?
Yeah, it's got to be one of the last 3. He did get his leg fucked up, and that one scene where he goes up to that guy and starts talking, and he just goes like, "Fuck it," and blows his fucking head off.
Amazing.
That's fucking fantastic, man.
Let me know when you get to that.
Oh, I'll let you know. I've been waiting for it because I know it's going to happen.
Because me and Jimmy have talked about that a lot.
Yeah.
And I want to know what you think about that.
Because it
whole
is
thing.
gearing up. If I hadn't known what was going to happen, it's gearing up for an epic battle between two fucking guys that are the power players of the street. So
let me know when
it's like, yeah,
you might maybe tomorrow you'll know.
Yeah, I will know tomorrow. I'm going to blast through the last 3 tomorrow, or actually today. After work. And
I can't wait to get your angle on the.
But
whole
it's
Omar thing.
obviously I'm talking about a show that started in 2002. I think, but
and we had every single guy from the show on at this.
Believe
point.
me, I've looked at the pictures and been like, holy shit, I took a picture with that guy. This is fucking great.
You didn't even know him at the time.
I didn't know.
When Bubs came in here,
Bubs. I'm like, look at the picture. That's motherfucking Bubs.
You didn't even know that day. That fuck. Me and Jimmy were like, holy shit, Bubs is in studio.
And it really wasn't that long ago. Fucking Bunk was in here, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Right. But in all fairness, Jimmy kind of turned me onto the wire, and then we started getting the guys on the show, and I was behind. So when I was talking to these guys, I didn't know what happened to them. But I knew who they were because I was already watching. So I was in a weird place, too, for a lot of those interviews.
Fucking cool, though. And I think the other thing is you could talk about the show, and it's still relatable because I think a lot of people are right now kind of just picking it up and running through the entire series.
box set?
Yeah. It's just a damn good show.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, when we get back...
My sandwiches here, yay.
I want a cup of coffee. See, this would be a great job for an intern.
A what? What are those?
If Jimmy was here,
They're extinct.
I would just fucking leave the show to get my own coffee, but I can't have you just sitting here. I know you could. I know you're more than capable of doing it.
Try to take a run.
I would love to take a coffee
commercial.
run.
You just run.
You think I could do it?
I don't know.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Really? Now we're talking. Huh?
It's a nice day.
We've been doing radio long enough where we should have interns, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
When we get back, annoying 30 seconds, we're going to announce the winner.
Yes, and we're doing it.
Yes, we knocked it down to 3.
Yep.
So we got third place, second place, and, of course, the winner. So we'll announce that right after the break and then get into some other things. We got a face transplant guy.
Yeah.
You saw the pictures, right?
Oh, I certainly did.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That is even more confusing than the transgender shit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to walk. We'll have our thoughts after the break. Stay there.
Sirius XM, the virus. The Opie and Anthony Show.
How cool was Larry King yesterday?
I thought that was pretty cool indeed.
I told a lot of people that it was a career highlight.
People like Larry King, a legend in the broadcast industry for since pretty much its inception.
We were interviewing the interviewer.
Right.
It's really strange.
Larry King.
I just wanted him to interview us.
Yeah.
Like, who are we kidding, Larry? Just start interviewing us.
You're not important enough.
How important are the microphones
Yes.
for your broadcast?
And by that I mean the expensive microphones or something.
He had a Jimmy Hoffa story. Like he knew Jimmy Hoffa when he was alive. Just about
know
all of
Jimmy
us
Hoffa.
know Jimmy Hoffa is a dead guy.
Yeah, the dead disappearing guy.
He had a Frank Sinatra story. Don Rickles, Lenny Bruce.
I've known them all,
and he had a great sense of humor. So,
and they're all dead.
And he answered the grocery question.
Yep, and the skateboard question.
We should replay that. Oh, really?
Yeah, he answered the skateboard question for Sam.
How did you hear that?
Yeah.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Why don't we have that clip today?
Because Sam hogged it for his show.
Well, can we have it for our show, Sam?
I don't know. Ask Sam. It's his show.
Sam? Where's Sam? Now he's running down the hall.
He's probably prepping for his show.
Because that's a very famous thing we've done on the show,
it is.
too. The skateboard guy.
Of course it is. But I got to hear it on Sam's show. I got to hear it yesterday. And
Sam, why don't we have this?
Why wouldn't we have that?
Why couldn't you save this for today's show? Why did you have to have new material for the wrap-up show?
Right.
Well, it's not the wrap-up show.
It's the wrap-up show.
You sure?
Yes, it is. Why couldn't you save this for today?
You're getting a little rambunctious there with your duties on this show. It is an Opie and Anthony kind of live after the Opie and Anthony show.
Yeah, but the point would be to talk to people who are just on the show, and then they say something, and then you reflect on what just happened on the show with a little bit of hallway audio.
Oh, yeah?
Like, why would I...
Yeah, but the skateboard is a big one.
But I never get an interview with somebody you just interviewed so you could play tomorrow.
But skateboard one's a big one.
Yeah, that's a biggie.
Plus, I told you about it yesterday.
And then, but how
why don't you just say save it for us?
Well, what
how
you
come
could
it
have done
wasn't here? Even if you did play it, that's fine. But why?
No, in the
didn't
10 o'clock hour, you could have said, Larry King just left, and I asked him some stuff in the hallway. You're not going to believe it, and Opie and Anthony will have that for you tomorrow.
That's a
But I
team
told you
player.
guys-
That would be nice.
That's a team player.
I told you what he said yesterday before the 10 o'clock show.
Yeah, I know, but we were too busy trying to get to the elevator.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's the problem,
Very
man.
busy trying to get out of here.
Patrice!
There he is.
Are you famous?
Patrice O'Neill. He is very famous.
Don't even do that.
Patrice.
I try to get...
Heard a lot about you guys.
Yeah. Why
When
don't you
he-
take a seat, Patrice? Great to have you on the show finally.
What?
Oh, yeah, sit right there.
Sit there.
That's fine.
Good to meet you.
When he was
That's
gone
good
for...
good to meet you.
When he was gone for 2 weeks, I wanted you on the show, and they're saying you're in L.A. getting famous. Did you get famous?
No,
Not really.
give me a chance to settle in and meet you guys. So,
No, because he's going to spin this.
you guys
He
are
knows
legends,
this.
man.
He knows he got a lot of phone calls about coming in while you were on that cruise.
I hope,
I didn't get Patrice once in those 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Get famous in L.A.
I had a lot of time to go do that.
Yeah.
Because I didn't, I usually do radio around from here and there. So Now, how does this work?
Travis,
This is look, he's all out of place and nervous.
The last time we talked to Patrice, he just did his special, which was a great special.
yeah.
And then he was hoping to get famous from that. And then we tried calling him when you were out, Ant, doing your cruise thing, and
Yeah.
he was in L.A. being famous. That's what I heard.
Some people are trying to help me be famous, but I think I have a long-standing. It's just a trail of. There's like one or two really good businesses that's trying to help.
Yeah,
but I think they have meetings with people that go, "Did you know?" And then
no,
I've done too many corporate mistakes.
They go down that road and take that bridge right there, and then you go to the bridge, and it's like, I remember burning
that bridge
this
is
one.
gone.
And I'm
burning that.
I gotta, I'm starting to watch things that make you just want. I want some things.
Yeah.
And I've been watching HD theater, and they just show cars and cars and cars and cars.
Oh.
And I want a couple of cars.
Yeah.
And
Cars are good.
I didn't want a couple of cars, but now I do. I want to, just learning about these fucking cars.
What kind of cars?
It's just interesting. A 72 Stingray is worth $1 million, but a 72 Stingray built in October is worth $2. And you go, wow, that shit is beautiful. HD theater is beautiful, man. Wheeler and dealer. I'm sitting there and I want some stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That's pretty sharp.
But it's just like these cars. But it's all this shit. These. It's just I want cars. now.
Yeah, now you're.
But I can't afford it. I'm not gonna, But I will give this. I'll announce it one of these days if it works out. But
you might have something
in the pipe.
Yeah, but
you never know though, right?
You just can't even.
Oh, you don't know.
Did you trim down while you were getting famous?
Yeah, this diabetes is starting to take its toll.
No, it's not a good thing that you're trimming down.
No, I'm saying I have to eat.
You look trim.
I just stopped eating shit.
Yeah.
Did you lose some lbs?
Yeah, just because you stop eating shit and then
you look different.
But your body, I read about it, boy. Diabetes is hilariously brutal.
Oh shit!
But it's just it doesn't get the shock factor as AIDS and cancer. It's like diabetes. Good to really.
Because people they can control it and live with it, but it's like a pain in the ass.
It's a motherfucker. You got to have a lot of discipline.
You can't even shit right. It's like the sugar takes your body. Sugar's poison. It's tasty though.
It is tasty.
Makes no sense to have something so tasty.
Processed sugar's poison, and regular sugar's poison.
Wow.
So if your body doesn't regulate sugar correctly and get it out your system,
it
starts to do bad things, man.
God damn.
You got some shit going numb yet?
Not my feet. My right thumb is weird.
Oh.
I can't find the button on the iPhone if I'm
really?
turning the iPhone a little bit, but it's not. It hasn't ravaged. I still see pretty good. I can. But it will.
Oh.
And you're not gonna catch me one of these motherfuckers that's like brave about it. I'm just gonna disappear.
Brave.
Like an elephant.
As soon as I know, I'm gonna just write my girl a will and tell her to divvy what I got up. Which is jack shit.
Go to the elephant graveyard?
Just
walk off somewhere.
You think I'm going to sit around and be brave about it and be uncomfortable while George Carlin's face blew up, looked like a...
He wasn't
like a salamander. No, but he whatever was wrong with him...
His heart was going.
Yeah,
right, and then when your
heart
heart
wasn't pumping as well, so you get a lot of water in you.
Your feet swell up, your head swells up.
What is it called? Edema, maybe?
So...
You can't pump the fluids as well.
So where do you go?
And then if I jerk off twice a week, I got to fucking plan to fuck my girl because if I jerk off twice,
it's weird.
That's it for the end of the day.
Really?
Fucking is done.
It's weird you're saying all this because you look really healthy.
Well,
you trimmed down.
It's called rock bottom. It's called like if I was a drug addict, I'm like. All my veins are shut down, and I have to fucking no more vein.
Bottom.
I'm shooting a vein in my fucking taint. I'm shooting a needle in the vein in my taint, and I'm like, I gotta stop this shit.
The only fucking vein left.
He hit his diabetes bottom.
Yeah, getting up to piss 75 times a night. It just fucking wears you down. When you're young, you just,
Oh, wow.
And that'll never go away.
Yeah.
Did you really tweet this after the Celtics lost last night?
Was that?
Well, it's with the A at the end, so I'll deal with this. Well, Danny Ainge will be sending a few folks to the nigga glue factory, and maybe Ray Allen will get to stud.
Yep. That's it.
Sam, hold on.
It's done.
Yeah,
Stay close.
Sam's trying to slip out.
Fucking Celtics looked awful in that overtime, man. They
played years old, man.
But they played the Heat pretty tough the whole game.
But they're not pussies. They just old.
They're old, so they ran out of steam.
Man, it's not everybody's Bernard Hopkins. The motherfuckers is. Shaq is fat. Shaq is a 7'2" fat man.
Man.
And he used to be Diesel, right? They used to call him Diesel, right?
When he was young, boy, he teared his whole building down with his fucking one blow.
But now he does look like a fat man.
He's just a fat man. Face swollen, still trying to be funny. Mustache.
Shit.
And I'm going to tell you when you start getting old, when your mustache gets irrelevant. When you don't know how to fucking trim your mustache in a young, relevant way, get the fuck out of town. Go fuck yourself with your mustache growing inside your mouth. You don't even give a fuck no more.
Inside your mouth.
You got old man mustache, Shaq's mustache. You got a Fu Manchu. Fucking fat fucker. But he's just not. He just needs to go.
Fuck it, I'm getting scared the Heat might win this thing. I don't want.
No, the Heat is gonna win.
I don't want
the whole thing.
to see that.
Yeah.
Man.
It's gonna happen.
You're seeing that?
It's just LeBron is the greatest role player ever. If you're into basketball at all, you got Jordan Pippen. He's 10 times better than Pippen.
Mm-hmm.
But
Wade's not Jordan, though.
Wade is the Jordan of them.
I understand that, but he's not Jordan.
No, he's not
He's
Jordan.
almost Jordan.
But that's what I'm saying.
And LeBron is way better than Pippen.
And LeBron physically is way better than Jordan. But he just ain't got the fucking mind.
Heart.
Yeah. See, he's like, go sick him, LeBron, and let Dwayne shoot at the end. You know what I'm saying? They can't beat them. They just can't. And even Chris Bosh, as fruity as he is, and not, he's just a fruity guy.
He's so uncomfortable to look at.
Because he's fruity, and you can't get sued saying, oh, he's gay, but he's just a fruity guy, and he's very
flamboyant.
Flamboyant guy, and I'm not saying he's gay because you don't have to be, but the guy is. But he's even better than any other Celtics secondary people.
Right.
He's a first guy, and at the end of the day, they're just too old to fuck with Miami Heat, and their role players. Miami's role players are just as good as anybody else's role players in the whole league. So,
and they just scrambled to get those guys to start the season.
But look, man, to be fair to Boston or to be fair to the Black Celtics, the Celtics sucked for a long time. This is my beef with Boston sports fans. We stunk in a lot of things for a lot of years, and even the Bruins fans don't get uppity. Just enjoy what you have. We had a good 3.5 year run when they drafted. I mean, they put these old men together for the Celtics. They still play at a high level, but they're fucking in their 30s. And when you're a sports player, there is no midlife crisis. Midlife crisis is 32.
Oh shit.
Kobe can't even beat it. Kobe's old. Everybody's old.
Yeah, Lakers got swept. Did you see that coming?
Did I see it? No.
Of course not. Dallas is a good team, though.
But Pau Gasol's fruity too. And
Lamar Odom's
we find out
pussy whipped.
That's what happens. And Pau, and you're not talking wrong. Pau is mad at Kobe. People don't want to say. People got to speculate, but he's mad at Kobe because Kobe's wife convinced his fiance to leave him.
What?
And he hates Kobe now.
Oh shit! That's
what happened
drama.
to him.
Why would the wives get involved with that shit?
Kobe's fucking wife. And
is this real?
Yes, and Pau is fruity because one day the whole league turned against Pau and said he's soft, right?
Right.
And Pau went. He didn't go fuck them. His response was, he put his head to the side on his own shoulder and kind of went, they're just jealous and I don't pay no attention. Like, you undude. Like, you fucking, and his brother's an animal.
Yeah.
His baby brother is another fatty, but he's 7 feet tall fat man but he's 21 or some goofy shit like that. So he's like a Spanish Shaq, but Pau got angry about this girl, and then Lamar's on a show where his wife is telling him who his friends are, right, and how much money to spend.
And she looks at his career like it's kind of a cute thing he does. Isn't that weird?
Well,
he's on the fucking Lakers.
She's an elitist, and he's a fucking nigger.
Yeah.
She's a nigger.
But Ed, you got.
She's for money.
I've seen some clips, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you're going to practice." It's like a cute little thing he does.
And he's
playing for the Los Angeles Lakers,
and he lost his swagger.
He sure.
That's what happens. You listen to a bitch for any reason. That's probably why my toes are hurting. Because even my girl tell me to take my medicine. I'm like, bitch, mind your business. I'd rather fucking have my swagger and no feet than fucking you infiltrating and telling me what's good and what's not. Now I gotta listen to you fucking give me advice.
A footless swagger.
When the fuck did this reverse? When did rank and file fucking reverse?
Your Celtics are done, bro. Though.
Yeah, no, they're done. They're fucking done, and I don't have.
I didn't know that Kobe shit either. Some good inside crap.
Yeah, man, Powell. But of course, it's speculation because no one ever tells the fucking goddamn.
Well, the LeBron
truth.
James mom thing is still speculation, right? That never officially.
That
came out.
never was official. But you see her behavior in Miami. She's smacking people in the face. She's, and it probably wasn't. And the reason why they're not hitting Delonte West in his face in his game and knocking him is because it's probably his mom's fault. Like, she's aggressive. Mm-hmm. She probably like, baby, come here, and he's like, Miss James, like, There's two sides to every story. Like, would you think a motherfucker's that crazy to go, psst, come here?
Yeah.
Whatever her first name is, Roletta. I don't know his friend, but
Roletta.
Hey, Miss Jane, come here. Let me talk to you for a minute. Let me fuck you real quick. Like that, you can see her going, because she smacked the guy in the face and go, "Do you know who the fuck I am?" So if you got a fucking some dude's like. You know, he's walking around. She's like, I like, and I guess she's fucking my age. She's in her 40s or some shit.
I don't think my mama minded much what he was doing to her.
Like Sling Blade. She fucking walks in. The guy's banging his mom and he kills them both.
She might have been aggressive, man.
She didn't mind what he was doing to her.
She can't be more than early 40s.
No, she's very young.
And she has nothing better to do.
And she's
it's gotta
walking
be a
around
nightmare
like,
for LeBron.
and she looks exactly like him.
Oh, yeah,
so
she
it's
does.
like, you know who I am? And it's like, she's smacking people in the face and da-da-da. So, I mean, I can see, and he looks like, she's from Cleveland, and that's where Bone Thugs and Harmony's from.
Yeah.
And she probably grew up listening to Bone Thugs and Harmony. And Delonte West looks like one of the Bone Thugs and Harmony motherfuckers, the Thuggish Ruckish Bone guys with the fucking light-skinned face. And
Bone Thugs and Harmony.
And he looks like the guy. Delonte West looks like the guy all the way to the left.
Really?
Except for he got red hair and a bunch of tattoos. So she probably thought he was cute as a motherfucker, sexy. She's like, come here.
Why would he do that?
Hiding behind the popcorn. Psst, come here.
Why the fuck did he do that?
It could have been jealousy. It could have been the fact that he's a dude. It's hard to turn down pussy.
LeBron's mom?
If you got her pregnant, man, can you imagine the fucking loins? He has a little kid from...
That's what I'm hinting at. Maybe you want to take a shot at the lottery. That she could pump out one more LeBron.
And he gets super mad with that shit.
And he goes, fuck this. I don't need to do this basketball thing. I'll let my little fucking son do it.
I'm telling you, man.
Maybe.
But see, the difference between him and fucking Pau Gasol is LeBron still's dropping 40 and it don't matter. You know what I'm saying?
I'm getting scared. Dallas is pretty strong. I just don't want to see the Heat win this fucking thing.
They're gonna win it. They are going to win the whole fucking thing.
They're peaking at the right time, right?
They're gonna win. I mean, they're just gonna.
Hey, Sam came in here because we had Larry King on yesterday, Patrice.
On this show?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I got to be honest with you. It was really cool shit.
Did y'all fucking dig into him, or you let him be an old man and just fade away?
He held his own. He killed. He was hilarious.
He got in there,
great
told some stories.
I'm sure you had the Larry King guys. Everybody.
We didn't do the Larry King. It was hard because it was hard to get in at times because he was telling stories and all that.
But good stories too.
He had stories about Lenny Bruce, Jackie Gleason on the Jackie Gleason party train. He had a Jimmy Hoffa story when Jimmy Hoffa was alive.
That he remembered?
Yeah,
Fuck
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Who else? Don Rickles. He was telling us about Frank Sinatra.
What was the best story?
What was the best story?
What was the pop story? What was the wow factor?
I don't know. I think the wow factor was asking him about that goddamn where were the groceries after the rape story he told.
Remember that clip?
What did he say?
You remember the clip where the girl got abducted and raped horribly?
In the car.
But she was abducted coming out of a grocery store, so there were groceries in the car. And
She
Larry
tells
goes,
the horrid
what happened
story.
to the food?
She tells the horrid story of being raped, but in the
remember this
middle of
clip,
it,
right?
in the middle of it, yeah, she says
We
like,
played it for him.
so I had the groceries in the front seat, and he came in and he started grabbing me and he handcuffed me to the steering wheel and sexually abused me. And the first question he's like, "What happened to the food?"
What did he say?
Let's play it. Fuck it.
Okay,
You're here for a while.
What did he say after he?
Here's the whole
to
thing.
you guys.
Yeah.
No, we got the clip from yesterday.
Good.
I think the whole thing is 4 minutes. It's worth listening to.
Okay.
From yesterday, Larry King, he was just great, and here we go.
I have to ask you something that I've been toiling over since I heard it. This was something where you said something during an interview where I couldn't fathom this. It was a woman. She was talking about a horrific rape that had happened, and it was in her car, I believe. And she had gone shopping, grocery shopping, and she describes this horrible situation of this sexual assault. And you actually asked, your first question to her was, what did you do with the groceries? Do you remember that one?
No, but it would have been something I'd ask.
Yeah,
what
and
happened
I
to
was,
the groceries?
I was like,
But
that
would be...
is probably the most
inappropriate thing you could have asked at the moment.
She was taken back by
I would love to know your mindset behind something like that.
I have no memory of that. I swear to God.
Do you have the clip?
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, because I would love to
My
play
only
that.
guess, if you have, I hope you have the clip, because then I could have an explanation.
Put it in context, right.
Put it in context. Now, maybe.
Oh, why can't I find it? Okay.
Yeah, pop that in. Track 18. This was the...
I got the long version. So.
Okay, that's good. That'll put it in context.
It was about a minute.
It's got to cue up.
As I came out of the grocery store and got in my car, Philip knocked on my window and said, I can't seem to get my car to start. It's cold. Do you think you could give me a ride? Which way are you going? And, of course, he was going to go any which way I was going. And so I did.
Why did you let him in the car?
I don't know. It was the worst decision I've ever made, I think. It truly was.
What happened when he got in?
When he got in, I filled his hands with a lot of food that they had in the front seat anyway. I tried to engage him in...
He was holding your food?
Mm-hmm. He was. I tried to engage him in small conversation on the trip. I tried to stay on the main street, and when I got ready to turn, he said, well, where I'm staying is right up the road here. So I took him a little further up, and then just turned around the corner and pulled over, and he slammed my head into the steering wheel and pulled out handcuffs. He took my keys out, threw them on the floor, and pulled out handcuffs and handcuffed me and said, I just want a piece of ass. If you be good, you won't get hurt.
What did he do with the food?
He put it on the floor, I guess.
Hold on, stop right there.
Okay.
Now, you see you guys taking out of context.
Now I would...
You took it totally out of context.
I finally get an answer, though. This is fantastic.
Wait a minute, hold it.
We've been obsessed with this one,
Larry. Obsessed.
Obsessed. We played that clip a lot.
You played a lot?
Yes.
That was great questioning.
Okay.
I got her in the car.
Finally.
Yeah. Why did she let the guy in the car?
Okay.
I
Great
got her
question.
driving, right? Now I got her driving. Now, she said there was food in the car.
Yeah.
The guy, by the way, I'm trying to remember this case because it was
1976. It was Philip Garrido.
Yeah. Garrido.
Garrido
was later charged with harboring he hit a woman for years. He's still alive somewhere. The Garrido case,
right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He denied it. His lawyer was denying it. So part of a good police investigation would be, you said there was food in the front of the car, right? Mm-hmm. He's knocking you out of the car. He's taking you out of the car. What happened to the food? Did he knock the food over? Was the food found at the scene? One of my great moments.
All right, investigative
That's
reporting.
a whole series. You're taking it out of... See, you ask it as just as if a woman said I was raped. What happened to the food? That's not what happened. So you guys are paying...
Does he turn this on us?
Taking
I think
advantage.
he is.
Can't happen.
He's
So what
finally
you did
turned it on us.
What you did, you've been playing that for a long time?
For a while.
That was terrible radio.
Well, now at least we know you were... Because she seemed like a sympathetic kind of character at the time, but you were actually trying to trip her up, it seemed.
I didn't try to make her unsympathetic.
We felt like
trying
you were
to get
obsessed with the food.
I wasn't obsessed. I'm trying to get the whole story.
Yeah.
How did the guy get in? He's knocked her out.
Right.
She's driven to a place. You got her around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the food. Remember, where is the food?
Where's the
front
food?
seat?
Right.
He said back seat. I never asked the question.
Right.
Okay.
He's got to knock her out. He's got to bang her head against the door.
Right.
Get her out of the car. Right. Mm-hmm. What happened to the food?
She was knocked out. You don't know.
I'm a detective. I'm in.
And we're back live.
Now,
Patrice is
Patrice,
shocked.
what's your take on that?
Dude, I learned a great word in my life called sophistry.
Yeah.
And it's senseless sense. It's basically something that is horseshit, but it makes sense. You know he's full of shit, but when he said, "Where's the food?" it was as dumb as it was, but
yes,
you go, I get it, but still, who gives a fuck?
Right.
This is where y'all fucked up. Okay, let's make sense out of that question. But where's the food? What difference did it make, Larry? What was the next level of the investigation? If you was the detective and asked where the food was, what the fuck would that mean?
I think he's trying to trip her up, saying because his lawyer and himself was saying that the guy was innocent. He's trying to trip her up, like,
All right, well, he did all this, so what happened to the food then?
He moved the food.
Exactly. The food was probably all over the floor of the car. Who
He
gives a
fucked
shit?
me on top of the pudding.
Right. Yeah, yes.
That's how I was sucking his dick by force. He was hitting me in the back of the head with a fresh loaf of bread.
And I think anyone would assume that.
He was matching a grapefruit in my face and going, man, suck my dick, bitch. Man.
My bananas ended up on his heels.
And I think anyone would assume that.
Away. He slid. He was eating potato chips as he was raped. What is
the
his...
question had to have been asked because everyone assumed
that was
the food
horse
just
shit.
went all
Because
over
he's
the
not
place.
a detective. He's an interviewer.
And he fucking had no reason to say that except for he's an old man.
You know what?
Who he was probably interviewing with his chin in his hand, and he just was like
dozing off,
thinking about the food.
And the last thing he heard was the food. So it's like, what happened to the food? Where'd it go?
But he's been around long enough that he spun it right back at us.
It was genius. Now you understand how people who can think a guy is so inept could be on the air for 80 years and basically without incident.
Right.
And have kids at 80. And fucking, he goes, well, and you go, wait a minute, wait. Give me 2 seconds to tell you full of shit.
He was great. He went with everything yesterday.
Talked about how he was married. I asked him about being married 8 times, and he said he'd probably in his whole life only been in love maybe 3 times, and that when he was married, like there were times where he was going into his wedding and just knew this was horse shit and wasn't going to work. And
he sounded sharp and funny though, man.
He was extremely sharp. Not the guy we got to know at the end of his career on CNN.
What's that picture of him being arrested? What happened there?
That's a classic. That's been around.
That's from, I guess, 1971.
Mm-hmm. What was he arrested for?
I don't know.
Yeah. The other thing,
stealing food from a rape victim.
And the other thing, so Sam asked him in the 10 o'clock hour or right after the appearance about the skateboard dude.
Right. That was our second biggest
remember
horse shit question.
Oh, we don't have the original.
The one I remember that was weird to me was the Sharon Tate Sharon Tate thing.
Oh man, the Sharon Tate one.
That one got to me. That one was like, wow, that was
a man that so brutally murdered your sister. It's like, well, he never murdered my sister. What are you talking about? Oh, what I meant, and then his explanation of what he meant was such horseshit.
but he's Teflon. Some people are amazingly.
Yeah.
I would say Bill O'Reilly's one of those people too. You just can't.
You can't
get him.
Get anything on him.
You just can't get him.
Yeah.
You want to get him, but you can't.
Mm-hmm. And I think Larry has put a lot more into being able to come up with excuses for what he does than what he does.
and he comes off too like this guy you don't want to bother.
Yeah.
You know, this Dan Rather kind of fatherly.
Yeah. Why are you going to do that?
And he's probably sitting there. He's probably very happy because Pierce, what's his name, is tanking.
Yeah.
Ratings aren't good for Piers.
No.
Not good,
They're not good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's too English.
Yeah, people don't want to hear that shit.
They don't want to hear
Stick
English
to
shit.
telling people they can't sing.
You ever watch CNN or MSNBC or any of these news stations when they go to the British fucking bureau for an hour? It's like news from England.
Yeah, I don't know why
and
they
they're
do
just
that.
and it's like
It's all about America.
And the subways are looked after. There's a man down there with a machine gun. He's making sure nothing happens.
And you're like, well, I can't listen to this guy's cadence is pissing me off.
We're just trying
so
to
him doing that interview show is like,
yeah, it's just
it's all right. It's
some limey.
I watched it a couple of times.
It's just all right.
Yeah.
It's just there.
You know, I think Larry had a factor.
Yeah.
And it's great to see a guy who used to tell people they ain't shit.
Yeah.
Be not shit. Himself, and just to say, oh shit. My talent was just telling people that they weren't talented.
Right.
Or was. Now he's in the shine and it's just tanking because people are like, and I don't think, but who knows? Because I think, America, this is why I'm quitting, comedy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm on the way out.
Done?
It's the fact, I watched the Bin Laden, of course we all seen the thing.
Yeah.
And, there's the conspiracy, what they call conspiracy nuts, and then there's whatever. And the thing that gets me is that when there is one little question that makes you go, what? That we don't galvanize and say, no, you're not allowed to say anything else till we cover this. Give me
a straight answer.
A straight answer, because flushing bin Laden down the ocean like he's cocaine from the Goodfellas.
You don't feel that was
it
reeks of cover-up.
It doesn't prove anything. Somebody like Hannity to make me sound like a complete idiot if I went on the show and went, he flushed him down in the fucking ocean. It's just, you go, there's nothing that just makes you, you go, what?
Does it just reek of cover-up of something?
But it does.
Yeah.
But can we focus one day on one issue that bothers us as a country in terms of this whole, let's say.
But they'll never answer it.
So let's say this. Whatever news you follow, because what it is, I listen to Fox or listen to CNN or listen to the conspiracy guys, which is, my source of news.
Sure.
So there has to be something where we go, let's take out all the fucking shit, right?
And just concentrate
and let's concentrate on our own logic in our own scenario. And in anyone's scenario, do you fucking throw bin Laden in the ocean? In any of your own scenarios?
I love Patrice's take on this.
Not the news is telling you this, because Fox will just go. The difference to me between like the Alex Joneses, the Webster Tarpleys, the fucking Farrakhan, and Alan Watt. Those are the four guys I get my news from.
Yeah.
Okay. There's always a way for you to go fuck you, and then you go look it up.
Yeah.
It's always that. It's historical. The regular news does not allow you to fuck with history. If you see people that go, the Gulf of Tonkin, people go, Danny dismisses that.
Yeah.
Shh, that's not the issue. Gulf of Tonkin, suck a dick. But there's no weapons of mass destruction. We're there for nothing. Shut up. You don't support the troops, and you're just babbling. But you go, wait a fucking minute.
Yeah.
The Gulf of Tonkin's fake. We died. The motherfuckers died. It was fake. But they go, suck my dick. So the thing about the quote-unquote conspiracy guys, you can go fuck you and go look that shit up and go, holy shit. This happened. It was fake. So my thing is, fuck listening to people. Now just go with your own fucking mentality. There's a lot of things that's going wrong with this bin Laden shit.
Now, what's your take on the whole thing of the Muslims have to be fucking disposed of now, whatever it is, in a day?
Really? Let me tell you something. If you Google any criminal, Babyface Nelson, there's a picture of the guy that shot him in his face, taking a look at what the fuck I did shot.
You're right, yeah.
Bonnie and Clyde, that bitch, they will never show a bitch dead, but you go Bonnie and Clyde, bullets all in her face. And fucking
G-Man is out
G-Man
there. With a Tommy gun.
Break it down. What do you think happened?
This is
break it down
in conspiracy world.
Right.
Okay.
No, in Patrice's world.
But I get a lot of my shit in my world.
But
what do I believe?
You're a thinker.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your?
I believe. All right, here we go. But I don't have any fucking endorsements to lose, so I'll just say it. I believe, and this is the thing, you can't prove it. I believe that he had lent himself, that bin Laden, because if this is the history of it. We were in cahoots. We're in cahoots with everybody. And this is why Muslims hate America. Not because we living in America and live how we want to live and do radio. Live in America.
Very good.
They can't hate that song. They gotta dance to that fucking song.
You love that song.
There's no song that they do that's better than living in America. No. Really? Being at me heel is better than living in America.
Rocky's fucking working out to it.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is fucking great. You can't hate. You can't hate on this song.
I don't. Let's not bomb today. Let's listen to this. Enjoy, because I enjoy living in America myself.
We don't like Americans. We want to kill them.
But this song, James Brown.
Living in America.
The reason they hate us is because we support the evil regimes that so Egypt and all these like dictators who suppress their people.
Yeah.
We help them.
Right.
We make sure that they stay in power. So that's why they hate us, first of all. I think, and listen, there's a new Bin Laden that they're already setting up, this guy that had dinner at the White House. Al Asari or something. He's the new...
He's had dinner at the White House?
Yeah, they've been talking about it. He had dinner at the White House like in 2002. Because he was one of the good ones. Now he's the next Bin Laden, this guy from Yemen. I think it's Al Asari or something. I think Bin Laden was in cahoots with them a long time. I think he was getting sick. I think they needed a war. And I think that they set him up in this compound, okay, and let him live his last days out being the face of evil. Mm-hmm. I think he died somewhere because who's to prove that he wasn't? They fucking caught him and threw him in the ocean, like I said, like how you would flush cocaine down the toilet when the cops kick in your fucking door.
We needed that terrorist, Karen!
Karen! How could you flush Bin Laden?
They wouldn't have found him! We needed that terrorist!
I'm sorry! Do you understand?
The only bad guy we had!
What I'm saying, this is all conjecture, but I'm saying what I believe.
So it was just time to tell the world that he was dead.
It was time, and it was time for Obama because he's not done yet. His mission ain't done, and this helped him a lot. They didn't count on something that I knew about.
But why wouldn't
is that white racism is more powerful than he thought it fucking was.
Really?
So now he has to almost become Bush.
Yeah, he is kind of slipping.
Gun-ho, and we killed the motherfucker.
And that white racism you're correct about because his poll numbers only went up a tiny bit after that.
Because I heard some
If that happened with George W., his fucking ratings would have went through the roof.
They would have made sure that you could do 4 terms as
I
the
think
president.
I think Obama only went up 3, maybe 4 points.
Because white racism is
only at
it's
52%.
a lot more. It's deep, man. And so I think personally they needed a face to this. Okay, he's not only was public enemy number 1. People would argue he was next to Hitler in terms of
He just didn't have the numbers.
his cachet.
Right.
Yep.
Of
what he wanted to do.
Yeah, of his evil.
Evil.
So you go look, I think he was a sick old man. I think he died a long time ago. Or he died in that place. They staged that shit, plastered he's dead, so Obama could get elected. They're gonna put another guy in. And here's one of the things, one of the guys, Webster Tarpley, who I like him. He's just one of those machines. Those conspiracy, but he's a historian though. He goes, look, and he said this shit in 2007. He said, I'm nervous about this guy because, see, the thing about Bush, and they call it the neocons, the things about Bush, he was a cowboy. He was like, we're going to go in there and fucking bomb him, fuck him. But Obama's not that kind of guy. So basically what he's saying is, look, the people he worked for, which is the bankers, okay, they want, Britain and America wants to keep power. They want this white people to be powerful. I tell people this, they're not going to let brown people rule the world. They'll destroy it first. These white bankers, man. So basically this guy, fucking Brzezinski, who is the face, he's the puppet master. He wants to stop China and Russia. And if he can, he wants to pit them against each other to destroy each other. And what they would do is, now they're talking about going to Pakistan. They start in trouble with Pakistan.
Yeah.
Because how could you harbor this guy? What they're going to do with that is take Pakistan so they can strategically have things. They want to control Pakistan because Pakistan's friendly with China.
Well, wouldn't Pakistan have said something like, hey, by the way, this guy's been dead for fucking years. We know it.
But they have.
Wait. And
you remember this lady that got fucking the prime minister of Pakistan? It was a woman.
Yeah.
She said, she goes, what was the guy with the fucked up head? Looked like the guy they caught and he was in a T-shirt and he was
yeah.
They caught him and he was a big timer.
Yeah.
She says out loud, this lady, fucking her name, the prime minister, she was murdered in 2007.
Right.
She said Bin Laden's dead. He was killed by something.
We could see that online?
Yeah, absolutely. She said Bin Laden's dead. She was dead. After she said that, they murdered that bitch.
Let me go with what Ann said. Hold on.
shit.
Let me go with what Ann said, though. I mean, the Republicans and the Democrats fucking at this point hate each other. So why wouldn't there be a Republican saying, look, I know the deal here. Fuck that. Osama's been dead for years.
Why would they tell us the truth?
No, the Republicans to get a little foothold on the power
Because they're
thing.
in cahoots.
So
wait.
All right. I have an open mind here. So the Republicans and the Democrats, as they show on TV, they fucking basically can't get along and hate each other. They're actually in cahoots behind the scenes.
It's staged. It's the bank runs the fucking show.
It's divide and conquer. So
that's why they need racism. That's why anybody who ever comes close ever to galvanizing the people, they get murdered. Martin Luther King was dangerous because he had white people going, wow, this is wow. And he was doing it out of love. Barack did it because the next thing they're going to do is, if you notice, they do a lot of shit in Africa. It's the Sudan, but it's under peace. But Sudan gives China, evidently, and I just get my reports. I'm just going. I didn't go over there and test the fucking oil, but supposedly Sudan gives China a lot of oil, maybe a third of its oil. So we got to go in these places to take these places. That's why dictators are so important to us, because we can't fuck with a democracy. So we need Pakistan to have a dictator so we could say, hey, do this, motherfucker.
Well, that's why we pay him $3 billion.
That's why we hate as a country. We're supposed to hate Ahmadinejad from Iran and the motherfucker from down South America. Chavez.
Chavez, right.
Because they're dictators who actually look out for their people. They're not corrupt.
Why can't we turn them?
Because they're not corrupt. They say, fuck America. And they work with China. Because China has just as much power as we do. We are horrified of fucking China.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is get a foothold and have a standing army and get control of any place where people can go fuck America and sell their oil to China. We want to control those places so that then China has to then fight with Russia to get their oil from like Siberia, or if the Saudis want to deal with them, they just make it so it's because China needs oil.
How come all these conspiracies pretty much come back for many years now to oil? Yet we are fucked with oil and paying through the nose, and we never have enough. And it's like, is that part of the ploy?
But here's the thing that gets me. I think it's an easy answer.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck, like, about any of us.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason that don't forget, I buy a lot of sneakers. Here's the pimp game. I think I might have said the pimp game is this. Whatever you're into buying, okay? I remember my sneakers were $30.
Yeah.
You buy a sneaker for $30, and I remember my mother bought me a pair of sneakers for $30. And she was like, damn. Then what they do is they hit you with the $60 right after the 30. You go, oh, Lord, I can't afford sneakers no more. Then just when you getting ready, they find out who got money and who don't. They lower it back down to 40. So you go, oh,
I could buy
sneakers. But they just bumped it up $10. Gas in 2003 was 99 cents a gallon. It's $4 now. Why didn't they just bump it up to $4? Because we would revolt.
Right. It's
now
like anything
it's
else.
a slow
burn.
fucking.
You just do it slowly.
The slow burn.
They just have the appreciation to know people enough that people want it with Vaseline. You know what I'm saying? So they slip it in slow, and you go, okay, and they take it out.
So pretty much everything is a lie. Everything's a lie, and so how does this lie perpetuate without somebody really coming out and leaking it?
They do, but we dismiss them. Anybody who says, hey, this is the idea of what happened. Like, people, look, here's the problem. The problem is they have a term. It's called, they have two terms for what we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
One is blowback. The other term is what we all know, which is collateral damage. Why would you even invent a fucking term called collateral damage, which is innocent people die? Basically, hey, this number of innocent people die so that we can. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's innocent.
How do you?
It's like okay, this many people, like they
It's
calculated
really the cost of doing business.
We've heard that over the years.
They're expendable.
So, I mean,
I don't want to get past the Osama thing.
Okay.
Al Qaeda comes out and says he's dead. So what's that about then?
Al Qaeda supposedly, and this is what you believe. This is why this.
All right, but why wouldn't they have said, "Look, we all know he was dead years ago"?
Al Qaeda, and this is where it starts to sound crazy.
Right.
It's CIA created, CIA run. Bin Laden fought Russia for us.
Yeah, we know
the
that.
whole story about him going "fuck you" and that's what they told us. But that Al Qaeda was created and funded by fucking America.
So what was in it
but
for
it wasn't
Osama?
that outrageous back then
A
because
bunch of fucking money.
Yeah, but then he had to live the rest of his life in kind of shitty terms.
But he was
that compound
dying anyway.
sucked.
That's what they showed
So
us.
why
Did they show him with his legs crossed chilling in that compound? That's what they said. This is what I'm saying. It's just
Oh,
what
you
they
think he was
say.
living much better than that? But
Dude, he was chilling.
But
They
hey,
show you
hold-
the footage
hold-
that's
hold
kinda
the phone.
shitty.
Hold the phone here.
Okay.
The Russian thing. Obviously, it's like, the CIA was funding Bin Laden and Al Qaeda. It's the same people. When they were the Mujahideen or whatever
Yeah,
it was,
yeah.
when they were fighting the Russians. But that isn't. Why do people think that's so outrageous? Sometimes our allies become our enemies and vice versa.
Okay.
Back then, we hated the fucking Russians.
Yeah, we still do.
wanted to fuck with them. They wanted to fuck with us. So whenever they got involved in some military action, we supported the opposing team, which at that point was Bin Laden and the rest of the people in freedom fighters in Afghanistan. Then things changed. There is no more Soviet Union. So we became the bad guys. And of course now they're going to come after us. So why is that so unbelievable?
No,
It's
I don't not believe it. I don't even not believe that. It's what I go with is like what makes sense. Now some of it you go, like, look, I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in this thing where they're trying to get us to believe aliens because NASA just released
Area 51.
I'm not with it.
Every
but
time.
I'm gonna say if you tell me 2 + 2 is 4, and I know it is, but then you shove marbles in your ass, and I go, Jesus, Anthony shoves marbles in his ass? That doesn't discredit 2 + 2 is 4.
Okay.
So I'll let motherfuckers to fight this battle, and I'm gonna tell you, if you know Alex Jones or if you know Alan Watt, if you listen to Farrakhan, if you listen to Webster Tarpley, all four of those dudes have the tenacity of crazy.
Right.
And you need that tenacity.
But it doesn't necessarily mean what they're saying is
I don't
bullshit.
have the tenacity of crazy. Because you need that, because I do comedy and I see the faces of people who just go out and party when they announce Bin Laden's dead. The puppets, the sheep. Those are people, a lot of those people come to comedy shows and it makes it difficult to communicate because you can say something that just will make somebody turn on you.
Right.
But this is the one thing that opened my mind up that I never move off of. The Federal Reserve Bank ain't federal. It fucked me up to know that we pay a private loan by a private bank to our government who doesn't borrow money based on our wishes. We are fucking slaves to the bank. And everything else is believable. Once they tell you that the gold standard, do you know what our standard is now? How we weigh our wealth?
It's a debt standard.
Debt! If you owe me $1,000, I'm worth 1,000.
Yes.
But it's not real.
Let me ask you a question about the Alex Joneses of the world. And
Yes.
I hate using that term, but because there's a bunch of them you
Yeah.
named. Aren't they bad for the plan?
Yeah.
So
but
why doesn't the government do a little something with them?
Because they're
putting marbles up their ass.
Yes. Thank you.
I understand what
Thank you.
Patrice says.
Thank
If
you.
they say this shit, but they're so crazy when they're saying it, and so many people are like, oh, listen to this fucking guy. So they can make the lie better by exposing it and being crazy, because then you'd have to be crazy to believe
Let
it.
me go with that then. So why isn't there a guy that doesn't put the marbles up his ass saying the same shit?
They
And
all- if
hold on,
you
hold
say-
on, hold on.
Like,
And has there-
that Pakistani woman?
Well, I'm going to ask. And has
End
there
up dead.
and has there been a guy that didn't do it with putting the marbles up his ass? And what happened to that guy?
Ready though? Oh, let me
I'm
give
talking
you-
about talk radio,
I
not.
know. Wait, ready? I'm not a crazy guy. Hi. In about 3 years, aliens will be visiting us, and
You just put marbles up your ass.
no matter, I could go, motherfucker, aliens is coming, you bastards, and you go, "Yeesh." Then you go, I talked to God yesterday. God said we had a drink together, and that nigga's crazy. No matter what you say, that ain't regular. With the regular shit that the news is telling you and
But
everything,
you're saying
you
it
crazy.
But you're saying it today. I don't know what I believe. I'm listening to you, and it's very interesting. But you're saying it without putting marbles up your ass right now.
No, I'm not.
You're putting marbles up your ass.
Because someone's getting mad. Because here's the thing. Here's something that I've never said in public. I'm gonna say right now, and it scares me. But at least I'm here and I can get a chance to say it correctly. I'll never say it on Fox and stuff because they'll just chop your head off and I'm evil. They always throw. So you don't support the troops, and people get fucked up with that. But I go, the troops are not an entity to be supported. They do what they're told to do. So I'm not supporting anyone that gets killed in the line of duty and go over there and in their mind, they're protecting me and your liberty. I'm saying that they don't do anything for you to support them. They just do the bidding of the banks and the government, whatever they see fit. So if I say I don't support the troops, it's not saying I don't support those people that are dying. You go, I don't support policy. And for people like on these news to manipulate that, knowing that they're intelligent people and they put that at you and they make you sound fucked up, you know that they are controlled by, because the banks own the networks and they own propaganda and they own it. So of course, if you take out the fact that you are racist, listen to Farrakhan. When Farrakhan talks about the banking system and what they do to the kids, he ain't talking about black. He talking about, and he cries. This motherfucker starts crying.
But then
Alex Jones is losing his mind because people won't.
But then Farrakhan puts marbles up his ass by talking about flying pyramids and fucking.
But he has told you 2 + 2 is 4. You can pick up a book and go, 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah.
But this motherfucker got marbles in his ass.
I love the marbles.
But
it's the best analogy ever.
But 2 + 2 is 4.
Right,
So,
right.
so you don't even have to really listen to him no more. All you got to do is get your math book and then go, wow, 3 × 3 is 9.
But it turns out, a lot of people think of it in terms of like a witness in a trial. If you find any part of the testimony to be false, or you don't think there's
Belief
any
is
truth behind it,
circumstantial.
then you can throw out all the testimony.
Yeah, it's
Like
all
that's-
conjecture. We are repeating. I'm just basically parroting what I hear,
Right.
and then with a little bit of research.
and a little bit of your own intellect
But
and
what do we know?
experience.
I believe we shot Osama. I can't prove it. I just believe it.
Okay, let's then cut out the
I
news.
just believe it. I'm disappointed we didn't get to see the death shot
Always-
because it would shut up a lot of conspiracy guys. But the White House comes out and says, "Well, they'll always not believe."
Here's what this girl,
That part of it
a
frustrates
friend
me.
of my woman. She goes, she was in the army. Now the army's fucking her bad. Won't give her GI Bill and shit. Don't So she goes. She goes. Well, if we didn't bury him, it would incite what? more anger? Like,
I
the
know,
fact
that's what
that
I didn't get.
Al-Qaeda is supposed to be threatening us now
Yeah.
with violence, they weren't yesterday before this
And
motherfucker got shot?
there'd be more threats of violence. They hate us to the
Either way.
umpteenth level.
You're
They're
just,
on 11.
Osama got killed. They went to level all shit.
Yeah.
They was just going to basically kill us. But then, so they...
But why raise suspicion in so many people
Because
by
it
not
was
showing
a
the death
fucking
photo?
cover-up. He's dead!
But you could find some kind of lookalike
What?
then at that point and
What?
show a death
Well,
photo of some guy.
Because
even if they released the death photo, people would have questions like, "Oh, that's not him."
the sophistication of technology fucks up this game.
Yeah, but the government has shit. Who was telling us? Bill Burr. Bill Burr says the government has shit we don't even know about yet.
Dude, I'm not talking about the shit we don't know about.
He goes, LBJ had an iPad.
But
what I'm saying...
Hold on.
Okay.
Because Bill Burr made a great point. He went to the Reagan Museum, wasn't it? Or the library out there in
Yes.
California, and they have a part of his plane, Air Force One, where it had a phone on it. Way before this technology was available for anybody else.
That's not my point, that they have all this technology.
They might have other
My
technology.
point is this. The fact that we have it fucks them. The internet,
That fucks their
they
plan
are
up.
trying to destroy the internet. It fucks them up. Photoshop fucks them up. They can't treat you like complete dummies. They did release a death photo, and motherfuckers went, this shit's Photoshop.
Oh, you think that was supposed to be the fucking
nigga? Yes.
God damn it! I never heard that one
These
before.
are 80-year-old white guys who are fucking still.
So wait.
Why do we still have the Nielsen?
Please,
Why do we still wait? Why the fuck, with all this technology, we still depend on a rating system that one family is in control of 100,000? It's bullshit.
Hold on, I gotta slow you down because your point is so brilliant that I want to just explore that a little bit. So you think the government kind of all right, let's just get this out there and see if they
let's see
bite.
how they bite. Oh shit! Someone found two pictures that we put together.
They looked at that shit. And Obama's birth certificate. Motherfuckers, technology looked at that and went, what the fuck is this shit?
See, that's just funny.
I
got to take the other part of that, too.
Go ahead.
If the government's so powerful, they would just find some fucking Muslim that kind of looks like him and then kill that fucking guy and then put that picture out there.
Really? And then
why not?
His
Why
technology.
Not? What happens then?
I'm looking at Valley Bertinelli. That's not really Dude, technology fucks with the
So you
thing.
think they threw that picture out hoping?
That was
hoping
the
we would
picture.
bite.
That was the death photo.
That was the picture.
And they thought they would just let us and this is the thing that kills me about Fox and all that. They're not arguing. They flushed them down the fucking ocean. They're arguing. Why didn't we get to see the death photos? It's like, wait a minute. You're not questioning the fact that you had a Muslim burial for Public Enemy number 2 all time. This is public. If we, do you think we would have just? We still want to find Hitler. We're still trying to find his bones.
Looking in South America.
In some shit, him and Ava Braun, who supposedly killed him, and speculation. Do you think that they would just flush the of our time, the worst motherfucker that ever was born?
Yeah.
They would just throw him in the ocean, and under the guise of having a respectful Muslim burial. Do you fucking believe that? You believe that? This is what I'm saying. The frustration is I can't move on. Fucking believe that?
Right.
As a person. Just as a person who doesn't have a television, if I told you that. And me and you was talking no TV, and I go, yeah, man, Bin Laden. Who's Bin Laden? Yeah, this is a guy responsible. We killed 3,000 people, and he wants to kill millions, and he runs the most sinister terrorist group ever created. This guy may be on par. His intentions may be on par with Hitler.
Wow, this guy's fucking evil.
Found him, caught him, and killed him. Whoa!
Great.
What did you do with the body? Throw it in the water.
This is your new set, by the way.
I love the fact that
a thinking man's comedy. That's your new gig.
He's
but Danny says
kind of turning me.
No, but Danny says that death photo's been around for a while. So what's your take on that, Patrice?
Rehashed after.
Well, that's what Danny says. That's what this. See what I'm saying? This is a guy. That's what I'm talking about. I discredit what Danny says.
And he
he discredit me. Who gives a fuck what Danny says? And not because it's Danny, but because anything.
Anybody says anything, you could just say no.
No.
And
that's the simplicity of it.
And people are saying, why aren't we beating up Patrice like we do Troy? Well, because Troy Kwan comes in here with questions, but doesn't give us any.
No, he gives us nothing.
Like, at least Patrice is giving us some stuff to think about.
Patrice has.
That's the difference, by the way. I can't go to that guy on the phones right now.
15 levels of involvement with every subject he brings up. You could peel away the layers. He explains what he's talking about. But when you get somebody that comes in and just goes, yeah, the Pentagon was hit with a missile. How? Explain that when there were plane parts. No, there weren't. No, I was hit by a missile. You believe in everything the government says? It's like, but when Patrice explains things like, look, why the fuck would they take the biggest fucking criminal of our time and just throw his body away without anyone seeing it?
Cocaine.
No one saw it.
Like evidence that you
and they
get rid
threw
of.
it away without at least. Now think about this also.
It does bother me.
They took Jeffrey Dahmer after he was killed and examined his brain to see abnormalities and maybe things that could be worked on in the future. Wouldn't you want to check out bin Laden's brain and see if there were abnormalities? Why didn't they do an autopsy? Hey, did he have those kidney problems? Let's cut him open and maybe see if this guy had some kind of physical, mental problem.
Have you heard this on Fox? What are you saying?
No, I
haven't. Have you heard
it
it on CNN? No.
They just wrapped him up and flushed him down the ocean, like what you said. Flushed him down the ocean. I love flushed him down the ocean.
Here come the cops. Here come nosy people with their bullshit.
Quick, get him in the drink. Oh, man.
I'm just saying.
You're getting me thinking, Patrice.
That's all it is. And then you just go and you just look at. Basically,
I think the government gave you diabetes. They don't like this power you got.
Nigga, if they want to get rid of me, I'd rather have AIDS and drop dead than have this shit. Because diabetes it has to be government. AIDS ain't.
Government diabetes.
Because diabetes is hilarious. Because if you say I'm dying of sugar, it just makes you smile.
It's like, aw, what a sweet way to go.
I'm dying of a fuck virus, makes you scared to death. But I'm
creepy.
I'm dying of something that invades your body and destroys everything, makes you go, oh, and I catch it by fucking. But to go, hey man, if you eat a lollipop, things go bad. Bubble gum, really? So it's maybe so.
Sound that bad?
We really got a break.
Yeah, we got to take a break.
We got Laszlo outside the studio.
Yes, Laszlo.
We also had the Larry King thing. Should we play it here or just save that?
Might as well save it.
Just save it for another time. Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Patrice, you plugging anything?
I'm in Florida at oh shit, I'm sorry, man.
If you make it. Jesus. Fucking government.
Big Mama Prods on Twitter. You'll be tweeting
wait,
it,
but
dates, I'm sure.
Wait, Marcos Island.
Marcos Island.
Oh, right, okay.
That gig.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys do that gig.
Oh, that place? Sure.
Sounds like a blast.
I haven't never been there, but I'll get the name.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it out there. Believe me,
I'm there this
you want to
weekend.
see Patrice.
It's been a while.
Fucking
Patrice
great.
O'Neill in studio. Laszlo next. Stay there.
This is The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, The Opie and Anthony Show.
Patrice is for you. Patrice O'Neill in studio. Big Mama Prods on Twitter.
Hey!
Really quickly, because we pissed off Chicago. We kind of just threw the Bulls to the side there.
Wow.
The Heat are going to have a tough time with the Bulls.
Yes, they are.
All right, and you will acknowledge that, right?
Yes, yes, they.
Because you said the Heat will win the whole fucking thing, and then we got Chicago yelling at us, saying, what the fuck, our team... I guess I did not know this, so I'm just repeating this, but I guess the Bulls swept the Heat during the regular season.
Yeah, but that was when the Heat were trying to figure out what they're going to do.
Still trying to get their shit
And here's
together.
the thing. The Bulls have Derrick Rose, and the next best
He's an
player is
animal.
Carlos Boozer.
Right.
So they have a super player, meaning he's at the level of a stratospheric guy. He's in a rarefied atmosphere, as they say, Derrick Rose. But their next best guy is Boozer offensively, and Lao Deng. And they going against three guys who were the A-list guys, the go-to guys on their team, plus 2 relatively good big men, 3 great three-point shooters, and an older point guard who's good enough. These guys, Miami's better. Fuck. They're better. They're not good. Chicago, but this is why I hope to God Boston just sits everybody down and goes out like just old school guys fade away. Because then they have Chicago next. And please, no disrespect to Atlanta, because Atlanta ain't bums. They're another long, lanky, young team. This is why the Celtics just need to just go and relax with the Lakers and just go, boy, remember those days?
And just dismantle.
Because this is serious shit going on. I mean, you got some young animals, man.
You got tough years ahead of you being a Celtics fan.
Yeah, because we have Rondo, but there's nothing else on the
Rondo's got a fucked up elbow.
That'll heal up.
How the fuck was he playing like that?
He trying to,
Wow, this game looks good.
Legacy.
We're gonna seg into this in a second. This fucking game looks good.
I love these.
We got Laszlo.
Laszlo.
I have to say,
rock
star.
You just got us out of basketball talk because I looked up and said this fucking game looks good.
Yeah, it's the
LA Noir.
Yeah, it comes out a week from today.
From Rockstar Games.
For everybody?
Yes, for everybody.
Damn it.
Yeah, where's our copy?
I wanted a copy.
Well, no, we don't even have press copies yet. They're still being stamped out.
Oh, okay.
This game is so big. It was almost 4 discs on the Xbox. It's 3 discs.
Holy shit.
And there's still DLC.
And look at the actors you have. Who's the guy who played the lawyer in The Godfather?
Yeah.
What's his name?
It looked like.
Who's the lawyer from The Godfather?
Oh, fuck.
You got a lot of stars.
Well, I saw some fucking computer pussy. Jesus Christ.
This is
that's the Black Dahlia kind of thing going on.
So these are real crimes from the 1940s in Los Angeles that you go
40s.
to.
Wow.
So we got a lot of actors that you might recognize. There's a ton of people from Mad Men, and it's this new facial scanning technology called motion scan. So
that's
what I'm saying. They got fucking actors in this bitch.
And you can see Robert Duvall. It looks like
Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall, that guy.
And who's the little bald dude that's really good? He always plays a character actor.
The little bald dude.
I know. What's the fucking his big thing? He played Pig Vomit.
Giamatti.
Oh yeah, Paul Giamatti.
Paul Giamatti that's Paul Giamatti, the first guy, right? Or no? Is that him? Did you get his face or? Oh shit! You got fucking William Shatner?
That's not William Shatner.
This is amazing.
Michael Madsen, I saw. I think.
James Cromwell. You have
the thing is,
let's go back to Laszlo.
It's a detective thriller. So basically,
what were you saying about the face thing?
With the facial technology being this advanced, you can actually do a detective game where you interrogate witnesses and you're sort of looking for tells if they're full of shit.
Like their eyes darting back and forth or something.
So right now, Than is searching a naked woman's dead, mutilated corpse for clues.
Feel her tit.
Yeah, search her tit, man.
I think I saw something under her
interesting.
tit.
Fuck BDTE.
She got fuck you, BD.
Yeah, this is called the red
blood.
lipstick murder. So you go to crime scenes, you look around for clues, you hold up props, you keep a notebook of different things, and then when you interrogate people, you can point to stuff in your notebook, because if they're talking shit, you can say, yeah, but what about this crowbar that we found on the site, different things like that.
And then the face will change depending on how you go about it.
You can press buttons whether you believe them, doubt them, or you can accuse them. The thing is, if you go after somebody too hard, they might clam up and not give you any clues that'll help you solve the case.
Motherfuckers.
And you can always
Can you work them over?
You can.
I want to work. I'm just going to work everyone over.
You're just going to tune people up.
It does have sort of RPG elements, but I've played some RPGs where I don't feel like I'm going anywhere besides talking to aliens. But in this, and sometimes you start to, question somebody, and they'll just run the fuck out of the room, and you got to chase them down and beat them a bit.
That's hilarious. Oh man!
And this is in game right now.
Yeah, this is all in game footage. So
it looks amazing.
It's hard for people to kind of wrap their heads around. They're like, well, is this just one big cutscene? It's like, no, the capture technology is so good, it all feels like,
Yeah, look at his fingernails. They're like kind of clipped.
How long was
weird.
this in development?
6 years.
6 years. Wow.
6 years. Patrice, I have to say, when I saw you at Caroline's last, probably the most uncomfortable I've ever seen a room when you went after that white suburban couple. Do you remember this? Patrice just disarms people where they're just in front of a crowd admitting shit. And there was this white couple with their teenage son, and he starts.
His mother fucked the black guy.
He starts going into this, just asking her questions, and then all of a sudden it's like, you ever sleep with a black guy before you slept with him? And she says yes, and the teenage son goes loud as hell, what? And the whole place just went nuts, and the kid was fucking looking daggers at Patrice the rest of the show. It was fucking uncomfortable. Patrice was laughing, so I thought you were gonna fall off the stage.
His mother took a fat one, man. Everybody thinks their mother's precious, but they're not. They're 10 toes up in the air, baby. Everybody's mother.
Oh, shit.
I remember that, too.
It was fucking good. I have to say, your DVD was quite nice.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Laszlo.
I picked it up.
Patrice hit a home run with that. It didn't get him famous, though, unfortunately.
Nah, but
he was going for fame with that thing.
I really was.
So now he's back on our fucking show.
I think the most, not the most, but one interesting thing about this game is the person that's playing it.
Yes.
Nathaniel.
Well, this is
Hi, Than.
You work for Rockstar?
Why
can I? Yes, thank you. I wanted to yell at somebody who works here for once.
Yeah, Than works at Rockstar.
What are you in development?
He's playing games.
He's one of our gameplay capture artists.
Yeah, so I help make all the trailers and the screenshots you see, stuff like that.
Is that an upgrade from this show when you was fucking on?
Believe me, anything's an upgrade from this show.
Was it really?
If he was fucking...
Hey, Dan, do you have some nervousness where you're trying to, keep your confidence when you came in here, but it's like, oh, shit.
It's these idiots.
Oh, man. I'm a little nervous. Is he a little nervous?
Oh, you mean coming back on air?
Yeah, you're oh, shit, I'm back here, you know.
A little, but I got a nice job now. So.
Right, and he's like, I'm driving the car, so fuck you, motherfucker.
He's the guy.
I'm solving a crime.
He's running the game.
So do you guys? Did somebody finish the game? Did someone sit and play this game and go through it? Someone at Rockstar?
Well, we have the QA department. They play the game all day long trying to bust it. But Than is a member of our production team. We've got 7 guys. All they do is play the game and try to capture badass looking shots out of it for our trailers.
But there's a team of guys that will do nothing but try to fuck the game up. Like drive into every surface alleyway, and if the car goes in there and gets stuck, they got to fix that. So there's people that just fuck the game up.
Some games don't fix that shit.
No, the games with bugs.
This is amazing.
It really is. It looks great, man.
And I will have to say, though, that after Than left this show, he was a bit on the skids because I found his ass literally on a bridge when I went for a run.
Jump?
No, I found it. It was on the Manhattan Bridge, all sweaty.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Are you being serious, man?
Well, I mean,
I don't even know if Laszlo's being serious.
That's the least kind way of describing it.
He was unemployed.
Gentlemen,
yeah,
and what can I get?
Why was he sweating on a bridge?
Because he was instead of working, he was running in 110-degree heat.
I think I would rather have jumped off the bridge than to have Laszlo. I have to owe him my life. As he fucking tells me I found this fat fuck at a donut shop.
Laszlo, focus for this game a little bit more, man.
So you play this, the character you play is Cole Phelps. It's Aaron Stanton from Mad Men, and you've recently come back from the war, from WW2.
Ah, the big one.
And so you're sort of, the character's kind of fighting some demons, but he's come to L.A. to be a cop, and throughout the game you rise through the ranks of the department of the LAPD, so you started traffic, you do arson, you do vice, and you solve all these individual cases, but it leads to the bigger storyline in the game where there's a mass murderer around, and it's got some pretty interesting plot twists. But as you can see here, Than's about to interrogate somebody.
Now look at the facial expressions. That's fucked up.
Hey, Than, can you pause that just a quick second? Let me ask you this: now during the development, did you guys make decisions on hey, you know what? Maybe we should have a couple of shootouts or something, like some, a shootout like that turns it from the RPG thing to just like a little bit of.
Well, yeah, we tried to make it a nice combination of action, but also sort of like an intellectual kind of thought-provoking thriller where you have to pay attention to people's faces, their body movements, sort of keeping track of different clues that you find. It's definitely a departure from other games that we've done.
It's a great way to use that technology because the facial capture is unfucking believable.
Jacob, her husband, we go way back. She was here last night? Sure, she's a regular. Selena's... was it?
So you're trying to tell here if he's full of shit or if he's just emotionally upset.
I'd say he's full of shit.
Yeah, when I first...
I wouldn't believe anyone in the game.
Of course not.
Fuck this guy, guilty.
Yeah, you just don't want to feel like the asshole that believed him.
Yeah, fuck it.
Now, is it different endings? Can you, depending on what you decide to do?
Depending on how well you interrogate people, there's some clues that may or may not open up. It will take you longer to solve each specific self-contained case.
Damn.
You can replay them at the end of each case.
This is a murder beef, McCall. You don't want any adverse publicity for this place, do you?
Oh.
If I had names, I would give them to you. I like Celine.
I don't believe this guy.
Yeah, I don't believe him.
Nah. See, you just gonna fucking start yelling at a cop?
Yeah.
You piece of shit, I'll kill you.
He's all pissed.
This is the room that we did the motion
motion
scan
capture. Look at all those cameras. Jesus Christ.
They're all high-def cameras. The amount of data that it takes is insane.
Mrs. Henry
and how much work did the actors have to do?
But not her wedding finger.
Well, a lot,
look at
because
this.
first you have to do the walk around in the bodysuit, and then you have to go in this room and wear like crazy, clean clothes, booties, and all this stuff because everything is like a speck of dust can fuck the whole process up.
Holy shit.
And you're surrounded by these 32 cameras, and the lights are intense. We had the air to get the air conditioning to cool the room down was a bit of a scene, and then you could hear the air conditioner on the mic, and so then we had to do all this. So it's constantly reinventing the way that we make games and the way that we, capture facial footage.
Now, when they're acting, I'm noticing there's no body movement. They have to just move their face,
but they're watching the body movement that they did before when they walked around in the capture suit, and then they do the facial sitting down.
That seems very difficult. Holy shit.
The other issue is, so you shoot a bunch of scenes, and then you come back, because we did about 3 different shoots, right? And they were months apart. Well, you bring an actor back in, he's fucking gained weight. His hair's, he's cut his hair, and so now you got to spend a ton of time in makeup and everything else. We hired these makeup artists that know 1940s hairstyles really well.
Hey,
this is like
so the women in the game, their hair took fucking hours. It was intense,
man.
What game remind like? How do I even ask this? Like, how do you who's this marketed to? Like, can you give me another game that was successful that's kind of like this that you're marketing this to? Like, who's?
I don't know. I
playing
mean,
this?
people have said, is it like Heavy Rain? Is it,
So if it wasn't Jacob,
it's kind of hard to say.
And what's the age is playing this? Because it seems like an 18-year-old would not be able to play this shit.
Oh, it's rated M for mature.
So
there's a lot of there's a lot of murder and mayhem. It's a very dark, violent thriller.
Yeah, I think you'll get a little bit of an older demo than you would for like Grand Theft. Just for the fact I like the idea of solving problems and having to think things out.
You said you liked her, and yet
There's also some mini games occasionally, when you're on at crime scenes, but you start to really get into investigating these crime scenes and looking around for stuff, and you pick up. There's hundreds of objects that you pick up and investigate in the game. You look at picture frames and.
Let's get out.
I think that guy's innocent though.
Do you? You think that guy?
You know why?
Because
he cursed the cop out.
Yeah.
So that means he got nothing to hide. He's like, "Fuck you, cop."
So where does he go now?
Well, he was given some clues from that guy.
All right.
He gave him a location.
Yeah. So now, we'll check out a new location.
Go to the Henry residence. What are you running for?
Just we only have so much time. Only have so much time on air, Ant.
He's running to a bridge. Go get a gig.
It was a little Grand Theft Auto he just did. A little running.
Yeah, a little run.
Can he fuck hookers and all that little side stuff?
No side shit.
No hooker fucking in this one.
Boom. Liza, a lot of people asking about your time on Ron and Fez yesterday. What happened yesterday?
I evidently confronted Fezzi about what he thinks about when he masturbates, and it just melted down.
Oh,
and then
no.
they accused me of trying to pull an Opie and make him cry.
Pull an Opie? No, the guy who's pulling an Opie is Ron.
Yes, and then I accused Ron of pulling the fucking strings on it, and then he's against me.
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
He's the puppet master, but no one wants to acknowledge
I know,
that.
and he's like, why is everybody, that's the new thing that
I did time on Ron and Fez. I was trying to get to know Fez a little bit, and he starts crying and thinks I purposely was trying to make him cry.
I just tried to ask
It's
him
exhausting.
I tried to ask him some questions, and he freaked out. I asked him about his fucking leukemia, cancer, testicular shit bracelet, whatever the fuck those rubber things are that everybody wears.
Yeah.
And he's like, I was prepared to talk about this. I was like, sorry, dude.
Wasn't prepared to talk about it.
Half the shit we talk about, we're not prepared to talk about.
Everything we talk about.
Yeah, we haven't been prepared in 10 years for anything. So you made him cry yesterday?
No. But
he
he
didn't
looked.
cry,
He looked
okay.
on the cusp.
Just don't drag me into that shit anymore.
What?
Not you. I mean, are you pulling an Opie? Get the fuck out of here. I was trying to be nice to the guy, and then
That's
next thing you
what
know,
they
he's mad at me because I was asking him what character he would be in Batman.
Evidently.
And then I guess that I was purposely trying to make him cry. And then I had one of the guys from David Letterman, one of the writers, called the show, and he thought that I purposely made that guy to call to make him cry. It was exhausting. I just wanted to hang with Ronnie.
Yeah,
I think
and I
people
thought Fezzi
realize
was,
that.
and I thought Fezzi was feeling left down, so I was like, I'm going to talk to Fez a little bit.
And then
I think people
and then I said, Fez, maybe you're having all these troubles because they fired 40% of your staff and don't plan to, rehire, so they can just roll that into executive bonuses. And then he starts getting all moody on me, I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, well, I just thought, maybe this job would be a little less stressful if you had.
Ronnie says he likes to just kind of sit back and not be noticed, and then fire out his lines. That's what Fezzi wants.
Yeah,
but don't put the attention on him.
I
learned the hard way. And then I tell Fezzi, Laszlo, I tell Fezzi that I didn't mean it. I gave him a sincere apology off the air, and Fezzi's like, yeah, I know. And then he goes walk into the bathroom, the door closes, and Ronnie looks at me, he goes, he don't believe you. Thanks, Ron. He don't believe you.
Yeah, it's also hard to tell how full of shit Ronnie is. Well,
Ronnie can play the part.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
He knows how to pull those strings.
Oh yeah,
he's great at that, as well as other things. All right, but back to
what's
L.A. Noir.
What are you looking for? Oh, look at that
shit!
He found something on a pad. He's doing that pencil trick
where you scratch it and see what somebody wrote before
on the page on top of it.
The oldest problem there is what to do about the old lady. The atmosphere is
Yep. There's a lot of killing off the old lady. Yeah.
A lot of killing off the old lady.
Is this one case? Or
yes, this is one case.
But there's more cases.
Oh, there's a ton of cases.
So after you solve this case, you move on to a tougher case?
And you can bump into a new case as you're being a detective for this case?
Well, there's elements that connect each case, but each one is self-contained. And like I said, there are cases that we weren't able to fit into the game because we are running out of discs, and we thought 3 discs was sort of a good place for it to be. But you can get the extra cases if you pre-order at GameStop.com, or you can do it in person. Or
This guy's full of shit.
Yeah, look at his face.
He's full of shit.
Well, you want to truth, doubt, or lie?
I say lie.
You know what you went, Jacob. You're lying. Why would I help you if you keep lying to me?
Look, I'm telling you, I don't know.
See, this guy's retarded. I think he was telling the truth. I think there was a fucking setup.
So you can
that
go
was a setup, man, for us to think that. But he was just like, he's retarded.
He was looking around though. He wasn't making eye contact. His head was
he's
going
retarded.
down.
He's just a guy.
Yeah?
He's a fucking painter or a
He's
fucking
a dummy.
He's a moke.
Do you think because he's a retard?
He's a jamoke. This guy, a jabroni.
All right.
The bartender there.
I fuck her.
He calls me.
And once you say he's lying, can you go back and say, okay, I believe you Can you reverse it and go? I believe you now.
You can later on. You can start to get what are those points called?
Intuition points.
Intuition points, where if you fuck somebody up and you accuse them when you shouldn't have, you can go back. You get sort of an undo.
Is there a checkpoint and all that? Of course.
Dan, how many hours have you played this game?
Oh, he's getting a little teary-eyed.
He's retarded. He's thinking about. he cries at pancakes.
Well, he's getting accused of murdering this chick.
He is.
When did you last see her?
I want to know how long you played this then. So far.
I mean, it's my full-time job for so whatever 40 times every day of the week.
Wow. Yeah. And during crunch, the capture team works works weekends as well. So. And a lot of times I don't leave till 10 or 11 o'clock at night.
When are you able to stop playing this shit, Dan? When is it done enough where you go, I can move on to the next game?
When I tell him.
Exactly.
You know what? I would fucking go back to that bridge if I was Stan. I'd never let Laszlo do this to me. He's like, when I tell him to, you piece of shit.
So he plays that many hours just to find something that will look cool in a promo, Laszlo?
Well, I mean, with the trailers that we work on, each one of those for weeks.
I think this mental guy would be a good trailer. You should have added slobber to him. Where was the slobber camera?
Slobber.
Why did you kill her, Jacob? Things will go better if you come clean about it.
Here we go.
That's a lousy thing to say.
Where's the smacking and the hot light?
Gave up on that fight.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we get him into.
You got waterboarding in this game?
No, there's no waterboarding.
Damn it!
And the thing is
I don't believe you, Jacob.
The earlier cases.
You got to do it yourself, so you had someone else do it.
Oh shit!
Why would you say
Want to
that?
back that up with something, Big Mouth?
Oh shit! Yeah, I'll back it up with a punch to the face, motherfucker.
Gotta look at his notes.
Or compelling evidence, Anthony.
Marital problems.
The note by the phone suggests you meant her harm.
Oh shit!
You want the truth? Truth is, I was sick to death of her.
Yeah.
I was trying to have her committed.
That's right. That was back in the day where you could just have a bitch committed.
We can put this all down on paper, Jacob. How you got fed up with your wife and how you figured killing her.
And you have different partners in each department of the game.
It was a loss of the tramp, and you just couldn't stand it anymore.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
Oh, he's not retarded anymore. He was
No, he's not retarded anymore, motherfucker.
Remorse, Jacob.
Oh shit! It's time to duke it out. Oh, punch! Kick his ass, Dan! Kick that retard's ass! Oh, Dan's punching him in the face.
Just about seen where.
He does look very sling blade.
Can the fucking cop lose?
Yeah.
And the guy will run out the door or something?
Yeah. And then you got to start over from a checkpoint.
Damn, he cuffed him and everything. There you go.
No tasers? Oh, no, this is 1932.
They just pulled out a snub nose and shot
1947.
you. Back then, fuck it.
Operator, give me R&I.
Yeah.
And we actually licensed real radio from the period, so I had to listen through.
Really?
Oh my God, dude! There was some of it that was so racist you couldn't even put it on. I was
Really?
like, nah, I can't put this in the game. Yeah.
You got an example of that?
What's your job? What do you do? I'm sorry, Laszlo. I just know you work for Rockstar. What do you do?
I help run the production department.
Yes, ma'am.
So I write scripts, I direct talent. I'm a member of a huge team of.
And what's development? Your development? What do they do?
What does development
Cause
do?
of death was the blood.
I don't know.
So who made up this? Who made up L.A. Noire? Who made up the idea?
So there's a studio in Australia named Team Bondi, and the guy there, Brendan McNamara, the head of that studio, he wrote the script. He directed a lot of the actors.
Whoa! Semen in the anus, vagina, and stomach.
That sounds like a great Friday night.
Yeah.
They did that in the 40s.
We found semen in the anus.
I want to go back to the racist radio, though. You got an example of it that you can?
Was like the Jack Benny show.
Jack Benny was racist on the radio.
Well,
Rochester.
Yeah, Rochester.
Bob. yeah, that was like. That was that shit.
Yeah, we did license some Jack Benny for the game, but I chose some bits that weren't so blatantly.
Yeah.
Just because Rockstar is always going to get beat up about that kind of stuff, even though it was it existed.
But that's your niche, though. You're a dangerous company.
But and then there's a show called The Bickersons, which is I guess one of the first real sort of couple sitcom kind of vibe, and you can hear how it inspired other shows.
Really?
But it is about this couple that every show they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to start fighting. And he's always threatening to punch her in the eye, and then she brings home a puppy one time, and he's going to take it out and kill it. It's quality entertainment.
They wouldn't even have that. You couldn't even have that conversation in your own home.
No.
Watch Henry re-interview.
So you didn't want to go 2 races, Lazlo?
No, I mean, you want to get a vibe for the period, but obviously, you don't
want to go crazy.
Right, you don't want to go crazy.
Hey, Laszlo, Jordan on his feedback. Video games is a brutal business. There's a set of stories online from an EA wife. You know what that's about?
I have no complexity.
He says you should be familiar with it.
Yeah, there was, I guess, some spouses of people that worked at EA that were complaining about the hours.
Oh, really? And how they never see their husbands, whatever?
Yeah.
Boyfriends.
The thing about...
shut up, bitches. They're earning money, motherfucker.
And that guy could have got off at 5.
Yeah.
He stayed and worked till 12 midnight.
So you didn't have to listen to your horse shit.
Everybody was like, hey, you can go home now. It's just
Fuck
no.
that. Right.
Our old radio show, we could have went home at 7.
Oh, yeah.
9:30, 10, 11,
Go
midnight.
home to my wife. Fuck
Right.
that shit.
So maybe that's what that's about. Maybe it's not that brutal.
Sit and drink beer. I like the music.
The city looks great, by the way.
Yeah, so did a lot of research between Rockstar and Team Bondi to, put actual brands from the period. We also came up with brands, because sometimes you go, when Rockstar approaches people and says, can we, please put your logo in a video game? They're like, oh, no.
Not Rockstar.
And of course, this is L.A. with no Mexicans and blacks anywhere near.
No.
Except for getting punched, I'm sure.
Back in the good old days.
And fucking the 5th chapter, there's a black guy getting burned with cigarettes. And there's no way to believe the black guy. It's just lie. There's 3 choices.
That's the only option is lie.
Lying. Push X, liar.
Wait, is there other options? No.
There's actually a button combo we can call him the N-word.
Rope or gun butt. That's what you get.
That's a joke.
Love seeing the old cars.
Yeah, old cars.
You got the Comedy Store in this game? Obviously, it wasn't the Comedy Store back then. It was a gangster hangout.
Oh. No Comedy Store.
So, Hollywood Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard, all that shit.
Yeah. Look at his house on the corner of fucking.
Yeah, that's like
Silvestri and
Look at that. Dan's
La
going to
Brea.
Sunset Boulevard.
Dan knows where to go.
Can you warp there?
Yeah.
warp there. Oh,
Jesus.
Powers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. This game sucks.
Secret powers.
Where's
That's what you know.
warping?
He's got secret powers.
Where's the Star Trek ship and shit?
There's the Hollywood sign in the background.
When it used to say Hollywood Land.
Yes.
Well, God, I love those cars. Those are the cars that be on HD theater, man.
Oh, yeah.
God, I would love to have one of those.
School. Look at him.
Hey, get out of the way, you lousy screw.
Wait, is that a black guy? No.
Not with a white woman.
Yes, it is.
What?
Give me your car. Give me your car, nigga. And you're lucky I don't kill you and your white wife. Of course he stole fucking interracial couple.
Benny and Barney Hill just got their car ripped off.
You should be walking there.
Yeah, get out of the car.
And then you circle back and ask him where'd he get this car from.
Holy shit. Oh, that's funny shit, man. Oh, man.
And then they interrogate the couple, ask the wife, did you do it? She said yes. He goes, you can go, ma'am. Push X to let the white woman go.
These cars,
cops
the
are
handling is a little different.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's because they weigh 8 tons.
Yes, exactly.
This fucking, these guys are crooked cops.
Well, I mean, this
He
isn't part
needed
of the mission. You don't have to carjack.
He needed the car.
Right, okay.
This is just for demonstration purposes.
He exercised his...
Okay, I thought these things, I mean, you could just punch a couple, a poor interracial couple in the 40s and take their car.
Like they don't have it rough enough.
Yeah, really. Oh, that's fantastic.
How long you think it took for this motherfucker to earn money to get that car? Now he's walking.
He was one of the Tuskegee Airmen.
Oh,
he gave him a car.
That's before insurance. The interest rate was probably 25%.
Yeah.
So I love that car.
Yeah, so we did. We
that's great, man.
recorded a bunch of commercials that were, sound like period commercials, which I had to find people, voiceover talent that. No,
that would do that.
Yeah,
they could do that voice.
Could sound like
Was
that.
you in
I
it?
know, but then
Was you
everybody
in
would say, "Look, it's Anthony."
I know exactly.
No Anthony in this fucking thing?
No. They used like pros in this one.
Oh, that's right. You was good in what you call it, by the way. I played that game.
Red Dead
Redemption.
I was
but I will say I love Red Dead Redemption. But I stopped. I thought I was finished.
Oh, really?
And it was more.
Yes.
It's a big game, man.
After the guy jumped off the mountain, I said, yes! Then he had a son. I'm like, I gotta go.
He had a son.
This guy has a son.
Listen,
look at Mel from Mel's Diner.
It's the guy at the malt shop or something.
Is he lying?
That's Ernest Borgnine. He's telling the truth. Look at his sad puppy face.
Is it true you got Warren Haynes coming in?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm a huge fan. I've seen him like 15 times.
Oh, hang around. With that said, we do have to take a break. Matt Paxton is next from Hoarders.
Matt Paxton.
Oh. Dude, my chick watches that show, and I come home, and all my shit is in the trash. She's like, we have too much shit. I'm like, God damn.
Anti-hoarder.
That show will freak you out.
It scares
like,
you.
Especially if you watch it slightly high.
If you start leaving a few things around the house, you're like,
dude, you don't want to watch Hoarders High, because you will just throw all your shit out.
I don't want to be like those people.
I know.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a break? So, Laszlo, the new game, the big plug.
L.A. Noire comes out a week from today.
Nice.
And please pre-order it at GameStop.com, or you can go into GameStop and pre-order it, and you'll get exclusive downloadable content there. You can also just go on Amazon and pre-order, and as well as Walmart.
What's your biggie that's already out right now? What's the big the one that's out now before L.A. Noire's big drop? What's still circulating?
We did Undead Nightmare, which was the zombie
the Red Dead
add-on
Redemption
game
zombie one?
With the zombies.
Yeah.
Listen, we really got a break because we got
cool.
Matt Paxton. The guests are starting to back up. And then Warren Haynes is going to perform for us a couple songs at 9:30. So, and Patrice O'Neal's still here. Big Mama Prods on Twitter. We will continue.
Sirius XM, the virus. This is the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Busy show. Laszlo in studio. Patrice in studio. Got L.A. Noire on the screen. Fan is playing the game for everybody today.
Our old pal Fan who works at Rockstar now.
He's got a good
playing
gig.
the game.
I'm going to hire all the cast-offs of
might as
Opie
well.
and Anthony run. I'd hire Danny, except for the second that I hired him, he'd fucking hate me. Your fucking management sucks. Some bullshit. You don't know what you're doing, Laszlo.
Wow. Oh, God. We got Matt Paxton outside the studio. It turns out he's a fan of the show. Ooh. He wrote it on his website. The Secret Lives of Hoarders. There he is, Matt.
Hoarders.
Matt,
They're
sit over here
scary
with the big
people.
boys.
I know you. I've seen this guy.
We know you from the show.
Of course. I'm a big fan of the show. My God. Those hoarders are out of their minds.
What's up, guys?
How are you, Matt?
How you doing, man?
Doing well.
Unbelievable. The Secret Lives of Hoarders. Now, the show comes out, and now it opens up this whole thing to people, hoarding. Now, I think we all knew there were some crazy cat ladies that would have newspapers stacked up in their house, but I don't think it's ever been exposed that there are people that you would consider maybe even normal that just are out of their minds when it comes to keeping shit at their house.
Judges, lawyers, bankers. I mean, we go into some fancy places.
Really?
And you walk in, there's 6 foot of shit in the corner.
A disaster.
Yeah, disaster. Honestly, those are the worst because they've been living the lie so long, and they've been trying to pass it off.
Yeah.
That it's even worse. I love when I walk into a house where it's like, oh, it's a crazy lady down the street, because at least I know what I'm walking into.
Yeah, and that's usually what everybody thinks it's going to be, is the crazy cat lady.
Yeah, we always say they're kind of like the mascot of our disease now.
Yeah.
But it's everybody, man. I mean, everybody.
You also learn that there's so many people that are hoarding. I thought it was like kind of a rare thing.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing it for 2 years before I even knew what the word was.
Right.
We just thought they were.
I thought there was
people
a few
that
here
were
and
white
there,
trash.
but-
Yeah,
they were just called white trash. Seems to be at least one in every neighborhood in America.
I mean, the number we hear is like 3.5 million.
Wow.
But that's
a lot of
that's the
garbage.
ones that you see like on Hoarders that I clean, the level 5s.
Yeah.
But the real ones, the bad ones are like, your mom that's a level 1. You
Now-
know, that she's got a couple things.
Wait, what's the level 5 and what's the level 1?
Level 5 is what you see on
With the cat shit and the
you've got
carcasses,
dead
animals. Can't go upstairs anymore because you put your bag of shit on the stairs.
Exactly.
That's finger of God.
I cleaned that
Finger
one. That
of
was
God.
bad.
Did you?
Oh, yeah, I did that one.
That was our favorite
Five.
Hoarders, right, Ant? The one where you
Oh,
couldn't go
yeah.
upstairs because the shit was going all the way up the
I
stairs.
was sick for 2 weeks after that. I literally.
What does it smell like, sir?
That was a new one. That was more like a citrusy, tangy poo. It was really.
What was the note? What was the note in the mouth?
It was the only one that came through the mask. I mean, I'm wearing a P95 mask, and you could still taste shit in your
And
mouth.
how long, like, after you go home, isn't it in your sinuses? Like, you could still
It's in
smell
your,
it?
It's in your hair. You want to shave your hair.
Oh,
it gets in you.
really?
Yeah, I mean, you have to blow your nose for days.
Now, I've seen a few of these episodes where people are just belligerent. And they have to be handled with these kid gloves. And
Which
I think
we hate.
I think we've all talked about it. And I think probably anybody you've talked to has said, turn around and tell these people to just knock it off. You want to punch them. You want to do something.
And the challenge with that is that we assume everyone's on the same mental plane that you and I are on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and with these hoarders, they're on a different world. I mean, literally, their brains, if they scan their brains, it works differently. And so I see a pile of crap, and I see 100 dead cats. They see a beautiful vase and a table.
Really?
And so they really, I mean, yelling at them obviously doesn't work. I mean, it's like having a buddy that's just hammered, and you're like, dude, get your life together. And you're
I've been saying
screaming
that to
at 'em.
Anthony for
I
fucking
know.
years.
Well, at least people come and clean my house, though. My God.
Hoarder's always something that you have to throw. Like you said, a beautiful vase. Are there hoarders that hoard beautiful vases? Like they just
Sure.
they have
Good
a
question.
bunch of nice shit, but
Where it's
they're
real
hoarders?
shit.
Yes, season 4, season 3, we went pretty extreme. It got really nasty. Season 4, you're going to see a lot of really interesting collections that
So
are
what do you
very
go?
valuable.
You go over to somebody's house and they got like the precious moment shit all over the place.
Yeah, my least favorite thing you see like statues or Christmas. Ornaments. I had one lady had 40,000 cookie
They have like
cutters.
the Christmas room in their house.
Cookie cutters.
Yeah, but go back to that. Very valuable. So why is that a problem if their shit is worth a lot of money?
It's not about the money. It's the fact that they've let their life go. They've lost friendships. They've lost families. They've lost jobs. That's the problem.
The house is not functional as a house
I
anymore.
have new shoe boxes
All over the
everywhere,
place?
and then I have to I just gave some away. I had to find away stuff.
Yeah,
and
but
then
are you taking
get
are you
jackets.
taking a dump on top of those shoes?
Holy shit!
I hope so.
Wait a minute though. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm not only familiar with because you watch it or whatever. But
Yeah.
it has to be something else. It can't just be you collect a bunch of shit.
Exactly, and that's a great point. There's a reason they do it. There's a trigger. Something bad, something tragic's happened in their life.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, this is how I deal with it. I walk in there and I'm like, come on, lady, I got to shovel up all this poop. It's like, this is getting ridiculous. But I have to remember something really bad happened in her life to make her choose to do that. No one wakes up and says, hey, I'm going to be a hoarder. I'm going to kill 200 cats in my house.
You usually see they're surrounded by enabling people too that you're even more angry with.
Yeah.
Like I've seen people where it's like, why doesn't this person take control and try to get this person to stop?
Usually, by calling us, honestly, is the way they've done it. It's pretty hard, man.
Pulling this off on you.
I mean, a hoarder, man, they are like amazing at denial. I mean, they're like the best professional deniers. And so, I mean, you literally, it takes professionals, both therapists and organizers, to come in there and get through the wall.
You'll see them start crying about they haven't seen their family in years, their children don't come over. And they'll say things like, my family's the most important thing in my life, yet they won't throw away something from 10 years ago that's a piece of crap because it's important to them. But then their family is the most important thing, but they're leaving.
Can we acknowledge that?
That's the mental illness part
I asked him
of
something. He said, he goes, but did you take a shit on top of it? Like,
yeah.
I didn't realize you had just said it just registered.
Yeah.
Like that's a hoarder.
There's a
so
hoarder.
people now we know what hoarder is. It's just like it's a lot of shit that you acquire, but you do other strange things with it.
Something else has happened. There's
something else
going on. And
it just ain't collecting shit.
It's not just collecting.
What was the number one hoarder for you? Since this show started airing.
excuse me, I hate to even bring it up, but Hannah was pretty extreme.
We did
the chicken lady. Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, we did
chicken
the
lady
Hannah
was
thing.
extreme.
God, I
she
couldn't
punched me in the
stand
face.
her.
She punched you in the
Oh,
face.
Yeah. She was really aggressive.
You
She
started getting nasty with
had
her.
200 chickens in her. Oh, I got really. Yeah,
Yeah.
I will. I'm different. I don't hold.
I know,
kid
yeah.
gloves. I go right at them. I mean, I treat it this way. If I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna treat you like my family. And in my family, if we love you, we're gonna make fun of you and we're gonna get in your face. And that's what I do with hoarders.
I've watched the show like it's a sporting event because sometimes you've gotten on the people and I'm like, finally! I'm like yelling at the TV going, yes, yell at this idiot.
Because that dumb psychologist ain't going to do it.
Well, I do it with
stupid
respect.
kid gloves.
Yeah. They have laws
I
and
like
morals
sometimes
they
when
have to stick to.
you're going,
I don't.
well, you don't want them? Great, fine, then don't.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you walk out of the place and
Yeah, I
it's
have
like,
no
good.
problem walking out.
Who contacts you? Who?
Usually it's family members. It's rarely the actual hoarder. It's usually
So,
the
but
family
they.
members.
So, if we're seeing on TV, you, it's safe to assume that they signed the contract to
Oh,
go
yeah.
clean my house. But so you've had a lot of reluctant, like, okay, all
Sure,
right.
yeah, a lot of times, and we'll even turn people down in our I do this full time privately as well. So for every one you see on TV, I'm doing 10 more at home.
Oh, so you're like
So
a
people
life
hire
coach.
your company?
Okay.
Like family members?
I'm like the worst life coach. I'm there to push you past this brick wall that you've got. I'm not going to be the guy that hugs you and gets you, 6 years away, keeps you clean. I'm the one that keeps your kids in the house and keeps you from losing your house from the bank the next day.
Have you ever had a situation where you go, fuck them, this episode's canceled, we're not even dealing with this fucking
That's
douche.
not my. I would love to, but
not
it's
his
not
call.
my
It's
Yeah.
call. It's
I'm
not
just
his call
paid to be
every
there.
time.
Okay, you're not the boss of the show.
No, I mean sometimes you get in there and
He's the
you-
cleanup guy.
I'm the trash man.
So the
I'm
producers
lowest
have
guy
never
on the
had
totem
somebody
pole.
that they said, this is just let them live in there.
His company's Clutter Cleaner, by the way. We haven't mentioned it yet.
Let them
Clutter
live.
Cleaner on
Let
Twitter.
them live in Turkey shit. Let's get out of here.
Who cares?
Well,
have you gotten, because I always wonder when they're giving that rah-rah speech, the shrinks and stuff, to the cleanup crew. Now, make sure Margaret is allowed to look at everything before you take it out. It looks like the crew's standing there, and sometimes they put their head down. And are they laughing? Are they looking like, oh, Christ, this nut?
We do use the guys from 1-800 Got Junk, and they're actually trained fairly well. They know what they're doing. They've been in more hoarding houses than, other than me, they're the only ones that know how to really clean a good house. They know how it mentally goes. We set it up, strategically, there's a way to do this. So you'll see me pick a room on purpose that's really easy. And so I get them warmed up and then I'll find pictures or, we bring them things that keep them happy. And then we just punch them in the stomach and say, okay,
And start throwing shit
here's
away.
your dead
Yeah,
husband's
yeah.
stuff. It's time. Let's talk about this. We got to get rid of it.
So once you start cleaning, do you at least go, oh wow, but this might be valuable, or you just shovel
No,
junk
we
in
go
a
through
bag?
everything because pictures are very valuable for family, especially if you've had a deceased family member. There's always a lot of jewelry. We find money all the time. I found
you put a little down in your back.
That's what I was
back
gonna
pocket?
if it's clean, we sell it for them and give them the money. Most of these people are in really
Nah,
bad
fuck
place.
that, man. I mean,
right.
Well, one lady couldn't.
Shit, this $100 bill is under fucking buffalo piss.
You
You wasn't gonna spend it.
Money spends, man. If there's money, we'll bring it to him. We found a Michael Jackson original Thriller album, and it was so far at the bottom of a pile that it was in perfect condition.
Oh, wow. It was like
It was
completely
so
mummified.
compressed, it was safe.
Flat.
That still ain't worth nothing for another few years or whatever.
Man, it was $1,200.
Was it really?
For Thriller?
For the original, yeah.
Wow.
$1,200. That's
What was
a lot
the
of
most
money,
valuable
dude.
thing you
That's still
ever
a lot
found?
of money to me. We found $40,000 in U.S. savings bonds, and the lady thought they were expired. And we were like, they're matured. There's an extreme difference.
Wow.
Tell her
Handed
they're
her
expired.
$40,000.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, I'd have left with them.
Yeah, I would
I've
have.
made more than $40,000 off that story than actually
Oh,
taking the
okay.
money.
Ah,
You know what I mean?
there you go.
We know that these people are down and out. They're good people somewhere. My job is to find out that goodness.
So her hoarding, though, if she wasn't a hoarder, she would have never waited. So the fact is that actually was a bank. It did mature.
It held
her
them to
disgusting
maturity.
habit was putting it in the bank.
I'll
Actually,
go with you a little bit on that. There is good in everything bad. You just got to dig deep enough to find that good. And
what was your
she made some
saddest
money.
moment where you almost got it got to you with like shit? I feel bad, or you feel sympathetic to the level of like you had to maybe almost cried, or maybe,
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to make me cry nowadays. I mean, I found some real sad child pornography, like Polaroids, like the dude had taken them.
Oh shit!
And I just had a
Jesus. And you pocketed those?
Yeah, of course I took those.
Well, that's
way to go.
That's more of an angry story. Like you
trying to keep it
kitty
funny here.
fucker.
We had to call
You just made it
about-
really hot.
I mean, we were still very broke at the time. I mean, I didn't start this job because I thought it'd be really cool. I was down and out, man. I was the only job. Cleaning up shit was the only thing I could do.
Yeah.
You know? And so I needed the money. I needed to finish the job. I needed to pay rent.
You were
know?
hoarding bills.
And the problem was we found these Polaroids of some seriously nasty porn, and we were like, man, we got to call the cops.
Got to call the cops.
It was awful.
Now,
It
you
sucked.
call the cops on?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
have
man.
to,
That guy's in
man.
jail, man. That guy's in jail now.
Oh,
Wait, so he was a hoarder.
I wonder if he keeps his shit in the
Child
cell.
pornography.
He's probably getting raped.
Now-
Motherfucker, throw these blankets away, you dirty bastard.
I knew I
Explain
shouldn't
this
have
to
said
me.
that.
Somebody, a TV guy comes to you and says, "Can we please go through all your shit?" At what point did he sign off on that? He had to know.
Yeah, for hoarders, if I'm there, it's because they're going to lose their children, they're going to lose their spouse, or they're going to lose their home. I mean, like tomorrow.
But somewhere in the back of his head, he knew he had some kitty fiddler pictures in
under
that pile.
cat piss and
that
cat
guy,
shit.
well, that guy was in such denial that he had lied to himself so many times.
He didn't think it was
that
there.
He didn't think it was that big a deal.
Hey, I got it.
Wow.
We got Warren Haynes in the green room, so we don't have a lot of time left with you. But rats. I was disappointed in the rat episode because it was me and Ann talked about it. It was rats from a pet store that the guy was hoarding.
Well, he had it started with 2 rats, and then they just kept multiplying.
But I wasn't as impressed.
The sheer
as like
number of rats was a little
creepy,
like,
amazing.
But have you ever
creepy,
seen
yeah.
like a New York City subway rat?
San Francisco rats are ridiculous. I've
Okay.
heard the New York ones are as well. I mean, they're bigger than cats.
I was excited for that
They're bigger
episode,
than
and then
cats.
when I saw they were pet rats, I was not into that episode as much.
Yeah.
But my question is, have you gone into houses where you have seen fucking rats?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the rats. An empty house with rats is fine. It's when you see like an 8-foot rat's nest that's just eating up
In the middle of
newspaper in
everything.
the middle of everything. You're like, holy crap, what's in there? It's not what you see; it's what you don't see.
Okay.
And you
Yeah.
smell it. You know the smell of rat urine. You know there's some big ass rats in there. That's scary.
When they have caged animals and they think they're taking care of them too, that's
They
the sick-
do believe
they
that they
actually think that they're loving and taking
They
care
do.
of these animals. And meanwhile, like there's a dead cat, there's a cat with like holes in it and just pussy eye cat like that you see on the late night commercials. And they're like, and when animal control comes, they're crying and saying, "Why are you doing that?" They don't understand. Like this thing, half of these things are going to have to be put to sleep.
I promise you, with all their heart, they truly believe they're
I don't
taking
care
care
about
of
That
these
is so
animals.
sick.
I don't care about their hearts. It's exhausting.
They are. I swear. I know.
I swear it's exhausting. I don't want to have to try to convince
I
them.
yell at the TV. I honestly yell like, "Just burn the place
We
down!"
are going to laugh. Our whole crew listens to you guys. Most of our camera guys are from New York, so we
Jesus.
listen to you guys all the time. And I'm yelling back at you guys, and y'all are saying stuff on
I
the radio.
picture hoarders.
That's
I've
hilarious.
never seen the show. I'm sorry, but
God, it's a great
I-
show.
It's so much shit. I'm watching Pawn
Stars.
hardcore
yeah,
porn.
yeah, yeah.
I'm watching black people scream at this guy who only gives them $7 for their fucking wedding ring. So it's like it's just what you watch, you know. But I picture people who hoard to be unattractive.
Wow, yeah,
The
I
ones
think
we
you're
show
right.
are, I would say that they're sad people. They're down. I mean, when it really
No
sums it up.
gorgeous hoarder broad that
We've
ever.
had a couple.
Few daughters.
Yeah.
I've seen like a few daughters where it's like, oh, that girl would be such an easy lay. Like you just got to take her to a clean room.
You come across any meth?
We find drugs and
Dude,
guns.
what is it about meth people? They want to
Drugs
whore.
and
They
guns.
steal bicycles and
If
take
you-
them apart.
If you see no teeth, if you see no teeth, obviously. It's
Oh,
it's-
then you know.
And we do deal with that a lot on the show. You get there and you're like, you're dealing with the hoarding, but then you're like, man, what about this, meth problem going on in the back room? That may have something to do with it.
That drug turns people into hoarders and horny as hell. You can't come.
We definitely have Warren Haynes, but
Let me tell you real quick,
God.
on the book, the book is for everybody, not just about hoarders. It breaks it down to basically if your wife's keeping too much stuff around the house and you need some hints on how
Throw it
to
at
get
her.
rid of the stuff. Read the
Before
book.
it starts.
It's called True
before the
Stories
stuff.
of
Yeah.
Tackling Extreme Clutter, The Secret Lives of Hoarders by Matt Paxton. You can stick around and listen to Warren Haynes play if you want. And we'll probably get another plug or two in for the book
I'd love
and the show Hoarders.
Brought you guys some Clutter Picker t-shirts today.
Right, because I mean...
Oh, nice.
For your hoarder viewing party.
I wanted to ask you another thing, though. People seem to sometimes get upset when they see 1-800-JUNK. Like the second the trucks pull up, you're pretty much telling the people what you have is junk. Like, isn't it insulting Like, I don't care. Insult the hell out of them.
At first, people did, and now they know that they're actually going to get some hand care. I mean, people actually do sort through the stuff.
Because it seems like they're coming to get my things. They look at it like it's treasure, and meanwhile, you're like, yeah, bring the junk trucks up.
What you need to worry about when the two guys in a landscaping trailer show up, and they're going to throw everything away. They're not going to look at your stuff. At least you're going to have positive care, and people are going to look for your things when we show up.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right.
Cool. Guys, thank you for all your support on the show, man. We love it.
I love the show. It's great.
June 20th, season 4 starts, and we did recaps of everyone that would let us come back into their house.
That's great. I love seeing where these people end up, because some of them have kind of kept
some are
things,
awesome,
and
some
others
are
just
disturbingly bad.
Fell right back into it.
This is not a before and after show. It's the reality of what happens in life.
And I hope they're all bad.
We had some good ones.
I hope they're all bad. They went right back to collecting cat shit. Fuck those people. So sick of the me's out there.
What a heart.
Done with it. You're the same way. Come on.
I know.
Jimmy certainly is.
Like I said, I yell at the TV at these people. Well, gasoline, a little diesel fuel, and a match.
Yeah.
Send them to the movies. Let them come back to a smoldering house.
Matt Paxton, a pleasure.
Guys, thanks so much.
Fan of the show, which I think is really cool. Fantastic. Of our show, and we're a fan of your show, certainly. And it's Clutter Cleaner on Twitter.
Yep.
All right, we're going to have Warren Haynes play for us next. We're pretty excited. Laszlo, big fan, right?
Big fan. Seen him like 15 times.
Cool. That means you're going to have to leave. And if you want to stick around, Matt, you're more than welcome.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. Thanks.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony on the Virus, Sirius XM.
Opie and Anthony's Jim Norton has got his own show where he picks his playlist on the Boneyard.
This should be called the Blithering Idiot Show on the Boneyard, because music guys always sound like they know what they're talking about. Yeah, that was a little song done 1975. It was windy, but that's true. They just look it up. I don't do that. I'm lazy. When I'm on the computer, believe me, I'm not looking up music facts.
Tonight at 10 Eastern, Norton's Obsessed on the Boneyard. Sirius 19, XM 53.
I'm Mark Tessai from SiriusXM's Raw Dog Comedy Uncensored. It's my job to bring you the funniest alternative comedians.
I'm going to buy a bunch of hermit crabs and make them live together.
Join me for an intimate sit-down with one of the best.
People say there's hermit crabs, I'll say not anymore.
It's story time with Dimitri Martin.
If I had a bookstore, I'd make the mystery section really hard to find.
We'll chill with a live audience as Dimitri shares stories from his new book, This Is a Book. Check out this super hip and cool event, Story Time with Dimitri Martin, Friday, 6 p.m. East, 3 West, on Raw Dog, SiriusXM 99.
What are you going to do with your old car? You can try selling it, you could junk it, or you could donate it to Heritage for the Blind. Your car will be towed away for free, and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-574-2861. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats. It doesn't matter if your vehicle runs or not. It'll be towed away for free, and you'll be supporting those that need help. Heritage for the Blind is a non-profit organization that helps the visually impaired live fuller lives. Call right now to donate your car, and as a special thank you, you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to over 50 locations. Call Heritage for the Blind right now. Call 1-800-574-2861. Donating is easy, and your vehicle is towed away for free. Plus, you'll get a free vacation voucher for donating. Call now. 1-800-574-2861. That's 1-800-574-2861. 1-800-574-2861.
Guys, are you ready to turn up the heat in the bedroom? Well, before you get her off, Adam and Eve wants to help you get half off. That's right. Go to adamandeve.com and for a limited time, get 50% off just about any item. Put your hands all over her with massage oils or lube, or take her pleasure to new heights with a wild new toy. On top of that, when you grab that one item at 50% off, you'll also get 6 free adult DVDs for a little visual inspiration. Adam and Eve will even slide in a free extra gift so hot. They can't even mention it here. And the happy ending to it all? You get free shipping on your whole order. So before you get her off, get half off one item when you type DOLL for the offer code at checkout. When you do, you'll get 6 free DVDs, a free extra gift, and free shipping. Just use offer code DOLL, that's DOLL, at adamandeve.com.
Are you an inventor, or do you know an inventor who would like to attempt to have an invention or idea patented and submit it to industry? Call InventHelp, America's largest invention company, and learn how to get your free inventor's information. You'll learn how to attempt to patent your idea and submit it to industry from the company that has helped secure over 7,000 patents. It's a free call, so call now. 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. Call toll free at 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. InventHelp is a fee-based company.
The Virus, Sirius XM. Follow the Opie and Anthony Show online. Facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. Twitter.com/Opie Radio. Twitter.com/Anthony Cumia. And Twitter.com/Jim Norton. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh, this is cool. Very, very busy show today. Laszlo's in doing the L.A. Noir, which comes out in a week, right?
A week from today.
Oh, yeah.
Looks great, Laszlo. Another big hit for Rockstar Games, certainly.
Yes.
I guess Matt Paxton from Hoarders had to leave, huh? I guess he's not that big of a fan of our show.
He was going to do another show. He's very busy with this book, yeah.
With his book, The Secret Lies of Hoarders by Matt Paxton.
Amazon.com.
Paxton.
Available now.
Right.
This is probably the most sober I've ever been seeing Warren play.
Really?
I have been tripping my face off at some of his shows.
Well, we got Warren Haynes in studio, which I'm a newer fan. I'm not going to lie to you. You go way back with Warren?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how far back you could say, but when you guys did the Phil and Friends stuff, especially with Joan Osborne, those shows, she tore the roof off. You guys together, it was like her voice and your guitar. Oh.
Yeah, we did PNC Bank.
Oh, that was a great
probably
show.
At that one, yeah. Yeah, that was a fun band. We had a lot of great shows with that band.
Yeah, they took a really interesting twist on a lot of Dead tunes.
Really?
Yeah, it was a Warren twist. It was nice.
Because Warren's pretty much in the Dead, the Allman Brothers, Government Mule, and now just solo as well.
Yeah, this is actually my first solo record in a long time, so I'm going to be promoting it for quite a while.
It's called Man in Motion. I was reading the reviews in the paper today. 4 stars in the New York paper, brother.
Wow, damn.
4 stars for Warren's new album.
Cool.
Dude, he is an animal. You can go to a music festival, and he plays with every band.
Yeah.
He comes out with every band.
Well, you know, some of these places like Bonnaroo and stuff, you know everybody. You know, somebody says, hey, you want to play? What am I going to say? No, I don't want to play.
Just the fact, though, he's so matter-of-fact about it. It's like bands are asking you to come up and play with them.
He's the go-to guy.
Yeah. It's a small world, though, more so than people think. I think, musicians get to know each other, and you do the same kind of circuit, and I'd rather play than watch. It's like when you watch sports, it makes you want to play.
Right. And I just saw you at the Beacon Theater. I go every year for the Allman Brothers. God damn.
It was a good year.
Great shows.
Yeah. Oh, he's part of... I just needed a history. I'm sorry.
He's basically the Allman Brothers at this point.
But he was part of the original Allman Brothers.
No.
I've been there 22 years.
Jesus.
Wow.
22 years.
Wow. I know, and I'm only 24. So.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But I joined in 1989.
Wow.
The band was broken up from 81 until 89. Then we did a reunion tour in 89, and we all thought it was just for a year, just to see what happens. Wow, that went good. Let's do it again, and it just kept going.
Mm-hmm.
And were you there when what's his name left? Why can't I remember?
Dickie Betts.
Dickie Betts. I went. I saw him play at a bar on Long Island and nearly got my fucking face kicked in.
Well, we might have a Dickie Betts story too.
What happened?
I walked in
and
I was really
Dickie's wife.
Dude, I've never seen so many Harleys
So that
outside.
story.
A lot of fucking Harleys outside. And I go in and I'm standing there and all of a sudden a beer bottle smashes on the back of my elbow. I turn around, this huge biker goes, "You're standing in my old lady's way. She can't see." I was like, "Sorry, sir."
You didn't turn around and go, "Hey, fucko."
No. You know who I am?
I was like, "Sorry, sir. I'll go to the back."
I didn't know you were in the Allman Brothers for 22
That'd be
years.
fun to see Laszlo get beat up like a friggin' Grand Theft Auto character.
That wasn't Mike McDonald, was it? No.
You know nothing about
Doobie Brothers.
That's the Doobie.
Sorry. I'm just asking. I'm trying to learn, motherfucker.
You know a lot about white history. I'll give you that. But
Jesus Christ, I'm trying to.
He walked in. You
learn.
thought it was Meatloaf.
No, I didn't. You.
That was
asshole.
No, you got Greg Allman. Dwayne Allman died in a motorcycle accident in the 70s, early 70s.
I know the Allman Brothers.
And then you had Dickie Betts.
It gets confusing.
Then you got Trucks, and that's about where.
So
I
in
fade
Allman
out.
Brothers in rap world,
as far as the original.
they're Jay-Z or they're little. What are they?
What would the Allman Brothers be in the rap world?
Oh my God!
What's the level?
Equate
Public
them with
Enemy.
You have to go with a classic.
Yeah.
And
Respected.
and
Sugar
very
Hill Gang.
respected.
Okay. Respected Sugar Hill Gang. He answered it. Respected.
I think PE that's
Public Enemy.
Yes, respected.
Old school, classic,
okay,
but-
fair enough.
But Patrice, you know a little bit about white boy music.
Yes, I do.
You don't know the Allman Brothers?
When I hear, I get introduced weird. When I first got introduced to a lot of white music was wrestling. When they used to allow you to have regular songs as your intro music. So I was like, oh shit, that's nice. And I got into it a little bit. But I know if I hear some famous Allman Brothers,
a famous riff, Allman Brothers riff that he would absolutely know.
Well, let's see. There's. That's One Way Out.
Yeah.
Moon Patrol.
Jessica. That's
I heard that one.
Grammy Award.
Now these are ones
like,
that
I
these are
heard that
ones
one, I
that
heard that one.
I just got a
one
boner.
that you
I
that
know,
you
isn't that cool?
you go a black person would and should know this.
Well, yeah. I don't know about should, but
Well, could you would go okay? I'll put this one.
I think most black people would like the Allman Brothers because the music
yeah.
was born out of soul music and jazz and blues.
No,
and,
I mean, but
you
a
know,
hit though, so I can go okay. Okay.
The biggest hit was Ramblin' Man, but there's songs like Whipping Post, which was a
What
big
Lord,
hit.
I was born
Yeah.
a rambling man. I know that, but I never took the time to go. Oh, that's the Allman Brothers. That's just like.
Well, that's not nice.
That's like that song. Rock and roll. You go, I know that, but you go, I'm not gonna go fucking learn that.
Compare the Allman
No,
Brothers
I
to Gary
fucking
Glitter?
didn't. Don't put me
Okay,
in a,
all right.
don't try to be Fox Newsy on me. I'm saying
Fox Newsy.
I got scared. Don't try to play me like I'm trying to learn right now, and I'm gonna have to go and get up. I didn't because I thought Allman Brothers was more bluesy or whatever than Ramblin' Man, but I didn't think that was
that's like
Ramblin'
a hit.
Ramblin' Man was that's the most country that the Allman Brothers ever got, but it was also a big hit.
Yeah.
And you're right, most of the stuff is more bluesy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of Blue Sky.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Blue Sky is a beautiful song.
I love Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Love the guitar work on that. That was a Dickie
well,
Betts
why
song.
don't we hear
All right.
yeah, Dickie Betts song.
Warren Haynes, his new album is called Man in Motion. He's got his guitar. Let's get something out of him today.
Yeah.
What do you
All
want
right.
to play, Warren?
I think I'll play River's Gonna Rise.
Right on.
Darkness has the faces. We hold the power. We don't need to be rich. We only need to be free. Chains of oppression, never gonna break. But a day will come when we hold the key. Time will remind us the people still have a voice, and we don't want violence until there's no other choice. But the river's gonna rise. Watch our struggles away. Oh, the sun is gonna shine down on a brand new day. Bells will be ringing, flames reaching to the sky, higher and higher, fueled by the winds of change. Sweet taste of freedom, fresh on the tips of our tongues, and the dust of the past is all that shall remain. Echoes of our voices ringing all through the town. We drown out the memories of the days we were bound. The river's gonna rise. Wash our struggles away. Oh, the sun is gonna shine down on a brand new day. I said the sun is gonna shine down on a brand new day.
his new album, Man in Motion. That's River's Gonna Rise. Damn.
Everybody's saying like how great his voice is.
Yeah.
Just
Warren's
holy
got the
shit.
great
That
great voice.
Sounds amazing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We got Brian from Tennessee. He's been waiting online for a while. He wants to talk about the new album. Brian, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Warren. Big fan. Congrats on the new album. Hey,
Thank
I got
you.
a guitar question for you.
Uh-huh.
Looks like you went with ES's instead of Les Pauls on the new album tour. Is that based on the sound you wanted for the soul stuff, or is it more an aesthetic visual decision to distance yourself between the new stuff and Mule?
It was to get a different sound for the music, which I think that kind of fits this music better than the Les Paul does. But it looks cool too. But
Yeah. Sounds great either way. I was just hoping the Les Pauls weren't shelved forever.
No, Les Paul is still my main guitar. But for this record, I went for a cleaner sound, more reminiscent of like B.B. King and Freddie King, and a little more old school.
Yeah, it sounds great. Thanks for booking the show in Knoxville.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
All right. You guys have a good day. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
How many days a year are you guys on the road? You personally?
You know, I don't really keep track. I know in 2004 I did 180 shows, and that's not counting days off, travel days, recording, rehearsal. You know,
So you're never home.
Not much.
Yeah, I remember that from the last time he came in. What do you do when you're not playing the guitar?
You know, music takes up a lot of my time. You know, if I have time off, I'm usually just kind of catching up on personal time. But, you know, it's a good job when you do something you love. You guys know where I'm coming from with that.
Musicians are weird guys, man, because I know, like my brother is constantly just noodling around on the guitar.
Right.
Like, you can't even talk to him when he's just sitting around because he's just
trying to figure some shit out.
Just fucking around. Like,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all
annoying.
they do.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it is. It's all.
We got a lot of people checking in. Let's say hi to Michael in North Carolina. Asheville,
Mike?
which is Warren's hometown, right?
Asheville.
Yeah, big fanboy from Asheville. We love you, Warren.
Thank you.
Down here at Beer City, USA again for the third year straight now.
Awesome.
But I just wanted to call in, big fan, wanted to say hey.
Well, thank you very
That's it?
much.
You don't have a question about his new album, anything?
No.
Yeah, because he thought
You just want to say
he
hi?
thought he'd be more responsive to "I'm from where you from."
Yeah.
He's like, "Good, that's why I left, asshole. Drink your beer."
I got the hell out of there. It's not as glamorous as you think it is.
I played my way out that pub
years ago.
The one you're sitting in right now.
God, Michael, nothing. Fucking nothing.
That's it.
You got something.
Oh, wait, you got
The
something.
Christmas Jam, December.
I'll be there too.
Yeah. All right, Michael.
I used to hang on Cricket Street. How about you?
Yeah. Someone's reminding me you might know Midnight Rider as well.
Midnight Rider?
Midnight Rider.
I bet you I know a lot of songs. It's just you have to go. Oh, that's the Allman Brothers, and then you like I didn't know.
Give him a
what's
little
the
taste of that.
fucking
Let's see. Let's
Electric
hear that.
Light Orchestra. Now I know about 5 of their songs now.
That's Midnight
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the basis of Midnight Rider.
Yeah,
that was a big hit.
I'm gonna
That was
Allman
a
Brother
damn
up.
big hit.
I'm gonna do the Allman Brother thing.
Definitely a big hit.
But I'm gonna do Warren thing too, because that song you played.
Yeah.
You liked it?
Yeah, he had it was saying something.
That was good.
Little
Yeah.
freedom. He said he said freedom's better than money. You didn't hear that? You caught that? Isn't that you kind of said that, right?
I kind of did. Yeah.
You kind of said that.
That's right. Freedom better than money, man. That's so fucking beautiful.
Let's say hi to John in Florida. Warren Haynes in the studio. John.
Hey, guys. Hey there, Patrice.
Hello, sir.
Hey, Warren, have you ever been handed a song that you turned down because you just didn't feel it?
Handed, you mean like from a stranger or?
No, maybe from one of your friends or something like that, and they wanted you to sing a song, and you said, I just don't feel it, I can't sing it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to kind of believe what you're singing. You know, a lot of times, even if a song's really good, it doesn't mean that I'll be able to feel it or do it justice. Yeah, so that definitely happens.
Yeah, he's gone. That was it for him. Al, what's going on, brother? Al.
Yeah.
Ask Warren about David Allan Coe. Any good stories? Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. Somebody from Asheville.
Exactly.
Was it a little bit daunting to play with Phil Lesh, going out and playing some of those Dead tunes? Because that crowd, it's like a bunch of comic book nerds, sort of the Dead crowd. It's like being the main band at Comic-Con or something, except they're all on shrooms.
I thought they treated me great. I'm sure there are some fans that are so hardcore that that they don't want to see anybody else playing that music, and that's cool if that's the way you feel. I think 90% of them enjoyed it.
Definitely.
I know I enjoyed it. That was the main thing.
Well,
and
that was a nice thing. It was a different twist on those songs.
That's what the guys want. And I've said this many times. And it started when I joined the Allman Brothers, because coming into the Duane Allman role in the Allman Brothers, that's a daunting task if you choose to look at it that way. But from the beginning, the guys didn't want me to copy Duane Allman. They wanted me to be myself. And the same with the Dead. When I joined the Dead, nobody expects you to play or sing like Jerry Garcia. It's like when you lose a band member, especially one that important, the most you can hope for is to kind of stumble upon some chemistry that hopefully rivals the chemistry that you lost. But you're not going to get that same chemistry back ever.
It was to watch the crowd, because there were songs the Dead stopped playing a long time ago, and when you guys fired into St. Stephen, people went bananas.
Yeah, there were a bunch of songs that we brought out that had not been played in a long time, and some of Jerry songs and some of the Pigpen songs that I was singing that the band probably hadn't done in 30 years.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Is that happening this summer?
Nothing as of now.
Yeah, okay.
Who's your mentor or somebody you might have had a dude crush where you go, man, I love this guy's guitar work, and you go, damn.
Well, the first three guitar heroes for me were Eric Clapton, Jimi Hendrix, and Johnny Winter.
Jesus.
But I'm a huge B.B. King fan, and I've met B.B. a long time ago, and we've hung out before.
This is his guitar, right? Or this is the kind he plays, right?
Yeah, the kind he plays.
Okay.
But I finally got to play with him last year for the first time, and that was just like a huge thing for me.
Now, would you be intimidated, or you're it's excited because it's excitement, or is it I don't want to F up, or you've been doing it so long, you're not going to mess up, but you just go, well, do you relish it? You enjoy it?
Absolutely.
Something like that?
Absolutely relish it and enjoy it. And there's some intimidation there. When you're meeting one of your heroes, there's definitely some intimidation. But usually, especially with somebody like him, he's so gracious that he just makes everybody feel comfortable.
It seems like music people, that could be horseshit, but I probably in the pop world is different, but it seems like in the artist world, it's a lot more ingratiating and a lot more love between people who, it's more respect and love. Like comedians, we hate each other, we play it off, but we don't support each other. But it seems like guitarists and everybody, it's love. It's not
like
as more
fraternity
competition until it gets to be pop fame type of thing. But it just loving it seems like if people who love it love each other. You know what I mean?
I think real musicians gravitate toward each other. If you hear somebody that you think can really play or really sing, then there's some sort of appeal there. You think, well, I'd like to play with this person because there's a improvisational language thing that happens.
You seem too nice to ask this question. I'm gonna ask it.
Okay.
Who's a hack? Because look, I had again, White World. I looked on a drummer's list, and this dude from Rush, the drummer from Rush, Neil Peart, is number one on everybody's list now in White World.
Right.
So I'm talking to my buddy who knows guitar, knows drums a little bit. I go, how the fuck can you go, and this guy's one on everybody's list?
Well,
so I'm saying he thought Bonham, but Bonham was 5 on no higher than 5 on everybody's list. So okay, good. But he's like Neil Peart's. So who gets the accolades? Say on a lot of lists it's like Jimi Hendrix is the guy. So who's a guy that's on a lot of lists that you might go? You don't have to answer, but you might go.
He's not gonna answer that.
I think somebody else should answer that.
Yeah,
right. That's what I'm saying. That's why I figured it's just too fraternity but it's who's the guy? Because you hear Clapton, Patricia, hear what's the other guy? Of Steve Ray Vaughan. of guitar,
But
and you just
let me ask this: you do have a name in your head, though, right? You don't have to say.
I probably
it.
have a bunch of names.
Okay.
He'd also like to keep working.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's what I'm saying. I knew.
That's a good
it's
question.
Just, it seems like he ain't fucking. But I was just curious to know if somebody's actually goes Jimi Hendrix.
Listen, we're getting basic questions. Government Mule, when are they coming back? When are you guys coming back?
We're actually going to do Mountain Jam, which is this festival that I co-promote in upstate New York, which is the beginning of June. My new band, the Warren Haynes Band, is going to play Friday night, and Government Mule is going to play Saturday night, and that's the only time this year that's going to happen.
Right.
Government Mule has taken a well-deserved break. We've been on the road since 1994.
Jesus.
And so we've been talking about taking a break for several years, so we finally decided to do it, which gave me the opportunity to put out this solo record. So I'm going to be promoting it most of the year, and then when that runs its course, Government Mule is going to start working on new material, and excited about it.
How do you pay your bills? He's never home, man. Who gets your mail?
Well, you got your wife. How long you been married?
I've been married 14 years coming up, and my wife does a
She's
lot.
a trooper.
Does she hit the road with you a little bit?
She comes a few places
Here
if
and
it's
there?
somewhere she wants to come.
Right. And not the shitholes?
No.
But you don't play as many shitholes anymore.
But she chooses places she would like to come.
She picks and chooses.
Which is great. That's what I would do if I were her too.
Right. Can we get another song out of you?
Sure. Okay. What's it going to be?
It's up to you. Whatever you want to play.
All right.
Last time you were here, you played Soulshine, which was amazing.
So I didn't want to do that again.
And you played Old Friend, which was amazing. It turned me on to a new song there, my friend.
I remember that, yeah.
It was really good.
All right, let's see.
Whatever you want to do.
I shall.
I wanna go for a long walk. I might need some company, someone I can relate to, someone other than me. So I'm tired of these conversations. I keep on having in my head. Well, it's a long way home. Once you made your bed, I'm sick of my shadow when I shed my skin. Sick of my shadow when I shed my man. Sick of myself and everything I do. Sick of my shadow since I lost you. Oh, yes, I've got some problems. But tell me, what else is new? I spend too much time in this black and white world. I'm trying to paint it blue. But we can't all be like you, dear. With your $1 million smile. Some of us don't bounce back. We stay in town for a while. I'm sick of my shadow when I shed my skin. Sick of my shadow when I shed my man. Sick of myself and everything I do. Sick of my shadow since I lost you. Just let me roll them hot tonight, Jesus. I swear I'll walk away. Lose this chip on my shoulder, keep my demons at bay. I'm sick of my shadow when I shed my skin.
That's off the new album, man. That's unbelievable. Yeah, Sick of My Shadow, of course, off Man in Motion, Warren Haynes' new CD.
Is that how it ends on the album?
No.
On the CD?
No, on the CD, the guitar and the saxophone trade off and get bigger and bigger and bigger and crazy, and it kind of fades out.
Pandemonium.
I never could figure out how to end it when I'm playing it by myself.
I was saying,
yeah. Goodbye. It sounds like somebody pulled my cord out.
I was at mid-head bob.
I know, that's great. You do just get mesmerized, you know? You just kind of, and then it stops. You're like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, it's like somebody yanked the cord out.
Yeah.
Hey, Warren, I got a question for you. Not to call out Anthony, but he's not a big fan of the blues. What is it about the blues that you like?
It makes you feel better. You know, I mean, the people say, "Oh, blues is depressing." No, blues is what takes you out of your depression. You know what I mean? It's
feel good.
I'm not even making an excuse.
I didn't know you didn't like blues.
No, I don't. But I'm not making, and I'm not covering anything up. That to me is great because the singing's great. It's like it's got a great melody to it and stuff.
No, he's being honest.
Because he's a white guy playing. Just say you don't like because it's usually old black guys.
Zabba. I should explain. He doesn't like real old school blues. I think he likes blues influences as music progresses.
Exactly.
But like he never got into Muddy Waters or any of those guys.
I just don't like when every song ends like
yeah, that's the one he just played.
Yeah, it's like
a lot different.
What if he said, I used to be an air conditioning repairman.
Yeah, see,
I used to have a long mullet. Would you relate to him then?
That to me gets monotonous. But that I like.
But that's not
is
all
melodic.
of the fucking shit,
It's got the verse, the chorus.
I know.
It's like it's nice. It's fucking melodic and sounded great.
Could you just say you're racist? Why
no, I don't have to say that anymore. It's like the sky's blue.
Yeah, but right. you enjoy it, so thank you. And then hopefully this will open you up to go, wait a minute. There's some songs that sound like the songs, Warren did.
He likes songs
You
that
like Led Zeppelin?
He likes songs that are influenced by the blues, but he doesn't like the real old school down and dirty blues.
Because why?
I eat Jif peanut butter, but I'm sure it tastes better than that George Washington Carver crap. I like after it's been whiteified.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's as simple.
Like that nigga peanut butter?
No.
I don't think it's as simple as that.
So you don't.
What?
I don't think it's a black thing as far as the blues go. I really don't. I really don't.
No, it's not. It's because I don't like a lot of white artists that play that type of blues.
Like who? Eric Clapton?
You know what? I like Eric Clapton's hits, but sometimes it could get monotonous to me.
Fair enough.
I don't know. There's
you don't like that old school
George
black
Washington
peanut butter?
Carver peanut butter. You know how awful George Washington Carver's peanut butter must have been? He just ground up peanuts. It's like, no.
Peanuts and oil. It's the same recipe.
No good white man preservatives in there. And
it's the same shit you get at Whole Foods. What are you talking about?
No.
Yeah, but see, you just brought up a good
high
point.
fructose white man syrup.
You brought up a good point, though. Without Muddy Waters, there would be no Led Zeppelin. Without George Washington Carver, there would be no Jif.
Exactly.
So he
just gotta get,
throws away.
Without the cotton
he tells
gin.
Big Mama Thornton, go die, fat nigga. And I'm going to enjoy Elvis. It's very simple. It's a very simple equation.
It's very simple. I'm not a complicated man.
Warren, who's your old school blues guys? You mentioned B.B. King, who goes pretty far back.
I'm a big fan. I mean, B.B. King, Freddie King, Albert King, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, Elmore James, Son House.
I love Albert
Did you like
King.
Gary Moore? Speaking of a white blues guy,
he was a great guitar
we
player.
lost him
I
recently.
never met him, but he was a great guitar
Still
player.
Got the Blues was a pretty damn good album.
Yeah, Gary was quite a great player. Someone that I'm surprised we never met because
yeah, no kidding.
Most people in that world I've crossed paths with at some point.
Yeah.
But I love the old stuff. But when I was a kid, I didn't get Muddy and Wolf and Robert Johnson and stuff like that. It took me a while. But then at some point, if you listen to it enough, it starts penetrating.
Are you a lot of guys in the business favorite guy? Like, are you a guitar player's guitar player?
How do I answer that?
Yeah.
Warren is.
I mean, I don't. I know you're not being. But I want you to answer that. I mean, please.
In the way that I I've gotten a lot of accolades as a guitar player more so than as a mainstream pop star, you know.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So you're the people who know guitar and the people who play.
Oh, fuck
you're in there. You are in the mix.
Thankfully.
I'll answer. He's
okay.
loved, man.
Fair enough. Okay.
Everybody wants to work with Warren. He's been. You've done work with Dave Matthews too, right?
Dave Matthews. I go way back with those guys.
How many bands have you been in?
I've never
actually.
I'm not a. I've never really been in that band. I just
you know what I mean.
Friends.
But work with, I guess.
Oh, I mean, I've
at that level.
Tons.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I mean, I've been really fortunate to have worked with almost everyone who's still alive that would be on my list of people I'd like to work with.
When someone's sick, they call Warren. Hey, Warren, can you get to New York? We need you.
You got to be sick to call me.
Well, what else do we? I mean, we would love another song, but we don't want to push our luck with you because you've been gracious enough to play a couple.
I'll do
for Anthony.
Just
say the racist.
Not a whole song.
Just a little bit.
Oh, nice black one. I hope.
Oh, see, yeah,
That's Howlin' Wolf.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like this. Yeah.
Shut up. I'm tired of you.
I'm ready. Shut up! I'm tired of you.
Tired of you covering up your racism. Oh, I like this one. Warren's fingers play it just a little bit.
I have to cover up my racism to a white guy.
Going down slow, baby.
Yeah, why don't you have Patrice sing?
Man, if I can remember
What you
going
gonna
down
say?
slow, if I can't remember.
I have had my fun.
Oh shit, my brain. I have had my fun. If I never get well no more. My favorite part is, please write my mama. Tell her the shape I'm in. Tell her please pray for me. Forgive me for my sin. Something that kings and queens will never know. I'm on the spot. That makes me nervous.
This is very on the spot.
Fuck me.
You got the voice though, Patrice.
Damn, please write my mom.
Of course he does.
You pulled that right up too, man.
Oh, please,
Going
yeah.
down slow. He's a Howlin' Wolf fan because he just pulled that.
Absolutely.
Oh man, damn! I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be singing it in my car. I had the fucking opportunity
To do it with Warren Haynes, and you fucked it up.
Damn!
You should get the lyrics
great,
up
man.
real fast.
Yeah.
So you can play us out.
Oh shit!
What is the lyric? Give me the lyrics, somebody.
Oh yeah.
I went over here.
I'm up on the teleprompter.
Absolutely.
He's too
We'll
busy
do
upset that somebody's cutting in. I can't believe in L.A. people turn on their radios in prime time and it's him.
Sam does his little show. He does a show now.
Turn it into his show.
10
It's supposed to be kind of our show.
We lost a moment.
Doesn't
Go
matter.
ahead.
As we try to find that for Patrice real fast. The new album is called, the new CD, whatever, is Man in Motion. Getting great reviews, the Warren Haynes disc there. And anything else we're promoting? Any gigs? Any?
Beacon Theater Thursday.
Damn. Hey, can we go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit up Steve Leeds for some tickets. Is he out there?
He's right out there. I saw him.
And that's a sellout, like already, right?
Oh,
I'm
fuck
sure,
yeah.
right?
It's not even a
Already.
question.
That is such a great venue because they don't shake you down. You can mule stuff in.
That's because they have black plays there, and they just don't even deal with it no more. Please don't hit me in the face,
You don't
mom.
get hit with a flashlight for smoking a joint. There's so many venues in this city that are just a bummer to go to.
And this is joint music or whatever. This is weed
Right.
music, and you just
Oh,
chill
yeah.
out. And
Absolutely.
did you have your day, sir, in that world? Because you look
Pretty
completely
sober?
Yeah.
I am completely sober.
He looks like he's repressing some. There's an evil button somewhere, but he is not dealing with that no
He
more.
has to be sober with all the dates he's doing. You
I
can't
don't
keep
tell
up
all
that
I know.
schedule. How long has it been?
Alcohol-wise, 28 years,
Damn.
but it was never because I had a drinking problem. I just kind of gave it up because I didn't really enjoy it.
Wow. And pot last week?
Last week, let's see.
It wasn't heroin because his hands look good. You don't have no puffed up heroin hands.
I'm glad I'm
He's right there, Patrice.
I'm looking. I'm just.
We can do this break after he leaves. He's right there.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm getting a good report. Not that my mom listens to this show or anything, but she might.
Hey, we got the lyrics. Maybe these two.
What's the name of the song?
Going down slow.
Going down slow. Maybe you guys could just play us out. That'd be kind of cool. Because I didn't realize Patrice had a voice. And Patrice, Big Mama Prods, and he's
and I'm at Marco Island this weekend.
Okay, very cool.
Captain Brian.
Do you mind playing us out with that, Warren?
Sure.
If we got the lyrics?
If I'm reading, I think I definitely.
All right, this is a little weird. It's going to be Patrice O'Neal, Warren Haynes.
Man, this is all spoken. Man, you know I've been enjoying things that kings and queens will never have. In fact, kings and queens can never get. And they don't even know about it. And good times,
great googly moogly.
Great googly moogly. I have had my fun. If I never get well no more, I have had my fun. If I never get well no more, oh, my health is fading on me. Oh yeah, I'm going down slow. Now look at here. I did not say I was a millionaire, but I said I've had spent more money than a millionaire. Cause if I had kept all my money that I already spent, I would have been a millionaire a long time ago. And women, ooh, women, great googly moogly. Please write my mama, tell her the shape I'm in. Please write my mama, tell her the shape I'm in. Tell her to pray for me. Forgive me for my sin.
Hey, man, that's all right, man. Patrice, that's all right.
That's Harlem Wolf. You gotta listen to Harlem Wolves, though, man.
That's all right.
I love the song.
You got a voice on
I'm
you,
going
Patrice.
down slow. You just said,
Right
tell my
the
mama
fuck
I love
on.
him. I'm out of here.
All right, listen.
Damn.
We're gonna wrap up. Warren,
Great
thank you
googly
so
moogly.
much, man.
My
We really
pleasure.
appreciate you coming by. The new CD,
Absolutely.
once again, Man in Motion, doing great. People are gonna love that. And I'll be at the Beacon Theater Thursday. Fuck that.
Cool.
All right. And Laszlo, the game once again
LA Noir.
Yes.
comes out. Yeah, you're on.
LA Noir comes out a week from today, next Tuesday. Pre-order now to
that
avoid
up.
disappointment. Walmart.com, Amazon.
And that's it for us today, I guess.
Yes, it is.
Once again, Warren Haynes, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
See you
man.
tomorrow.
Great.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony on the Virus. Sirius XM. The Virus. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Yes, it is. After Opie and Anthony Live. By the way, to those of you who heard earlier on in the show when I was accused yet again of hoarding content by the, of course, post-interview with Larry King, the 1-minute interview I conducted with Larry King after he was off of O&A. Somehow I should have saved that for O&A, and the reason I didn't save it for O&A is because I knew that if I had given it to Opie and Anthony today, it would have gotten played as many times as it did today after they complained, which was 0. So hopefully we'll hear that. But look, is Opie coming back in here? Opie.
Is this the reunion show?
I was about to say, you're about to witness history.
This is the reunion show?
Because look who's here.
I see Than is in the studio.
Than is here. Clap.
Thank you.
Travis.
I just have a quick question. Did you
can clap too.
Did you film Patrice singing?
Yeah.
All right, I need that.
Okay.
Today.
All right.
The other stuff, whatever. But I mean,
I'll give you all
Patrice singing
3.
with Warren Haynes. That's so weird. It's got to be on my YouTube channel.
I don't know what Laszlo's doing out there, but yeah, Patrice. Were you surprised that you could get that out of Patrice?
He had a pretty good voice, no?
Well, you guys were just like, well, why doesn't Patrice sing? And I thought he'd be like, fuck you. And he was like, yeah, okay.
Look, we certainly want to beat up Patrice for it, but his voice was pretty fucking strong.
Laszlo, I thought that Patrice was just going to flip you off when you told him he should sing.
I see. That's why I'm a good producer. I put talent together.
And boom, he's there singing.
That was really smart.
He could do a record. That guy. I mean, Patrice's
Patrice.
voice.
It's not bad. It really wasn't bad. And he wants to give up comedy, so maybe he becomes a blues singer.
I think
with a dead toe or whatever the
I can
fuck's
see why he
dying
wants
on
to
him.
give up comedy, because when I saw him at Caroline's, he was sweating like a bastard up on stage.
He's just had it.
He's finished.
No, he loves doing it, but he's just had it. The grind, he's had it. Kind of like me with radio. I've had it with the grind. I still like doing it, but...
You know what you should have done?
What?
And that's what Than did. The grind was starting to wear, and he goes, fuck this. I don't need this.
Is this the reunion show? I need to know.
Yeah, this is, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so why are we fucking...
Well, because you're the first guests.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Why does Than get to say that after 3 years?
Because he's a host again.
Yeah.
All right.
It doesn't leave you. You know that. You know.
Well,
It's still in his blood.
I'd like you guys to get down to what happened between you, because
Look at Laszlo trying to stir the pot.
Something happened.
Well, somehow I knew that Laszlo was doing that because every time he comes in here, he stirs the pot with somebody.
Yeah,
That's all he
you're
does.
bad.
What happened was...
What'd you say today? You're just trying to ruin fucking friendships. I thought I was bad, but Laszlo comes in here and his whole goal is to just ruin friendships.
I mean, you both went on the air because Laszlo instigated this thing. You both asserted that Ron Bennington is full of shit today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was an Opie Laszlo effort.
That was more Laszlo than me.
Yeah, I mean, Opie was just finally achieving that friendship that he wanted with Ron Bennington after...
yeah, we've been getting along.
Because of the co-hosting stuff.
We actually always got along, but we worked together and it worked out pretty well.
Figured out each other's... And then
now
today,
Laszlo has decided that friendship has to go away. What other friendship did he try to break up today?
We just have to... What? We just have to admit...
Oh, Danny? You went after Danny?
That's
easy.
That's easy, he says.
That's easy. Danny's a train wreck in motion.
Dan should come on this show sometimes. Than has officially, I think, done After O&A Live more times than Danny.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, do I get a shirt or a cake or something?
Yeah, there should be something.
Does Travis do this show?
He said,
You've done the show,
he nods.
Travis?
He nods. He says yes by nodding.
Yeah, I'm behind the scenes.
You can put headphones on.
I'm not putting headphones on.
He
I'm
said,
going
yeah,
home.
I'm behind the
Give you a
scenes.
thumbs
Oh,
up.
behind the
yes.
scenes, you're on? What?
Yes.
Are you saying shitty stuff about me? I don't
Yes.
blame you. See?
Fuck this guy right
See
here.
how
with his-
paranoid I am? I have no headphones on. I think he just said some shitty
He just
stuff.
said nice backwards hat, asshole.
Oh, really?
What Travis just said, yes. Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Well, because I have a kid. I haven't had a haircut in months.
Me neither. I don't have any kid.
I got to get a fucking haircut.
Yeah.
Shut up, Laszlo.
I made sure as soon as I walked into this room that I had headphones. There was no way.
Yeah.
It's
Somebody was just
everybody's. It's because people are just.
So, but really, what happened between you two? Because you had a show together.
All right.
Yeah, no.
I'll listen in the car.
I'll leave on
That's
that.
it?
I'm supposed to go on.
And you're going to ask the question and not...
I'm on Eminem's station in like 2 minutes.
I think he's there.
Sam, this is what you do. You just go, so Than, what happened between us?
Like it was his fault.
Yeah, and then he'll go, well, I don't know, Sam. What did happen between us? And then
we'll
he
be
can
like,
go back and forth
I don't
awkwardly
know,
for a
water
while.
under the bridge.
Yeah. Notice this has nothing to do with the Opie and Anthony show anymore this hour?
Right.
When did it?
You were, Jesus
I
Christ.
gave you a week.
Fucking hijacked an hour of our show.
Yeah.
Well, I let you on.
And management's not even saying anything about it.
They like it. This is their favorite part of the show.
We're gonna play some classic Fan and Sam bits. I think.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
you
we're
do
gonna
here.
go through
play
the
classic
library.
bits. Yeah.
Great
You have the-
seeing you.
Nice seeing you.
You have the dongle?
Dongle. What's a dongle?
By the way,
Yes.
all right.
Thank you.
You do have it?
What was that? Thumbs up for what?
Nothing.
Some things are best left between men.
Maybe you would get some,
Well, we're trying to mend the relationship.
catch up.
Did you give it to me?
Well, we haven't had time because you're barging in on my show.
Let's get the Warren Haynes Patrice.
Why did you replace Than with the other guy.
Well, I was like Warren Haynesing this thing.
Right.
Like I was doing different shows, different bands, whatever.
He wanted a taste of each of the greats.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
well, that's not what you say, Than. Like when we're at work and I was like, oh, you know.
Oh my God, Laszlo's the worst. Well, I thought I was bad. You suck.
So stick around for it.
No, it's too uncomfortable.
No, I'll let you guys hash this out.
All right, thanks,
You
Laszlo.
got a really great show, and then you just.
Well, I appreciate the compliment.
You kind of kicked your friend to the curb.
We wasn't doing radio
Than
anymore.
badmouth Sam at work.
oh, like it's my job.
Yeah, I'm sure he's still bitter about it after all these years because Than and Sam was just such a profitable show for both of us, once a month for free.
Yes. Well, why? Let's go with it. Why did the show end?
The show ended because, for those of you who don't know who Than is, it's been a few years. Than, it has been at this point.
It's not a dick thing to say.
Than was a producer for the Opie and Anthony show, a super producer.
Senior producer.
Oh, is that what the title was?
For, not super. But,
And, you know, I don't want to spoil one of your more famous bits because I have it pulled. If we play bits today, which, as I just told Opie, is not a guarantee. It's not always about Opie and Anthony. And then Than and I did a show on Saturday nights before Special Delivery starring Sam and Dave. The original offshoot of the Opie and Anthony show on Saturday nights was Than and Sam.
So there's people out there that are like, who the fuck is...
They don't know who Than is.
There was a show before Special Delivery?
There's more people who are saying, what is Special Delivery? I've never heard of this show.
Why is my radio still on?
Yeah, exactly. And who is this guy talking to me? But yes, it was called Than and Sam. Because at this point, it was 3 years ago or something.
It's getting there.
2.5 years ago that we stopped doing the show. And what had happened was we were doing it, we were getting frustrated because we could only get on about once every month and a half to 2 months. Than left Opie and Anthony, and we realized that we only spoke the day before or the day of the show, and beyond that, you and I didn't speak, not hostilely, but just didn't, correct?
Correct.
And so, in the meantime, Eastside Dave said, hey, why don't we record some stuff? Why don't we do a show? And I said, okay. Than is not here right now. I guess I don't have a contract.
In the room as I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I could just go do a show. And then I did the show with Dave. And then we stopped doing Than and Sam after that. There was a small period of time where there was crossover.
Yeah, that was stupid.
And then it got weird because...
Yeah, because then it was like, you didn't know what to do, what content on what show.
Right.
You're like, so best stuff goes to O&A, and then...
yeah, especially because I'm still on Opie and Anthony.
Who do I split up the garbage with?
Yeah, and that's all it is to this day. I mean, you haven't missed much.
I believe you. But, all right, but let's get real.
That's how I keeps it.
I was disappointed with how the last show went. Because,
how do you mean?
We had agreed that I was going to fire you.
Yeah, that's it. To this day, there is every now and then I'll get one person who says that you fired me, but says it like they're insulting me.
Yeah.
And I haven't had the heart to ever say, because I just like gimmicks so much. That was something we had planned.
It was a work.
Yes.
But you sort of, and I always fuck up this heel flip.
You could, right? I mean, no, but go ahead.
What's the term?
Heel turn.
Heel turn. Okay. Yeah. I always fuck that up. You sort of heel turned it and made it into plugging the Special Delivery show, which I actually, it did bug me.
It did?
No shit. Yes.
Well, I don't,
because you were doing a bit, and I know why it was a bit.
Yeah.
Well, but it was like my last couple minutes of airtime were spent in a sad place, as opposed to like,
I don't like
bitches.
That terminology.
I'm out of here. Oh, I feel so small.
I guess, I mean, I can't go back to that. I would think that my thinking was that you would in turn shit on Special Delivery and then inflate yourself.
I guess I tried to, but I was like, oh my God. And then we were running out of time. There was like 30 seconds left. We had to come back from a break, and there was like 45 seconds left. I was like, all right, I got to muster up my anger. And then I was like, okay, bye. And then that was the end of the Than and Sam show.
Wow. Well, not really, because it's, I mean, obviously back today.
It is back, and I'm glad we had a chance to start fresh. So I'll be coming by every day at 10 o'clock.
Wow, okay. So you are actually hijacking my hijack show.
That's what I'm hearing is what you offered me.
Well,
Appreciate it.
If it makes you feel, and it was shitty that one bit of shittiness that I will absolutely take credit for is that I never said, "Hey, Than, I was thinking I'm going to start doing a show with Dave."
Yes.
I just started doing it.
Yes.
Which was a shitty thing to do.
And it was an unfortunate coincidence that the night before, this is all coincidence.
That was not my
and
doing,
it wasn't by design, but the night before I'm getting married, I get like a Facebook invite from Dave's wife to check out a show with Sam and Dave. And I'm like, what a... Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that because I at that point said to Dave, maybe just have everybody check who they're sending messages to and if it's really necessary. Because, the design would have been, because Than was getting married as Sam and Dave was coming on, the design would have been for me to talk to Than about it after he was done dealing with his wedding, not realizing that the day before said wedding, he would find out and then have to look me in the face at his wedding.
And just be like, you stupid fucking
You
son of a bitch. You come to my wedding, eat my food?
Yeah. And there was delicious food.
It was.
Did a little dancing, smiling, laughing.
Smile at me like you're my friend. But I'm glad we worked that out.
Hash that. If it makes you feel any better,
yeah,
I'm still doing that same goddamn shitty time slot for the same no money. So if you had stayed on with Than and Sam, it would have gone the same place that Sam and Dave has gone, which is nowhere.
Fair enough.
That should make you feel better.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I started exploring other options anyway. So
Right. And you were kind of done. I got the vibe you were a little done with radio, specifically the virus, sort of.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll always love radio. I mean, I quit another job to do radio, so, and I made it to fucking producer of the Opie and Anthony show, which, senior producer of the Opie and Anthony
undersell
show.
yourself.
Yeah, so, it was awesome, but yeah, it wasn't, but I liked our show because I guess it was still like a connection back to the radio.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't working and if neither of us had our hearts in it, then it was kind of stupid.
Yeah. I would never say it was stupid though. The phone keeps ringing and I keep wanting to answer it because I bet let's open the phones. 866-WOW-1-WOW, 866-969-1969, and tell Than that you remember him because that's the thing.
Just validate me.
Yeah, just validate him because time passes and it's like you were a major part of the show while you were here.
The Opie and Anthony show. Yeah.
Right, the Opie and Anthony show. And then
not so much the Stan and Sam shows.
No, you were a side player there. But on O&A, and it was almost, I thought you were kind of getting groomed to be the next executive producer, which is just, a shitty position for anyone to be in. Right, Travis?
What?
Yep, exactly. But first of all, I'll ask you this. You left Opie and Anthony on your own terms.
Correct.
And that was
fucking middle fingers both ways.
And by your own terms, I meant you spoke to Opie, Anthony, Jim individually and said, I'd like to explore other things, but I appreciate everything you've done for me. And it was your own terms were luckily amicable.
Yes.
But it's been 3 years since you left?
2.5.
2.5 years?
Yeah, no, 3 years.
3 years. So how good is it to get out of this place? Because, listen, as you said, we're going to get real. I try to be honest on this show, as Opie and Anthony do on their show.
Yeah.
There's not one person on this staff that doesn't envy what you did. Travis, can you back me up, or are you not allowed?
I'm answering the phones.
Okay. Yeah, no, there isn't one person here who doesn't, on some level, envy what you did. How good is it?
It feels...
and don't worry, I know that you loved what you did here.
Yeah.
So that's not what we're getting at.
Yeah. It feels pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, mostly because it was on my own terms, I wasn't fired or, the show wasn't, whatever, canceled or whatever. I decided to leave and try something else.
And you were doing comedy, right?
I was doing stand-up for a while. I did it pretty hardcore. I was doing 10 shows a week.
Wow.
But then it just sort of was like, I'm not getting paid to do this either.
Yeah,
so it's
you're in the same spot again.
Another unpaid pursuit of mine.
Well, why did you leave radio or O&A, whatever you want to say, however you want to put it?
To both pursue stand-up and also just just thought it was a good time for me.
You just needed time to breathe and find Than again, not be...
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
And yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing is when, I was definitely fan of the Opie and Anthony show.
I get that 100%.
as a fellow producer, you would understand. And so, and that was... And the good parts of that were awesome, and then but also
a lot of extra exposure,
yep,
a national platform, but at the same time, it wasn't your platform.
Yeah, and I think I'm awesome. So
I agree.
so I wanted to just try my own thing, and I don't do as much stand up anymore. I do mostly improv and stuff, but I do try to be funny for. For entertainment purposes, but having this new job's fucking awesome.
Yeah, so you're doing stand-up, and then how long did you do stand-up for, like, hardcore like that?
A couple years at least.
And you were just like,
yeah, I mean,
I'm not getting where I want to be, or like were you thinking that the goals of this do not really line up with what I see myself?
Yeah, plus I was married, I had to think of being, and my wife was very supportive, but I also needed to think about having a steady paycheck,
right?
Too.
What about a family? Is that in the future?
It's possibly in the future.
All right, so we're still on the possible level.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember. So now you work for Rockstar.
Yes.
And that's full time.
Says right on my T-shirt.
I see that T-shirt and New York City.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So
wow.
you can really find me
that's
easily.
That's very nice. And your whole job is playing the games all day and doing the cool shit that you see in trailers.
Pretty much.
Now, I remember specifically one thing we did on Than and Sam was I tried to tell you that you had a harmful addiction to video games.
Yes.
Boy, did you prove me wrong, as you have turned it into a career.
Yes. No, I mean, it's been incredibly, because everybody thought that of me, and they were right.
Mm-hmm.
It was not healthy.
No.
But
I remember at one point you were playing, you had to play Xbox with a timer because you were limiting yourself. It's like an alcoholic only having 3 drinks a night.
Yeah. I definitely had some sort of dependency on video games, and I'm sure that couldn't have helped any of my other goals in life, even after I left Opie and Anthony.
Right.
Like, probably could have written more had I not been playing video games.
Well, now that I don't have a job, this is a lot of time for games.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And, and that for the first month, you're like, fuck it, I just quit my job. I get to enjoy it.
Got a little severance, right?
Yeah.
So you got a very little severance. so you have something, but
I think they let me cash my last paycheck.
Oh, that's nice.
So
well,
they didn't put a stop on it, so that was a good start. But yeah, and then you're like, and then it just gets slowly more depressing. You're like, how much?
I'm not doing anything.
I'm not doing a goddamn thing.
So how did you end up with Rockstar? I guess Laszlo told us on the show. He saw you on a bridge ready to jump? Is that the story he was weaving?
I don't want to quite ruin the spell, but, the one thing I was doing was exercising and playing video games. So it's not anything else.
Just exercise?
Not looking for work.
Video games.
Or,
How did your wife feel about exercise and video games?
She liked the exercise. She was definitely all behind that. And she knew better, it was like a junkie, though, because she didn't want to be like, you can't do video games, because she didn't want to be like the bad guy.
Right.
So.
It was an enabler, is what she was.
No, but she tried. She definitely tried.
She tried to find, like creative ways to just kind of wean you off.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, but it did get to the point where she's like, give me the controller. I'm going to hide it. And I'm like, that's going to turn out so ugly because then I'm going to hate you for keeping the controller from me.
Yeah.
Again, the drug parallels.
Right. They're right there.
Yeah.
You spent so much time with Laszlo coming on O&A. He's your boss now.
Yes.
Like, he tells you what to do.
Yeah.
Is that weird?
No.
You're like, the guy from the Technophile, you're going to tell me what to do?
It's not like he turns into a douche. He's still Laszlo. And, when it's, I know you from O&A time, like buddy time, it's buddy time. And when you have to do shit, it's time to do shit. So.
Do you still get to do voices for the games?
Not for, no.
All right, is it like a rule or you just didn't this time? Because I didn't get asked either. I think Laszlo doesn't like me. That's my own theory.
And you're getting a thumbs up from the booth on that from Travis. So.
Well, Travis and me.
That's fine. I wasn't asked to do it either. But
do you think Laszlo likes you?
I think he does. I think my voice was so recognizable in Grand Theft Auto 4.
You were in Grand Theft Auto 4?
I was the gun salesman.
I've been to the store. I don't recognize the voice.
No, you definitely do.
Oh.
It really, you sound a little different. Did you change your voice at all, or you just do your thing?
Yeah, I did a little
gun store version of Travis?
Hey, I don't even remember my lines. I would totally do one. But nice. I'm sorry to let you guys
Travis
down.
is still in the same spot.
Nothing
since when you left,
3 years.
And, I'm picturing in my head, and it's awesome. So thank you. It doesn't work on the radio, but for me, personally, I'm having a great time.
Do you miss the exposure of being on Opie and Anthony? Or
Oh, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, and 2 or 3 times I actually got recognized. Well, and that was the other shitty thing. Like, to get some of these awesome, awful spots for stand-up I was doing, I'd have to do stuff like hand out flyers for the show.
Oh.
So, like, if anybody's ever been in New York City and walked through Times Square.
You like comedy?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But I'm not, a lot of those guys aren't comedians. Like, some of them are, but some of them are just like ticket salesmen and douches. I feel for the guys that were doing what I was doing and that they're just trying to do it for stage time.
Yeah.
But I actually, it was cool. I actually 2 or 3 times got recognized by my voice. Like, somebody heard me say, "Hey, you want to check out a show?" And they're like, "Fan?" I'm like, "What? Who?"
So it was cool for a second, and then you're like,
yeah.
"Oh, I'm."
Yeah.
So will you come to the show then?
Yeah. If you want me to do stand up for fucking 5 Polish people,
yeah, please come.
Yeah.
Does anybody ever go to those things?
Yes, sometimes, but it's usually foreigners.
Yeah.
And
they actually buy the Comedians Comedy Central.
Well, I would some people would like just lie.
Just not tell the truth.
Just not be like, there's a comedy they're taping a Comedy Central show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sell tickets to a taping. Like, that's just
right,
a
they're
rule.
free tickets.
Yeah. So as soon as you spend $20, you could guarantee there's not a single camera on.
Insight from the.
But so, oh no, now I'm not gonna get asked back to all these clubs. But yeah,
it's all right. You get paid to play video games all day.
That's true. Fuck them. Yeah, but so they, the people would come and the shows. Yeah, that was part of the. I was doing shows for 5 drunk people at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
on a Saturday, and like. And they just thought they were in their living room. Like, they were just so hammered.
Ignoring you and yelling. And...
There's like this woman in a dress, spread-eagled, and like not hot. Like, it should have been, but it was just
wasn't at all.
It was just bleh.
Sitting there going, I gotta, maybe fighting for 30 seconds of airtime on someone else's show wasn't so bad.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, and she, like this, I remember this one woman, she was like, I'm hungry.
In the middle of your set?
Yeah, she didn't wait for any pause or between anything. She just, I'm hungry.
And you were like, do I comment on this? Do I just plow through?
You can only slow down the show so much, like, because otherwise then you're just hanging out with people.
Right.
and
I mean, if it's only 5 people, maybe that is the route. Just sit on the stool and be like, how you guys doing?
Yeah. No,
what are you up to?
Definitely try that a few nights too. But also I'm like, I wrote jokes. I'd like to try to practice my jokes too.
Yeah, that would be why I'm up in the middle of the night and try to get you people here. If it does make you feel better, we do have people who remember you. For instance, Scott in New Mexico says he loved Tan on the old shows.
Thank you, Scott.
There you go.
Scott, I'm a big fan of you, too.
Nick in Wisconsin, you're on After Opie and Anthony live.
Stan, welcome back. I just want to say also, if you're ever at the comedy club on state, show up there. I'll buy you around. It's great to hear you back on here, man. You were fucking hysterical.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. It's kind of you to say.
Eric in Orlando.
I still got it. See how that repartee I got with the callers?
You're on After O&A.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, buddy?
First off, Stan, it's really good to hear you again. I remember when I first listened, when you first came on XM, the one thing that was good about Stan was
Eric, I got to interrupt you for a second. But Travis?
He was complimenting me.
There's something you got to play.
Oh, Travis is scrambling.
Yeah,
Travis
he's
is scrambling.
Eric, I don't... Oh, no! It couldn't be. Not here. I was just talking to... And I didn't want you to see.
This is fucking disgusting.
It's the great Ron Bennington.
First of all, I happen to be very good friends with Eastside Dave McDonald.
Well, don't tell him. I don't want him to know.
This is really awkward. I mean, you've put me in a very odd position.
I didn't think you'd be here, Ronnie.
It's good to see you, Ron.
Ron,
well, you know what?
Fan.
Is it Fan, really?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a person's fucking name. What kind of person would be named Fan?
Ron and me have been working on our own show. It starts at about between 10:48 and 10:50 every day, and lasts until 10:52, 10:56. It's called Ronnie and Sammy Sweetheart.
This is so weird to see you guys together. Well, at one point, I considered you guys the new Ron and Fez. And
You did?
I said to people, I said, keep an eye on them. They're the new Ron and Fez. And it turned out that way that only one guy cared about it. So, but then you quit radio to dedicate yourself to stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
Now I'm watching, I have HBO.
Yep.
So I have Comedy Central.
I can't afford HBO. How is it?
Well, I keep waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to show up.
Yeah, me too. It's,
So you're staying with the stand-up?
Not really. I'm doing some improv, but it's mostly just to scratch an itch.
He's got a new gig.
Yeah.
You think they give T-shirts like that to anyone?
What are you doing at Rockstar?
I'm working with Laszlo. I help make their trailers and stuff.
Okay, let's get back to the improv.
Okay.
That's something we all care about. All right, let's get something going on. All right, right now, let's go. A couple occupations. Sam is the DUI guy.
See,
all right?
That's not the improv that I do. I do the classy long-form improv.
All right, when I yell freeze, you guys have to stop exactly where you are.
And then yell at a different location.
How long have you been at Rockstar?
About half a year.
Now, Laszlo was in here yesterday with me.
I heard.
And it was a very awkward, I'll go so far to say horrible day with him.
Yeah, actually, did you hear us talking about that on O&A?
No.
Ron, you're not going to I don't even know if I should tell you. You're not going to like what was said.
What was said?
Well, basically, Laszlo brought up Fez accusing him of trying to make him cry. Laszlo brought up that he accused you of being a puppet master.
Right.
And I don't mean to rat people out, but it was on national radio. Opie agreed, and then Laszlo said, Ronnie B is full of shit. Full of shit is what Laszlo said.
Now,
and Than, I know he's your boss.
Now, let me just
but
tell
I'm
you
not
something.
lying.
Here's the biggest mistake that I did.
Yeah.
When Aunt went on vacation, Opie said, hey, would you come in? And I did that with an open heart, and I did it a couple of days. And since then, since that act of kindness, Opie doesn't be able to seem to forgive me.
I know.
It's a matter of Opie feels like he owes me, so now he's going to say bad things about me.
I told him just on this show, Than was a witness. He walked in, and I said, Opie, you and Ron were just starting to build up a friendship.
Right.
And then you and Laszlo play the Ronnie B is full of shit game on Opie and Anthony. It's not like...
Let me see if I have Laszlo's number anywhere.
Okay.
I want to see if I fucking have this.
I think he's still here somewhere.
Is he?
I think
We'll bring
so.
him in because he has made a fucking enemy of me.
I think
He's made a fucking enemy of me. And I'm telling you right now, I don't see anything happening with this new game.
I mean, there is
They put $600 million into this game,
That's how much-
and no one's talking about it.
Than, that $600 million?
Yeah.
They haven't released those figures.
This is the most expensive fucking game in gaming history, and I kid you not, and you guys...
You read the game trades.
Yeah,
So what's the vibe on it?
This gigantic amount of money went into this. Now, at some point, they let the filmmakers start to do this stuff. I was reading about this. They're using Leno's cars. They're paying Leno.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I played fucking Asteroids for years. You didn't need Leno's cards for
Exactly.
that. And we
They
loved
didn't
it.
have to pay Than to play it all day for Asteroids.
Why, by the way, why do you need a trailer to a game?
Because it builds up hype. It's fantastic.
It's building buzz. These kids are talking about it.
No,
YouTube generation, Ron. YouTube
And,
generation.
well, of course, we're talking about L.A. Noire coming out May 17th.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
No one
he did it.
cares.
He did it.
No one cares. Can I tell you something? A game should not be in the past. It needs to be in the future.
This is a great theory. I love this premise. No game. It's a video game.
Right.
It should be the future.
Well, video game, you're basically saying science fiction.
Right.
But who wants science fiction? Where you guys go next? Cavemen? Two fucking cavemen hitting each other with clubs?
Either way, it's time travel. That's beautiful and magical. And come on, it's not here.
You know what? You're saying the right things, but your heart isn't into it. Then I hear the delivery. You're like, come on, it's time travel. Let me tell you something. If you're in one of your long-form improv classes right now,
or shows,
it wouldn't work. Now, here's the problem, right? How the fuck am I the puppet master?
That's what we said.
Wouldn't I have Fez doing
Eric is still on the phone.
other stuff?
I would.
Why would he just say, I don't like you? I'm unhappy to be...
You've puppeteered him in such a way that he won't speak on your show.
He doesn't. Yes, it doesn't make sense.
You should have puppeteered that cat thing a little better.
But why exactly? Why am I? The thing is, we are so tired of saying what Fez should change. Now we're going to move on, and what Ron should change.
You see the way things are shifting.
Yeah.
That everybody's saying, well, Ron is just a puppeteer. Ron is just a guy.
What is Laszlo's real name, by the way?
Laszlo Jones.
Get the fuck out. First of all, his name isn't Laszlo. He's one of 800 million fucking geek kids who saw Real Fucking Genius and then went, call me Laszlo. Because Laszlo has become the new Stretch.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That is a great movie, though.
Do you know his real name, Than, or are you not at liberty to discuss?
That's his name.
Laszlo Jones. Laszlo is Than's boss now, like legit.
Do you know that Laszlo has an uncomfortable relationship with his own sister?
I didn't know that either.
I was at Bar 9 one night, and Laszlo was more or less flirting / being inappropriate with his own sister.
I want him to come in here so badly.
Oh, I want him to.
I do too, because I don't know where to go.
I want Mr. fucking Ronnie B is full of shit.
Yeah.
To fucking come in.
He said it. Ronnie B is full of shit.
I will fucking drill him for this shit. I will drill him. I did everything I could yesterday to try to get some kind of excitement of this time travel fucking video game.
Wait. Is this officially a time travel video game?
No. You're traveling through time and space.
Okay, you start in the present.
That's
okay.
Not entirely accurate, but yeah, it takes place another time.
And you need a time machine.
I just don't want to.
But why doesn't it have the fun and excitement of the other games?
It has all kinds of fun and excitement.
But I mean, like the other games that we all loved, where we're stealing cars, we're doing stuff. Now it's like we're in old Los Angeles. What?
Time steeped in alcohol and jazz, and I'm just I'm reading marketing points.
Seriously, we could have jazz now. There's like one fucking club that has jazz.
Patrice just sang the blues.
It's different. It's not all blowing shit up. It's more about interrogating people, solving crimes. It's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no asteroids, Ron. But
here's the thing, or Joust. And there's not enough talked about that. But it's almost like, to me, this is like, it's like, okay, you're taking the action out of an action movie. Who wants to interrogate people?
It can't always be action movies, Ron. You can't always, I mean, Fast Five is a brilliant film. I give you that.
I haven't seen it. Don't ruin it for me.
All right,
right
well,
now.
they get in a car. But it's not, you don't want to watch that every day.
And yet people do.
85 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First weekend out.
By the way, did you guys see Thor yet?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What'd you do that for?
Because I thought it was.
You made a mistake.
I made a mistake. We're talking about mistakes I've made on this show. Thor is probably my biggest. It was
the biggest mistake of his life.
Yeah.
It was right when Thor, the title, showed up on screen. I say to my wife, I think we should leave. I lost all faith in it as soon as the title showed up.
And that turned out to be accurate?
Yeah, just a mediocre.
I actually thought, like, Roth Thor, we could have got David Lee Roth to play this part.
Yeah. Okay, so you're thinking on an existential level.
I don't know.
I think we're running way into your time.
We got time. I want to get to the bottom of what's been going on with that. If I have just 5 seconds with
you
him.
could talk as much as you want.
But here's the problem. You guys had something hot going. You had something beautiful going.
I mean,
it's Sam and Than.
Bi-monthly Saturday night show, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I mean, it's been 2.5 years. You wouldn't know it's Than and Sam, but yeah.
Yeah, they never did get that name right, did they?
What is it really?
Yeah.
You always got the name wrong. I didn't correct you.
Well, what was the name?
Than and Sam.
Yeah, but you would always put, just like with Sam and Dave, the name Sam always goes first, no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, I've always been of that school of thought myself.
I mean, it's just, this is fucking show business before any of us got into it.
Yeah.
The name Sam is always the lead name. It
All right.
doesn't mean that he's the lead guy.
But in some cases.
Yeah. And, I mean, today you've got that impressive board in front of you.
So that thing was popping, things were happening with you guys, it was sizzling.
Well.
Then you said to yourself,
To an extent.
I love doing this show. I don't like getting Opie's coffee or whatever. Something happened during the morning that you weren't happy with.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't getting coffee anymore, but yeah.
But what happened? One of the other
If you were
producers.
here, if you were still working for the show, you would have been getting coffee. But go on, Ron.
Was it one of the other producers that annoyed him? He couldn't put up with it?
I think that Than, it happens to producers. He wanted to not be under someone's umbrella.
Whose umbrella were you under?
The Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, but so it was more about O&A. It wasn't about, let's say, Steve or anybody in the back that was running things.
No, I didn't have a problem with any of the other producers.
But you didn't like
you
you didn't
just
like
had a
Danny,
problem.
though.
I like Danny fine.
I just figured I'd
First of all,
see.
everybody likes Danny.
Check. Oh, I know. I like Danny.
Danny is the only one of your guys that are a producer that feels like a guy to me, like a regular guy.
Because he's angry.
Yeah, is that what it
but
is?
I mean, like he's the only one of your producers who goes, "I'm going to use my masculine qualities."
Oh,
where the rest of you guys are like, and they're all fine guys, but you're all like, hey, we should brunch, and I'm like, I don't know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you ever wanted to brunch, though.
I hear you, Ron. That's why I got out of here.
A lot of them will go like this. Do you think tan's the new black? And I go, I don't even know what that means. But so you weren't happy every day. You're just sitting there, you're glaring at O&A going, that could fucking be me.
Grinding your teeth,
I could
looking right at Opie's blue eyes.
And you're like, Ant just missed the line. I had that fucking mic. You know what? I do impressions and no one even lets me.
Yeah.
So that was your thing.
Pretty
so
much.
Once you got off, you said to us, I want to be the next big stand-up comic. I want to be I remember what you said to me. Trust me. He goes like this, Ronnie B, trust me. I'll be the last comic standing.
Oh.
And then, so now you've
Turns
given
out
up.
that was taken, but
You've given up on stand-up.
pretty much.
You're in Laszlo's shadow for whatever fucking reason.
Are you under the Laszlo umbrella?
Yes.
Okay. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
By the way, this thing of me and fucking Laszlo, and I'm inviting him back, the fucking war is on.
I would believe you, but he tells me you're full of shit, so I don't know who to
That
trust.
motherfucker, he even said it to you off air.
He said, yeah. He said
Okay,
it. Yeah,
good.
and he said it in my headphone.
Son of a bitch.
That's right.
So there's a fucking war. This is a war that will go on.
This
And
is great. I love wars.
I'm gonna quote Than here. I will be the last comic standing.
Well, that's good to know.
What does that even mean, by the way,
I
last
don't know.
comic standing?
And
just because you work for Rockstar, what do you got to wear the fucking T-shirt? Like,
I'm promoting the game.
The only
I'm-
people that do that are interns.
I'm
though.
promoting L.A. Noir. It's coming out on May 17th, Ron.
This is the time travel game.
Yeah.
Are you making fun of people who wear brands on their clothes, like
Yeah.
producers who wear hats with the
Yeah.
Sirius XM logo on it?
Yeah. It means that what that means is I don't feel confident in myself.
Oh.
So let me use the company. But this game is not. Were you shocked when it came out?
Well, it's coming out next week.
But I mean, when you shocked that the buzz wasn't there, that was there for the last couple of games.
There's buzz. There's tons of buzz.
I don't know.
I help make that buzz every day with my, some of the work I do.
Oh, shit.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, shit.
What?
I told him that some of the things.
What things? Dude,
No.
you're so bad.
Remember what you said?
Oh,
This is it. We're throwing
Now
pens on
we're
each
throwing
other.
shit. Now
Oh, boy.
But let's go back into this. You said you said that he was a troublemaker from before. You played me a tape once that he kept trouble going, Laszlo.
I said Laszlo is absolutely a troublemaker. You can't deny that, Laszlo.
I'm a producer. I make things happen.
Yeah, I mean,
sometimes that trouble results in award-winning
You know what? Do
production.
me a favor. Stop with the Pepsi fucking Zero, whatever this fucking thing is. He's in here yesterday. He went through 3 of them.
And I hadn't had any lunch, and I was bugging.
You just want Diet Pepsi.
Sit down, please.
Okay.
Sit down and stop the House
wow,
of Bugging.
sit down.
House of Bugging is
I
already
was just
fucking
on
done.
Shade 45.
Were you really?
Yeah, I've got a sort of...
Now, Than was just telling us that this is a time travel game.
Yeah.
That you do. Why is it a time travel game?
Because you go back to 1947.
Yeah. Am I crazy, or does this one not feel like the big work that we've done in the past? And you and I have been involved in a lot of these projects. I've been VOing.
Well, this is I didn't know this was a Laszlo Bennington production.
Well,
of
this
LA
is the
Noire.
problem. This is the first time my character didn't have a name.
No,
I was just.
Boy. Well, no wonder and now he doesn't give you a name, and then he comes on O&A, and I won't even repeat what he said.
Why are you gonna seriously? Why do you have to fucking disrespect me on fucking?
It was more Opie, really, but we were talking about what a great producer you are, and that you sort of pull strings and you make things happen. You make comedy.
No, I want to get to the fucking bottom of this.
Aren't you supposed to be on the air right now?
I am on the air. Where the fuck do you see me?
Yeah, they haven't. I tried to.
But let's go over this. Let's go look at him. He's fucking just dousing
He loves
Pepsis.
Diet Pepsi so much.
And I want to find out your real name because this has gotten too fucking far with the Laszlo stuff. And everybody wants to rule the world. And I get it, real genius. But let's fucking get to the butt. You're in here yesterday. You annoyed Fez Hal. Oh, I know. So Fez is going, I have this fantasy about meeting the right person. And Laszlo immediately goes, hey, do you jerk off? What do you think about it?
That's going to make anyone uncomfortable.
Right. But basically, all the stuff that... And Fez got upset with it.
I mean, it's
Laszlo somehow got that in his mind. How would I have signaled Fez or done anything to say, Fez, this is something for you to start overreacting about?
Puppeteered.
But normally, when you're in this room, everything is fair game, and you bring stuff up, and everybody talks about it. But for some reason...
First of all, Fez is not like everybody else. You know what I mean? But you act like that just fucking happened. Or Fez, Fez is the same Fez that he's been for like 5 years. So do you ever hear us going like that to Fez? Hey, when you jerk off, what do you think of? Tom Selleck? No one says that to him. So he immediately got upset.
But he gets upset at a lot of stuff. I can't be responsible for that.
But I know that you're not responsible for it, but why am I?
He's your partner.
You did say that Ron was puppeteering. You said he was puppet master.
But he has to.
And then you said he was full of shit.
What am I full of shit about? Just tell me what I'm full of shit.
I'm not saying you're full of shit.
You did say that.
Why are you going back on this?
You push... Does this work?
No.
You push buttons.
What fucking buttons do I push? You're in the button pushing business. I'm not making a time travel fucking video game.
For 2 months, you can't seem to bother to remember that his dad is dead.
Whoa.
And you constantly push his buttons about that. And finding money fucking flowing down the street, and you think it's his dead dad's ghost, and Patrick Swayze's there. And
what did that have to do with him? Does he get angry at me for that?
Well,
what I do, Fez and I have a relationship. I will tell you this. Fez is completely destroyed that his dad has passed away. Rather than jump into that world with him, I keep it light and remind him that all humans are fucking fragile. And to quote George Harrison, all things must pass. This is as old as fucking the planet is to make fun of the things that we have no control over. So he feels so heavy about this that I add lightness. Now, what I don't do is go like this. Hey, Fez, what do you think about when you jerk off?
You don't think that keeps it light?
That fucking...
We're just keeping it light.
That's what freaked him out because he felt fucking exposed. And this is why you have problems getting women. And first of all, he talks very inappropriate to women. He did it yesterday with Laura.
What did he say?
He says that, and you know Laura from the talent department.
Of course,
and
wonderful person.
She's girl next door.
Yeah.
He says that he blasts the air conditioning to make her nipples fucking hard.
Oh, Laz.
Wait, we just called him Laz?
Laz.
Yeah.
That's the nickname.
So there is 2 different instances of sexual harassment, one with a woman, one with a male.
That's incredible. And then he said you were full of shit. That's crazy.
You said I was full of
I didn't say
shit.
you're full of shit. But what I will say is how is your fucked up partner Opie or I's problem?
I never said that it was. I never said that it was.
I feel like I can come in here and ask another man what he thinks about masturbating.
No. Well, let's fucking get into this. What I feel like if Opie talks to Fez or you talk to Fez, that's fucking fair game. But I never accused either of you guys of anything. Fez got angry and with you, Fez cried with Opie, but I didn't like give him the fucking signal. Now's the time to cry. What I did say to Opie, like when Fez left, Opie had apologized to him a bunch, and then I said to Fez, I said to Opie, I go, he doesn't mean it.
Opie said that made him feel bad when you said that.
I'm sorry. Two things. Number one, I wanted him to know the truth. Number
That's good of
two,
you.
what I said to him was in confidence. And that's...
He broadcast it.
He broadcast
literally
it. So
on
now
the air.
I know how that works.
Yeah.
You know?
And then
I guess the mics are never off in this business,
And
are
then
they?
Laszlo was like, yeah, that guy's full of shit. Something like that.
Isn't it great to see Than?
Laszlo, you and I now are in a fucking... We have our own fucking beef.
How do we have a beef?
no.
Honestly, the reason that I asked Fez that question is because I was thinking, if you haven't had sex, what do you think about when you masturbate? Because most men will go through the Rolodex of disasters and decent chicks that they've been with, and you sort of go through those while you spank it. So I wanted to know, since he hasn't been with a woman, what do you think about when masturbating? I think that's a legitimate question.
Did I say that it wasn't one?
Then why are you mad at me, and why do you and I have a beef?
Because you went on O&A and fucking blamed me
I think
for his reaction.
Ron's saying it's not Ron's fault that Fez was uncomfortable with that, whereas you said he's a puppeteer and full of shit.
I think that you had every right to ask him that question. I think he also had every right to go, none of your fucking business, Laszlo, and went back on with his story.
Right.
But instead of doing that, he got upset. And I don't even remember what Opie made him cry about. Might have been saying something... I don't remember.
It was a very in-depth conversation about what Batman character, and evidently
that's what it was.
That means tears are going to fly.
What Batman
First of
character
all-
would you be, I think was the question.
So you were listening that day, or
No, I heard, like everything
But-
around here was hearsay. I heard.
So what you need to do is like, Opie cares about this, so let me fall in behind him. Let me march fucking lockstep.
It's really about what show I'm on at the time. You see, now I'm on your side.
Well,
Those
technically,
guys are
technically,
clowns.
this is still my show. Technically, just so everybody's. You know.
well, it's Dan's show.
it's
Dan
11:10.
come first.
Yeah.
Let's
Did
get
you
back
guys?
to
Did you
Dan.
guys talk about how he kicked Than to the curb in their show together?
Well, we went over this, and
we discussed.
Told him how we heard.
Dan was saying that he's confused about the new game, that why there's no rockets in it, why there isn't any of the fun that we've had in the past.
Yeah, sort of the futuristic robots.
Yeah.
lasers.
There's no robots, or is there some kind of Easter egg where we can get to a spaceship?
Some kind of 1947 robotic car or something.
No, it's just a straightforward crime thriller.
Oh,
I want then to answer this question.
Okay.
Now, you've been here for the whole thing. You saw the way he lied to Opie, now you see the way he's lying to me.
oh no.
The important thing is this.
This is your boss, by the way, Thayer.
Yeah, I know.
But
What
let's
are you
just
doing
get
here,
into
Rob?
this, and I'll talk to you as a peer.
Like that.
If Fez gets upset, how am I puppeteering that?
I don't
Perhaps
understand it myself.
perhaps you fueled the fire.
No, I think that you could go over and talk to your boss and fucking say, I let those two people have an uncomfortable conversation. I just left it alone. But there's a reason when I have celebrity guests that we have decided Fez will leave the room during that because it becomes uncomfortable for him. He doesn't know what to say. He can't hear people, and they don't understand him.
And if you wanted Fez to be uncomfortable, you would say, why don't you stay in the room and do a little puppeteering?
Right.
But instead, you say, why don't you leave, make yourself more comfortable?
The last person that he stayed in the room for is he tried something when we were talking with Michael Ian Black, and that made Fez really hurt. And I said, well, then
What
you don't have to
happened?
do it anymore. Well, we had him on the phone, and we were all having fun.
He leaves the studio when you have phone
Yeah,
guests?
we were all having fun, and we were throwing things in. And then Fez is like, this is great. And we're all laughing. So Fez threw in a line, and then Michael Ian Black said, wait a minute, what are you even talking about? What is that supposed to mean? And Fez's head hit the fucking thing.
Well, that's going to make anyone feel bad.
Yeah. So we've given them that thing of you don't have to be around with it.
Did Michael Ian Black get pissed at you because you made Fez get upset?
No. First of all, he's not Laszlo. He's going to fucking treat me like a fucking man.
Oh.
He's not going to invent things for his own
When did I
comfortability.
get on Ronnie B's shit list?
When you say
When
he's
I
full
came
of
in
shit.
here and I heard from Sam that you said that Ronnie B is full of shit, and I thought, well, yesterday I was so happy to have Laszlo in here, invited him into the end of the show. At the end, I go like this: Laszlo, why don't you just stop back when you're not promoting a time travel game? Why don't you just fucking come in and hang out and do radio like the old days when you were at K-Rock?
Technophile shit.
You're gonna listen to this attention whore?
Hey, all you have to do is look at
the worst thing you can call a person, by the way.
Attention whore?
Isn't it?
I don't know.
I thought it'd be like attention whore talking to you.
All you have to do is pull up the tape. You just said it on broadcast. This is not hearsay.
It really fucking hurts me.
You said Ron Bennington is full of shit on the air. I mean, what am I going to make up about that?
Well, we're all getting sucked into this Fez vortex. I think that's why we're at each other here. This is like a reality show where we've got it.
I don't
I'm not
doubt
the problem, and you're not the problem.
I don't doubt that, and I'm fine with, with whatever you guys fucking think, but you guys act like Fez is not a real person doing his own stuff, and that's stunning to me. That'd be like me saying, oh, Sam got Than to fucking throw away a great radio career and start trying to make cases for a time traveling game.
I had one of those.
You make the cases?
Yes.
Cool.
Well, see, Than left to go become a comedian.
Yes.
Why don't you do one of your jokes for us?
No.
Because I love jokes. I love them.
Just like being in the position where you're not a producer, where you can just say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Does this help the show? I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember him saying, let me jump in. There's only one person that on the O&A thing that I see is I will do whatever O&A need at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's E-Rock.
Yep. Then how come he took a week off and went to the Bahamas while the show's on?
Then fuck him. He's done to me. He's done. Is that where he is now?
He's in the Bahamas right now.
He's at that place where you have fingered dolphins or whatever.
Hey, the good thing is, normally, when he comes back up there, he always has cigars from... Anytime he sees his dad, he comes back with cigars.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
The Ricky Gervais picture, it's starting to kind of wear thin, so he's got to bring in some cigars.
He's a thoughtful guy.
I guess so.
He really is a thoughtful guy.
His bribery is thoughtfulness.
That's a word.
See, and I actually...
But I don't, Eric.
You don't like E-Rock. The sex bagel. We still call him that.
Oh, good.
You haven't missed anything.
He's
still
like,
the sex bagel.
Yeah, it's pretty much like...
He was
speaking
your
of time travel, it's like I haven't been gone a day. Not a single thing has changed.
But
the studio's smaller, and the management hates them more.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if it would be more, but at least the same. Now, but let's get something straight.
Yeah.
My handle is Sex Bagel on CompuServe. So if you're on CompuServe and you think you're talking to E-Rock, no, I'm Sex Bagel on there.
Sex Bagel was your least favorite staff member if you had to rank them, correct?
I mean, there's no need to drudge stuff up, but yes.
Okay.
I mean, and he knows it. We didn't invite each other to our respective weddings.
But E-Rock didn't invite Travis or Danny either.
Oh, well.
D-Boy, he didn't come.
I invited everybody but Eric to my wedding.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was...
Why do you guys all fucking hate each other?
I tolerate Sam. I almost got
to some extent.
swept up in the moment and said I love Sam.
Yeah.
But Travis was my best man. I mean, like...
Travis is the coolest.
Yeah.
You like Travis?
Yeah.
But Eric and I just got into it because I didn't like his work ethic.
Are you not a Travis guy?
No. I get along fine with everybody, but if I were to leave the show, I don't know if I would have relationships with anyone who works here.
Well, no one does. No, men don't do that.
Okay.
When you're men have to be doing something together to have a relationship.
Okay, well, yeah, that would work.
Docking.
I'm fine with everybody.
Docking.
Well, you're like, oh, let's build a barn, or let's start dealing coke. But then when you're not doing something like that, you're like, I'm not going to call you on the phone.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not a Travis guy. I've always liked Travis fine.
All right, why don't you rank? Who's your favorite, top to bottom?
All right.
Doesn't mean that you hate anyone. Doesn't mean that you love anyone.
Right. I would go number 1, probably Roland. I really get along with Roland. He's a funny guy.
By the way, I see Roland.
This is the puppet master shit I was talking about. He's stirring trouble.
Ron is?
Hold his
right
shit.
now.
Am I falling into it?
As soon as you and I are on the fucking page again, you fucking restart this.
Thank you, Laszlo.
You're like,
you're right. You were trying to get me to say something I'd regret.
Rank your coworkers from
No,
awesome
because
to I hate and want to get in a fight with.
No, and I know I even said doesn't mean that you hate anyone, but the O&A staff is definitely in camps, and I've never seen a fucking staff ever bother to do that before.
Yeah.
I've never saw it happen with another radio show.
And Than, you will attest, it is still, and actually more so than when you left, a venomous and toxic place to be at all times.
Why?
Another reason I left.
Well, there's just a lot of negativity and anger towards everything.
There's not a lot of team.
Nothing. There is no team. Well, nobody is happy to be anywhere.
Hey, this is interesting. I'm glad this came up. A scientist, and oddly enough, working alone, okay? This guy is out by himself, working out of Iceland. It's a thing that is like a microscope, but it's also a telescope. So we can actually see very small things, but in space. And he has found out that there is an ion team. And isn't that fucking amazing?
Wow.
After all these years?
I had no idea.
So why do you guys all, because
what is it,
you all
Puppet
hated
Master?
Steve and you hated...
You guys hated Steve?
I didn't hate Steve as a human being.
You just hated him as a boss.
What have you been doing?
Oh, this is really...
Yeah, I mean, as a boss, yeah, for sure.
This is not going to end well, this conversation.
Well, it didn't even start all that great.
No, it really didn't.
Yeah, I mean, no, none of us liked the work that Steve did, and maybe...
But none of you like it. Danny hates everybody.
True.
Travis hates everybody. You hate everybody.
Yeah.
Than is saying that everybody hated each other. You're supposed to be focusing on making a good radio show.
Yeah, but who is the guy? There has to be, at every team, there's a coach that brings everyone together. We don't have that. We don't have central leader. There is nobody that says, hey, let's get all the O&A staff and let's all go out for burgers.
Is that a problem of the lack of coach, or do you think you as players wouldn't respond to a coach?
Well, we've been...
Yeah, you all have trouble with authority.
We've been 6 years deep without a coach, so we wouldn't know how to respond.
Well, who should be the coach, in your opinion? You mean like the head producer?
And I'm unfortunately otherwise employed, but go ahead.
Right. Well, I mean, they got weird about the head producer thing after Steve left, and when Steve was here, he was a disaster. So that didn't work.
Steve was a nice guy.
He was a nice guy. That's why I said I didn't like. But he wasn't. If you worked for him, you wouldn't be saying that. And then whether it's
this is venom.
Whether it's somebody above the producer, whether it's whoever, there is nobody.
So, but above the producer, you're taking like little shots at O&A here. Like, why aren't they doing anything? Because I'll tell you, they're on the air right now.
They're not on the air right now.
No, but
You're
I
on
mean,
the air
during
right
the
now.
fucking show, they're on the air.
But there's not just O&A, because there's also levels of management beyond producer.
Oh,
So who
wow,
would
now
that
you're
be?
throwing the management under the bus.
I'd rather throw management under the bus than O&A.
What are you saying? Steve Blatter should fucking push away the other 80 radio stations?
Steve
that
Blatter
he's-
has a lot on his plate. All I'm saying is somebody who's in charge, because, listen, Sam Roberts, you can check pay stubs, is bottom of the totem pole to this day.
No, but the thing is, that doesn't mean that this thing that you say is missing, that you couldn't be the step-up guy. You could be the step-up guy.
But I can't, in my position, talk to everybody who's ranked above me by title and paycheck and say, all right, guys, I'm leading the pack. Let's all go out to lunch. And they'd say, well, who's paying for it? And I'd say, I don't have the money for it. So who is going to be the guy?
But I can't stand anyone who brings up like problems but doesn't think that they're part of the solution. And I think that's why Than walked out on the Sam and Than show.
You think so? I could work very well with the group, and I consistently do stuff for the show, and am all the time trying to make a better radio show. But
no, I don't know if I agree with that, because the weekends, it's not the best of O&A. It's the best of when I came in and my mommy was on, and it's just
You despise the weekend programming. You were telling me that before.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would.
You said it's unlistenable because it's never about O&A, and it's always about the producer.
I've challenged anyone to come to any given weekend and say what bit was left out, and they've never come to the table with it.
That's a great challenge. But you ought to come up with a bag of money.
$10,000.
Any one of you ham and eggers think you can step into the ring.
That's right.
But the weird thing about radio is that it's the only job where you can sit and slag off your bosses and not really get fired, because if you worked at McDonald's and walked up to the register and was like, can I get a Big Mac? And then, this place fucking sucks. The management stinks.
All right, but see, can I tell you the difference? The difference is this. If you go into McDonald's, the manager knows how to make a hamburger. And I don't mean that just about here, but there is no radio station that I've ever worked in that the fucking boss knows how to walk down the hall and entertain people. They just don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
And all those guys, like particularly talk radio, they got into it because they like radio. You know what I mean? So they're just like, yeah, I love radio. When I was a kid, I used to listen. But the guys that are on the air never used to listen to anyone. They didn't give a fuck.
Right.
They're just being themselves with a mic in front of them.
Right.
So they don't know how to go and take another show and say, here's what you got to do to make good radio, make any sense out of it.
But why at every station or satellite network are the guys that were selling commercials to used car dealers and titty bars in charge of the creative content?
It doesn't make sense.
Can I tell you something? Go into a Hollywood studio. It's the same thing. They don't get Martin Scorsese to run this fucking studio. Sales runs every corporation in America. Every fucking one. Doesn't matter where you go. Everybody comes out of sales because they only worry about the money for the next quarter. And there's not a company out there that worries about product and making a great product.
Rockstar Games has a great product coming out a week
Is
from
it
today.
though?
L.A. Noire.
All right, how many lasers are in it?
But Ron, if you had you have a small staff, so it's like if the two of them don't get along,
they don't.
They don't. Mark Zito, is he allowed to go on the air? I don't know.
He doesn't want to be on the air. He says, I'm not a creative. He says, this is what he ended up saying and I got this from the boss. He goes, I'm a top 40 guy on a heavy metal station.
Oh,
and I go,
boy.
well, A, we're not a fucking heavy metal station.
No.
And B,
Talk station.
top 40 blows.
Well, I'm on both, so if you could.
What are you counting down this weekend on your show?
Well, I don't do the weekend countdown. That's Spider Harrison.
Why is top 40 constantly counting?
Because you got to keep the people listening. They got. I would listen to the next
why
song.
Do numbers? Why do numbers make anybody listen?
Because there's a thing that people want to know. What's number one?
No,
what is number one?
Then why am I concerned with number 9?
No, but you ever notice that a rock station doesn't go, what's the number one rock song?
How many rock stations are there in New York? Boom.
So you're saying that the point that all comes down to counting.
That's right.
That's why kids have turned their back on hopping.
Americans like a list.
You know what's on iTunes? Top 40. What's the top list of things selling? And that's what's selling. Everybody loves a list.
You say that, and if we went back and said the 90s, what's the 90s about, right?
Yeah.
And let's do the music of the 90s, we would never go to top 40 radio. And you don't do that in the 60s, you don't do that in the 70s.
So we make a list.
You're saying you don't think Dishwalla is iconic for the 1990s
Look,
music?
I counted blue cars just like everyone else. Do you know, I'm glad you said Dishwalla, because one time I had to bring them out on stage, and I'm not kidding, it was some fucking kind of thing, and I looked out, and there was nothing but fucking chairs. And they go, you want to bring them out? And I go like this, why? Why don't they just stay back there and fucking drink beer? No, people are coming. I go, all right, ladies and gentlemen. Dishwalla. I couldn't even make eye contact with them.
I love that there are people calling in now, and everybody's got their own theory on which individual Opie and Anthony staff member is to blame for the lack of morale.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
One says me, one says Danny.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of the two of us.
I mean, it wasn't me.
Apparently not.
I left the show, and, things,
But your life went to shit after you left the show.
Did it really?
I literally found him on a bridge sweating, the Manhattan Bridge. And I said, how are things going? And he was...
I said, could I have a job?
And I said, could I have a job? And so, he was literally running in circles across the Brooklyn, through Manhattan, over the Manhattan Bridge.
Was there a lot of pity in the hire? Like when you hired
There wasn't
him?
a lot of pity. It's just, the problem is that fans on Xbox Live till 2 in the morning said, you can actually do this for a living. So
yeah,
he came in for 3 weeks freelance and captured some amazing shots for Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare.
That was a big one.
And
everyone loved that game.
And so we were like, well, maybe we should hire this guy. So
and you did.
Yeah.
I come in and I make myself indispensable, Sam.
You dominate.
And
That's the only way you know how.
Unless it's the Fan and Sam show.
Right.
The great thing about your job,
age out. It doesn't matter.
The great thing about your job is one of the few jobs you can actually smoke weed.
Yeah.
While it's fucking going on.
Well, I mean,
do you remember when we could smoke in your office? Do you remember those days?
I used to smoke on the air in fucking Florida. We used to smoke cigars on the air and not even think about it. And not just our show, every show. You just be like, all right, everybody, welcome. And we would have a bar in there. It was a fucking very relaxing atmosphere. Everything's changed. There would be callers that would call up and go like this: "Are you going home after the show?" And you say, "Yeah." And they go, "Look, you're a little fucked up. Why don't you just sleep on your couch for a while?"
Yeah, they tried to do that here, I think, for like 2 months back when they came back to satellite O&A.
Oh, with the Jaeger machine and all that? Yeah. Wasn't a good scene.
No, it lasted about 4 weeks.
It wouldn't have been allowed in here anyway, so it's all for the best.
Well, they nearly killed a girl. I know we're not supposed to talk about that.
I don't know anything about that.
Then don't.
See, this is the thing. Like the way you say they nearly killed a girl, the way you say Ron Bennington is full of shit, you forget there are microphones in front of you.
I'm noticing this. Here's the difference between me and Opie. Why did I immediately go in? No, I'm going to spare O&A any fucking problems.
Opie would have been like, tell me more about Ron Bennington being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of being like, this is the weird thing. I guess it's not a two-way street, this relationship.
That's a shame, because he was just building.
He was building.
It was just, he'd come on this show.
Where's Fezzi and the talking cat?
See, again, this is what makes him fucking feel awkward around you.
No, he shouldn't. It was great hearing you say the word cookie for an hour and a half straight.
Oh, that sounded sarcastic to me.
Do you think that Fez is going to like you because of that?
He doesn't like me now. He never did like me.
That is too small of a word to use.
What?
He hates you.
Wow. And he's hated before. You don't want to get... I would never want to be on Fez's bad side. I think you should apologize.
I think Planet Earth is on Fez's bad side. How am I the bad guy?
But why when we're all just sitting here having a fun conversation, you have to turn it into a negative? Number one, bringing up some fucking lie rumor that isn't even true about O&A. And then two, bringing up about a show that Fez did that didn't go necessarily well.
It was a show about a talking cat.
Well, it wasn't a talking cat.
If that cat would have talked, it would have went fucking viral. And you know it, and I know it. And
you would have been Today's Show. Today's Show.
I don't know how it happened, Meredith, and we're going to miss you. They made the announcement today that Meredith's leaving.
I read that.
Didn't seem like that big of a deal. You know, all the things that used to be big are leaving us. Like, if you hosted the Today Show, that used to be a giant job, no matter who did it. If you were hosting the Tonight Show, gigantic. Things don't mean anything anymore.
And it's because video games are so much more entertaining now. People aren't watching television.
Yeah, like L.A. Noire coming out next week.
Is that the one that doesn't have helicopters in it?
There are no helicopters in this game?
No. There's not a lot of helicopters in the 47.
Why didn't you do a hunt for Bin Laden? That would have been the fucking game.
That's a game.
Yeah.
That is a game.
Well, I don't
SEAL
want to
Team
spoil
6.
anything.
Why don't you do SEAL Team 6 but with real SEALs? You know how they're always having like fun fucking things in those games?
That sounds fun. It could be like an iPhone game.
They're always having fun until they get eaten by a killer whale.
That could be part of the thing. That
Ron,
could be it.
You seem to know a lot about this SEAL Team 6.
Not really.
It's weird that you bring them up just like that because...
Officially, they don't even exist, Sam.
As far as I know.
Are you going to start your show or...
Yeah, it's already 11:30.
It's 11:30.
And
are we good? Me and you, are we?
No, we're seriously not fucking good. You're going on vacation and you're going to come back and do my show?
Yes.
I want to fucking seriously fucking settle this thing. I'll tell you the difference between me and Opie and Fez. I don't like it when people talk behind my back.
Is it the full of shit thing?
Yeah, it's the full of shit thing that you brought up to me. That, to me, is crossing a line.
Yeah.
But you're believing Sam.
Listen to the replay.
I do believe Sam.
3 p.m. Eastern.
By the way, Sam, have you noticed something? Because I know you like the gossip a little bit.
Love it.
And you're best friends with Roland.
Best friends.
Do you notice that there's a female that he spends quite a bit of time with now?
I mean...
Down to lunch, even?
Down to lunch? I didn't see this.
Mm-hmm. Quite a bit of time.
Who? Can you mention her name or write it down? Or what color hair?
See, this is the problem. I don't know everyone's name in this fucking place.
So is she
you're not being mysterious.
No, I think her name is Shady45.
Is she a brunette?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I think.
But I saw him bring back bags of lunch for both of them the other day.
Is that the
picnic?
Is it the intern?
No, it's not an intern.
I met some hottie out in the hall in front of Shade 45.
Oh, no, that's not who Roland's into.
Oh, all right.
Is it Shade 45 or Shady?
It's Shade 45. You know we started doing Shady 45? Eastside Dave got everybody saying Shady 45.
Dave has fucked me up with everything.
Yeah.
By the
It's
way,
Shade 45.
I'm going to win my 17 bet against him, and he's already trying to double down.
Does he know what that means? Because he wasn't good with double or nothing.
No, but I'll tell you this. Motherfucker better pay me the $17.
What do we need to do to get him back on the show? Do we have a fundraiser or something? What do we
Yeah,
need?
why don't you make a Rockstar game about it? Get Dave back on.
Well, no, I brought him in the studio with real actors, and he screamed so loud everybody threw their headphones off their head and said, "Where did you get this lunatic?"
Is that it for his video game career?
I don't know.
All right, he's betting Oklahoma City comes back and wins the series. He wants to double down.
And you're the bookie, right?
I guess.
I didn't know you had a
He's got
business,
the
a little side.
I got a business. I'm a bookie with just one client.
Well, look, speaking of business, do you want to start your show?
I'd like to figure out everything we're doing with Dan first.
It's half past the hour.
If you have any more questions, I'm right here, Ron.
Is there any way to get you and Sam back on the air, back to fucking just finally seeing whether that show had chemistry or not?
Listen.
What is it?
He was doing a motion like a puppeteer.
All right, motherfucker.
Wow.
That's good.
And you
I'm
actually
asking a
had your
fucking
back
question.
turned to him. You literally had your
Yeah.
back to him, and he was talking
behind
about
my-
you. That's right.
talking behind my
Seems
back.
to be the theme for today.
Listen, Ron, I don't think that Eastside Dave, somebody who you're not only close with, but who you have a business with
I
at this
consider
point.
him blood.
Yeah, I don't think he would like that you were coming on and trying to reunite.
But he's doing that other sports show with Chris Stanley, and that thing's kicking ass.
So you think I gotta find something?
Everybody needs a lot of shows. What do you mean you never heard of it?
Never heard of it. They do a sports show?
It's the Big East Side Country with
It's a podcast.
Davey Mack.
It's not on.
Oh, it's a podcast.
It's not on the channel.
Because Rob says no.
We actually found out from the Sports Grumblings guys who do a show at the same time as me and Eastside
Yeah.
Dave that Dave likes to go on their show and make and destroy the show, like ruin it. Like he'll say things that are not entertaining on purpose. And so then we found out that, and that has a lot to do with it, the sports department doesn't like Eastside Dave. So.
And that's where he wanted to be.
That's where he wanted to put his podcast in.
Do you and Dave get paid to do the Saturday night show?
Rephrase the question. Or.
I'll rephrase it to this. Do you want to know why we don't do the Laszlo show on Saturday nights anymore?
I'll give you a hint. Eastside Dave gets paid to do the show because he is not a full-time employee. He is a part-time. Sam Roberts does not get paid.
Well, sure you
the
do.
show.
It just comes out of the same pot.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I should be a
Chamber
manager.
pot. Yeah.
Well, I mean, our show was just a success. So
Was it?
I don't want to rule. I get people to this day
who've never heard of it.
Who've never heard of it. No, but coworkers at Rockstar download the shows and listen to them and say that they're very
not
entertaining.
topical anymore.
I know.
I mean, the stuff we were talking about is way out of date. Yeah.
Everybody, if you don't have at least 15 minutes dedicated, But
well, I mean,
so-
maybe Eastside Dave, if I said, Dave, from now on, we're going to do special delivery every other week, and then on the odd weeks, I'll bring Than in and do something with him.
That would actually be kind of cool.
And Dave
that really worked with Van Halen when they brought back David Lee Roth and Sammy Hagar.
You don't think it's a good idea then?
No.
Did they ever have them both at the same time?
Yeah, didn't they have a show? Where
No.
Oh, yeah.
they opened with one.
They
and
did a reunion tour. They're going back and forth.
I had no idea this.
Definitely, you're right. And they like flipped a coin, and they took turns opening and closing, but it lasted like 3 shows or something.
Right.
How did I miss that?
It lasted 3 shows. But yeah, I mean, I guess now that you bring up the Van Halen thing, the Than and Sam special delivery weekend lineup might be a bit of a conflict of interest.
Well, it's out there, you know.
You would be willing to do it?
Oh, yeah.
Sam, he's willing to do it.
I got to talk to Eastside Dave. Because
you gotta understand.
You're not your own man now, Sam? What happened?
shit!
What happened?
Than-
I left you a proud, willful young boy, and now you're just a shell of a man.
Yeah. Than was hurt, and justifiably so. I said it was shitty when I started doing a show with Dave without even mentioning it to him.
Wow,
So-
that's pretty shitty.
That's pretty shitty,
But
right?
had you stopped doing the show with him?
No.
It's basically
That's
he's
fucking
like,
shitty.
He's,
Okay.
he's basically like, how's it taste? You know, it was disgusting.
But now, if I said, all right, I don't want to do that again to another person, like, I'm not going to do that to Dave, right?
Well, but fucking good for him. I'm glad you've turned yourself around for that piece of shit.
Well, whoa, he's not a piece of shit. He's a good guy. And I mean,
That's all you're going to give? That's all you're going to
He's
give?
a great guy.
But I mean,
Of course,
seriously,
Dan's
like,
a little
you're not even
upset.
offended.
You kicked him to the curb for another woman.
But here's what kills me.
Dave's a man.
And this is what a lot of people do. He blames Dave. Than is blaming Dave, calling Dave a piece of shit.
It's not the
Dave
other
had
woman.
nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's not the other woman. It's Sam. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
D- And
Yeah.
people will do that, like, oh, you see the horror that he's. That's
Yeah.
not the fucking woman's fault. Now, was this because when you got married and you and Lily settled down and you started
not
a
my-
family?
We
I
actually-
thought you married Lily.
No, we ended up different paths.
I didn't
that's
know
right.
that.
You went out with Lily, didn't you?
Sure.
Well, they just swap women on these shows, don't they?
I tried. That's sort of why I didn't want to keep doing that.
Oh, so now you're saying other people slept with Lily?
No.
I don't know anything about that.
I just didn't want. I just didn't want. It's shit where you eat. It's just a bad idea.
They're two adults, and they tried something, and they moved on from each other.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that we can't be friends with both of them.
Thanks, Ron.
Now, how many dates did you go on with Lily?
One.
One. Okay,
Wow.
that's what I thought.
It seemed like it was
They
special.
tried something. It was called dinner, and it failed.
Yeah.
Well,
What was it about you that she didn't like?
no, I didn't.
See, that's assuming that she left you.
Yeah.
Whereas
Just didn't click.
you didn't like her. Too
I
dumb.
didn't.
Was that what it was? Too dumb.
I no. What a horrible way to.
It seemed like that you know something we don't.
No,
but
I'm just asking. I ask questions. I'm like,
she's definitely not dumb. She's not a dumb person.
I've always been fond of Lily.
Let's go
wanna
back to
call
how
her?
hurt Than was when he was
That
replaced.
really, that is a shitty fucking thing.
Yeah, I told him. I said it was shitty of me to do that.
Why did you do it? What did you just thought that the Sam and Tham thing wasn't happening?
I thought that Than wasn't
I'm
around.
gonna get you a card or something, just so
Why
you
is
can,
that?
just so you can remember the name of the show. It's okay.
He's very proud that his name on this show that failed.
But
was
you
first.
never. Do you ever notice, like in Sam and Dave, that Sam is one of those names that's a leading name.
Yeah,
it just works that way.
I agree.
I just don't want people to get
It's like
confused,
Ron.
get nostalgic, go to samandthan.com and see nothing, But they see that I just got hit with a stupid network solutions bill for another year.
So did you re-up?
Yeah, well, it automatically, and I'm like, oh, I gotta cancel that thing.
But yet you don't.
I know.
You
There's
know.
a little glimmer of hope, and Ronnie is here to bring that hope back. He's trying to get the reunion tour going. If you just get off the meds.
I know the other day that Dave skipped your show and went to a wedding.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, he had to go to a wedding.
But
I've
why
had to
didn't you
miss
invite
shows.
Than in that night?
I
The place
didn't-
would have went crazy.
Because I didn't want to do that to Dave.
Dave would have been mad about it.
I hate how you grew after you broke my heart.
Well, you
Oh,
got.
that's true.
I was young.
I like how you're. Yeah.
I was young. I didn't know better
I
then.
was young. It was 2 years ago.
Like 2.5 years
Oh,
ago.
sorry.
And I've grown a lot in that time. But I didn't want to do that to Dave, and I can handle it on my own. And I did.
Why don't we ask Dave?
He's not here.
Dave sleeps during the after
He's a morning
show.
guy. But Than left O&A, and then we realized that we didn't have any reason to speak to each other when we weren't working
yeah,
in the
man,
same
have to
place. And then I was like, okay. And then Dave said, do you want to try doing a show? And I said, yeah, why not? I don't care. I don't have any contracts.
Even though at the time you were still.
You had a social contract.
Well,
Yeah.
I was
It's called friendship.
I was doing a bi-monthly show with somebody who I spoke to also bi-monthly.
Did it feel more like than that to you then?
It felt like it was a nightly.
Yeah, I know.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
you shouldn't have just. Those
I
were
just-
replays. Those were taped shows.
I prepped for it like it was nightly, but
That's nice.
yeah.
You ever listen to Dave show with Sam?
No.
It would hurt too much.
Yeah, I can't. It's like listening to tapes of your old lady banging somebody else, It just,
I don't think any of those tapes exist for anyone, do they? Unless you're with a porn star
Unless you're a swinger, I guess.
that's exactly.
driving down the road and I got to hear a tape of you.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
I
ever
just
comes up.
flip on my radio.
So you're that fond of Sam that just
He
hearing
was-
him do a show with someone.
Than told me during the interview when I hired him, he was so upset that he just
How
canceled
come
his...
no one's doing this while Laszlo talks? Doing the little puppet gesture.
Ron
Because
doesn't talk about people like that.
I don't talk about people, and it's one of those things that when you are a puppet master, you call other people that.
Yeah, distract,
Go
deflect.
ahead, what were you saying? Tell the lie.
About the interview.
Why did he canceled his satellite radio service, right? He couldn't bear to listen to
this true?
Sam's voice.
Well, I also didn't have a job. It was kind of an extra expense I couldn't pick up, but
You miss great shows. O&A shows. I'm not trying to rub it in. Special Delivery was fine too.
But
It's awkward.
yeah.
Well, it got weird.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
Did you officially apologize for your poor handling of what happened, or you just say
I said it was shitty.
Yeah, was there an actual apology?
Sorry, I was shitty.
No, wow.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? I just admitted it was shitty. That's what happens.
Well, it's just shitty. It doesn't mean that you necessarily feel bad about it.
But I'm not doing it again. For instance, the Dave
What do you
thing.
mean you're not doing it again?
He just said if
Sorry,
I wanted
punched
to
you in the face, but I'm not going to punch the next person in the face.
Right.
Exactly.
That makes you
I'm
feel better.
I'm
Yeah.
non-violent now. No, but he just said, didn't it make you feel better that other people won't go through the kind of pain that you did?
That gives me no satisfaction.
Well,
That's
here's
too
the
bad.
weird thing. I was a big fan of the fan.
Thank you.
And Sam's show.
Thanks for the British accent.
Yet I think Sam's the worst thing that ever happened to Dave.
Why? Why do you say that so
it's just
much?
that you have one type of personality. Dave, to me, is like just big and he's shooting around. And like, I really want him to either be with someone who flies with him or a real anchor that will hold him, you know. But where you guys both were like, here's some, you know what I mean?
That's
like
not,
that
I don't know what you
nerdy
mean.
thing
Yeah,
you guys
I think
do.
I agree. Yeah.
I don't know what
kind
you
of cool.
mean. Survivor.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Survivor.
Yeah, you
We
do.
had an awesome show.
I don't know if anyone saw that Scott Pilgrim versus the World, but it's
We've
really
never brought up
great.
Scott Pilgrim. I've never seen the film.
I like wrestling, and
We've read the
you're
Star Wars.
married.
No, Dave and me have a very good chemistry that's only
Dave
gotten
is
better with
good.
time.
There's no fucking doubt.
Listen, I'm good at what I do as well. I'm confident in that.
Well, that's
Has
not the question.
anyone else ever told?
That's never been the problem.
My parents have. They said, not only are you good with Dave, but you're great when you and Ronnie get together and do your thing.
Parents really seriously have what I call the golden ear.
They really like
Yeah.
the Ronnie and Sammy sweetheart connection. They love when Ron and Sam get together.
Still can't make you eat a steak like a man, though.
No, but they love.
What do you mean by that?
He doesn't eat steak.
Why not?
He doesn't eat adult food.
I thought we've covered this on every show.
Let's do it again now.
I don't. I have a limited
I don't want you guys
palate.
to leave, or else then I gotta fucking
We've been going
throw
for
this stuff.
we're almost at the point where the after show is lasting as long as the show.
Well, that would be 2 hours. So anyway, what were you saying about not eating steak?
He eats fucking fish sticks and pizza bites.
We've
and
gone over it.
All the stuff that's going to kill him at 35 when he has diabetes.
We spent a lot of time on it, both on O&A, Special Delivery,
Yeah,
Thin
but-
and Sam,
but you get a new
the
audience.
after show.
You get a new audience every day, Sam.
Hey,
You
do
know?
we? On satellite
you
radio?
You should hope so. You
Yeah.
get some audience.
I think he's
It'd be
like
better than nothing.
Sam is like that little kid in the Twilight Zone movie that could just fucking turn things into cartoons and makes the adults eat bad food.
That's a good episode.
Take him away.
You want to start, Ron Fez? What's Fez been doing all this time? Does Fez want to come in and join us?
He's more. Why do you ask me? Everyone can
Well, no,
talk to
I'm
Fez
asking the room.
directly.
Fez, wherever you are, if you'd like to come in and join us, you're more than welcome. And if it would make you feel more comfortable, we
because-
will ask Laszlo to leave.
Because we're at this point. Why don't we just end this?
Okay.
And I'll bring Fez in.
It got weird towards the end, didn't it?
Yeah, and there's a great new game show out. It doesn't have any of the special effects of the other games.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we even go backwards. Right? It's no cool. No
It's
hip-hop.
not like a futuristic
Yeah,
deal.
no hip hop music, no rock. You go back to jazz. I don't know if
Oh.
there's a lot of kids out there
Is
are
it-
Stan Kenton fans.
Is it an
But
educational game?
The LA Noir got a lot of jazz in it.
Well, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're fucking setting up.
Oh.
Yeah, like
But you
LA
called it a
Noir.
game show.
Is it video games aren't game shows?
They're technically game shows. It's like a show because LA Noir is. That's a great thing for Rockstar Games. Maybe like a home version of the Gong Show or something.
Yeah. Wow. The great ideas keep coming.
Of course, Ron's referring to LA Noir doing a little of the soundtrack. Coming out May 17th for Xbox and PlayStation 3.
No explosions.
No, there's explosions. You can blow up cars and
But
stuff.
it's small explosions. It's like a small fire.
You can't blow up
starts.
a planet in every
Are there
game.
fireworks? Fireworks?
It just seems like
It's not a parade
is the
game.
next one you're going to do be like a futuristic, fun thing?
You're really into Space Marines in the future, aren't you?
Space Marines of the future.
Now that's a game title. You better
But-
write. You better. Somebody got it. Is going to get
I think
it.
it's being done, and it has been done.
Yeah.
After
There-
that game.
There's a fun thing here. Some of the characters, you can take their shoes off and put on loafers, and
great. Change
like they used
clothes.
to in the past.
Wow.
And there is a fun thing in this, and it's all about old L.A. Well, like 1930s, 40s.
47, yeah.
And I'm playing a character that helps you ration gas, and it's
Yeah, but
a step back, I think, isn't it? It's like a
Laszlo-
fun step back.
I when you're not catching murderers and arsonists, and yeah, I'm selling this game, Ron. I'm doing it.
I'm in the game.
Laszlo actually redid your character. It's just a guy who's full of shit, just convincing people to do stuff.
First of all, he gave me a character this time with no name at all. So
I didn't
You
get.
needed filler. So when you're on the no, I mean that's not bad.
Ron
it
Bennington
is.
is not filler.
Yeah,
The
it
great
can
Ron
be.
Bennington.
I've got
I'm
a
going to
huge
go
part
start
for
by
you.
going with the pretty good Ron Bennington.
I've got a huge part for you in mind.
For what? The Space Marines of the future?
Right. Yes.
Space Marines of the future.
That sounds like a space marine.
You're the guy that speaks over the intercom and chastises them.
Look out! Force field. Force field.
Whoa!
That's a black hole.
Now this is satellite radio.
That's not fair because you're clearly such a fan of the genre. Anything that's not in that genre is going to seem not good to you.
I don't even know what the word genre means, let alone be a fan of it.
Cookie.
Oh, well, speaking of that, we should invite Fez in here. Ron and Fez.
Invite him.
Invite to his show.
Ron and Fez is coming up next. Like, this has been.
It's Ron and Fez noon to 3.
No,
it's like the old days.
Yeah. Ron and Fez noon to 3.
I loved it better, tell you the truth. I could sleep that extra hour.
Did you get an extra 25% raise? When?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good. Boy, that's
Wow.
Super Agent Bob Eatman coming through.
Yeah, he does.
Laszlo, Ron Bennington, the great Ron Bennington, and of course, the returning Than.
It was great to see you again.
Thank you.
And you guys did have a terrific show, and I had no idea the way it ended, and it's...
You didn't?
No, but it actually makes me like you a little less, Sam.
Oh, man.
And I wonder what kind of parents you had that raised you this way.
They like you.
I love them,
Okay.
but I guess they weren't attentive to the way that a person's supposed to treat his friends.
Well, on that note.
By the way,
that upper.
Your parents are going to love this new game, this LA Film Noir.
LA Film Noir.
Because it takes you back to yesteryear.
Yeah.
To a simpler time.
Yeah.
It's not like...
Yeah, it's like...
It actually wasn't a very simple time, 1940s Los Angeles. It's a very dark period in the city.
Well, we didn't have electricity yet.
Yeah.
This is one of the few...
Is there TV in this game?
No.
No.
There's radio.
But it's AM.
All right.
Put on the AM radio and help me crank this car up.
That's it. Opie and Anthony, and after Opie and Anthony return tomorrow. Stay tuned. Ron and Fez is next.
Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!
On The Virus.